Chapter 1. My father's name is Ozichan. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. A red taxi pulls up to the entrance of the O Group building, and a little girl and an Alaskan Malamute get out. Wow, this building is so tall. Tang Yuan, look, this is my father's company. Woof, woof. The Alaskan Malamute barks in response to his young master. His name is Tang Yuan, which is what his young master named him, and he really likes it. Let's go in. The little girl and the Alaskan Malamute immediately attracted the attention of many people as they entered the lobby. The little girl was wearing a denim overalls dress, with her long, soft hair falling over her shoulders. She had two shiny butterfly hair clips in her hair, and was carrying a little yellow duck backpack on her shoulders. This outfit made her already good-looking face look even cuter and more adorable, and people couldn't help but want to pick her up and give her a kiss. Tang Yuan was also wearing a denim shirt. The fat and furry dog followed the little girl around, and they looked like a pair of clowns. People were talking about them. Who is this girl? She's so cute. Look at her big eyes and long, curled eyelashes, she's just like a real Barbie doll. And her dog is super cute too. This pair is so adorable, they're going to melt the sky. The little girl couldn't hear what other people were saying about them, and she and Tang Yuan walked straight to the front desk. The receptionist naturally noticed this very eye-catching pair, and when she saw them walk up to the front desk, she said very gently, without waiting for her to speak, "Little girl, may I help you? This young lady is really pretty, polite, and speaks so gently. She really deserves to work for Daddy's company." "Pretty young lady, I'm here to see my daddy." The little girl replied in a baby voice. "See Daddy? Could it be that her daddy is one of the company's leaders?" The curiosity of the receptionist immediately welled up in her, and she was very curious to know which leader was so blessed as to have given birth to such a beautiful and lovely daughter. "Looking for Daddy? Then tell me your daddy's name, and I'll let him know you're here." The little girl thought for a moment, and then said a name. "My daddy is called Ozichan." "What?" The receptionist let out a surprised sound and asked again, unable to believe her ears, "Young lady, what did you say your father's name was?" The girl didn't catch it the first time, so could you please repeat it? "Ozichan. My father is the CEO of this company." This time she spoke up, and even said that her father was the group's CEO. She thought she'd got it this time. The receptionist heard her clearly, but she couldn't believe it. Ozichan, the president of the O Group, is a super rich bachelor who is unmarried and has no girlfriend. This is something everyone in Bin City knows. Now suddenly there's this daughter, it's unbelievable. "Little girl, did you mishear your father's name? Our president isn't married yet, and he doesn't have any children." The receptionist still couldn't believe that this little girl was the president's daughter. The only explanation was that she had misheard her father's name. The young lady thought, she looks about 4 or 5 years old, and it seems logical for such a young child to get her father's name wrong. The little girl knew that the young lady didn't believe what she was saying, but fortunately she was prepared. She took out her own iPad from her yellow duck backpack, found a photo on it, and handed it to the young lady at the front desk, saying, "Sister, is this your CEO, Ozichan?" The young lady glanced at the photo and nodded with some confusion, not understanding what the little girl meant. "Everyone who works in this group knows what the president looks like." "That's right, so I'm telling you, Ozichan is my father," the little cutie said firmly in a babyish voice. The young lady was at a loss for words. What kind of logic is this? Just because she has a picture of the president doesn't mean she is the president's daughter. What's more, Ozichan is often on the cover of magazines and on TV, so it's not hard to find a picture of him online. So, she still doesn't quite believe it. "Sister, do you not believe what I say and think I'm just a lying child?" Seeing that the little girl didn't say anything for a while, the little cutie blurted out these words. The little girl looked at the little cutie, her big, round eyes staring at her. The look was really too cute. If she answered yes, would it hurt her young heart? What if she burst into tears? The little girl pondered for a while and replied, No, I don't believe what you said, I just didn't understand it." The original words were just that it was impossible, but when they came to her lips, she changed it to "I just didn't understand it." The little girl was really likable, and I really couldn't bear to hurt her feelings. Hearing the little girl's words, the little cutie sighed inwardly. She had already made it so clear, and she still couldn't understand it. It seems that this pretty girl's IQ is not good. If the little lady knew that she was despised by a 4 or 5-year-old, would she be ashamed and dig a hole to crawl into? It seems that if she doesn't explain clearly, the little lady won't believe her. So the little girl once again held up the iPad in her hand and pointed at the photo of Ozichin with her white, delicate little finger and said, "Sister, take another look at this photo and then look at me. Do you see that we look very similar? If I'm not my father's daughter, how could I look so much like him?" When she first asked her mother who her father was, her mother just said she didn't know who her father was and didn't say anything else, and the young her just believed her. But once she accidentally saw an interview with Ozichin on TV, and she wondered, why does this person look so much like me? She also remembered what the aunt next door had told her: boys look like their mothers, and girls look like their fathers. Even through the television screen, she could feel the sense of familiarity that Ozichin gave her, so she decided right there and then that Ozichin was her father. After listening to her younger sister's words, the older sister looked at the photo and then looked at her again, and was surprised to discover that the two were very similar in terms of eyebrows, eyes, nose and mouth, as if they had come from the same mold. When she first saw her younger sister a moment ago, she felt that she looked familiar, but she couldn't say where she had seen her before. Now that she thought about it, she understood completely. Could it be that the little girl is really the CEO's biological daughter? Chapter 2, I'm Not Your Daddy. Little sister, wait a second, I need to make a phone call. Although it was very likely that she was the CEO's daughter, the receptionist still didn't dare to make a rash decision and thought it would be better to report it up the chain of command. As a junior receptionist, she naturally couldn't call the CEO directly, so she had to call the receptionist on the 66th floor. "Hello, 66th floor reception." A crisp voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Mary, this is Wu from the first floor reception. Could you please ask Su Teza to take the call? I have something important to tell him." "Okay, just a moment." Su Tezu, whose real name is Su Jianfeng, is the assistant to Ozichin, the president of the O Group. He usually assists Ozichin with all matters related to work and life, so if you need anything, just ask him, he can make all the decisions. Su Jianfeng came to the front desk, picked up the landline phone, and said in a low voice, "Hello, I am Su Jianfeng." "Hello, Assistant Su, I am Wu from the front desk on the first floor. It's like this." Wu from the front desk briefly explained what happened to the little girl, and then waited for his reply. "The president's daughter?" Su Jianfeng has been with the president for 5 years and can be said to know him like the back of his hand. For one thing, he is not married. For another, he doesn't have a girlfriend, and he is not the type of person who likes to fool around. Although not long ago, the old lady of the O family introduced him to a matchmaking partner, and the two seem to get along well, but they are not at that stage yet, let alone having a child. Therefore, this little girl cannot be the president's daughter. But why did she say she was Ozichin's daughter? Su Jian couldn't figure it out, but if he wanted to know the answer, he just had to ask the little girl. Wu had been waiting for Su Jianfeng's reply, but after waiting for a long time, he still hadn't said anything, so she said in a panic, "Su Tezu, are you still there? Bring her up here." After hanging up the phone, Wu said to the little girl, "Little sister, I'm going to take you up to the 66th floor to find an uncle surnamed Su, and he will take you to your daddy." The fact that Wu would say this meant that she had already decided that the little girl was the president's daughter. After all, the two of them really looked like they came from the same mold. She would be damned if she didn't believe that they had some kind of relationship. The little girl beamed with joy when she heard that she could go find her daddy, and 2 deep dimples appeared on either side of her cheeks. In a baby voice, she thanked Wu. "Thank you, sister. My goodness, this little girl is so pretty when she smiles, it's as if her smile can heal everything." She suddenly began to envy the CEO. How lucky he is to have given birth to such a beautiful daughter. "You're welcome. Let's go." Wu took the little girl's hand, and Tang Yuan followed behind, as they rode the elevator straight up to the 66th floor. Once they reached the 66th floor, Wu handed the little girl over to Su Jianfeng and left. The moment Su Jianfeng saw the little girl, he was dumbfounded. "Isn't this a little replica of the CEO?" He seriously questioned what he had just said. The little girl couldn't be the CEO's daughter. Great, he's been slapped in the face. The CEO is going to be a father today. I wonder if he'll be surprised or shocked when he sees the little girl. Su Jianfeng knocked on the door of the CEO's office with the little girl, and soon a voice came from inside. "Come in." When he pushed the door open, the little girl saw a large office. In front of the huge French windows was a luxurious desk, and Ozichin was sitting there, working like a king. The weak sunlight shone on his extraordinary handsome face. Finally, she had met her real father, and the little girl's face could not hide her excitement. After entering, Su Jianfeng said respectfully, "President, there is someone here to see you." "Who?" Ozichin, who had been looking down at the documents, let out a word when she heard Su Jianfeng's words. She was not finished with Su Jianfeng's words. A clear and childish voice rang out, "Daddy, it's me, I've come to see you." "Daddy?" Zichen slowly raised her head when she heard this address, and saw a cute and adorable little girl standing next to Su Jianfeng, along with a chubby, round dog. With a puzzled look on her face, she asked, "Did you just call me? Little girl, did you just call me?" Zichen pointed at the little girl who had called him. "Daddy, are you stupid? Is there anyone else here but him?" She nodded seriously and firmly, "Yes, Daddy, I just called you. You are my daddy, my real daddy." She deliberately lengthened the last few words, "my real daddy," in case Zichen didn't hear her clearly. Su Jianfeng, who was standing nearby, didn't react much to the words biological child. He knew the answer was going to be like this from the moment he saw the little girl. But when did the CEO have a child? Didn't he even have a girlfriend? He, who thought he knew everything about Zichen, was instantly frustrated. It seemed that he still didn't know him very well. Zichen stood up from his chair in an instant, looked at the little girl in front of him in disbelief, and said in a serious tone, "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Are you kidding? His own flesh and blood? He is obviously a virgin, he has never touched any woman before, let alone donated sperm, so how could she be his child? Could it be that she popped out of a rock? If she popped out of a rock, then she has nothing to do with him. "I'm not lying, you really are my father. If you don't believe me, just ask Tang Yuan, it can testify for me." The little girl pointed to the Alaskan Malamute next to her. When Wolf heard what his young master said, Tang Yuan immediately came forward to speak up for him. Unfortunately, no one could understand what he was saying, except the little girl. Hearing the little girl's words, Su Jianfeng pursed his lips and tried hard not to laugh. This little girl is really amusing, what kind of logic is this? Asking a dog to testify for her, who would believe that? Zichen was also at a loss for words, but he was very sure that he was definitely not her real father. "Mr. O, you can't say that too definitively, or you'll soon get slapped in the face." He walked up to the little girl, crouched down to look her in the eye, and said patiently, "Little girl, is it because you can't find your real father that you said I'm your father? If you really want to find your father, I can help you." Zichen tried to seduce her to see how she would react. Hearing these words, the little girl got angry, pouting her lips and stubbornly saying, "I don't want your help. I've already found my daddy, and that person is you." Zichen had a headache. How could she still cling to him after he said he would help her? In a fit of anger, he suddenly yelled at the little girl, "I told you, I'm not your daddy." The little girl was so scared by Zichen's yell that she burst into tears, crying, and she kept saying, you are my daddy." Woof woof woof. Tang Yuan knew that Zichen had made the little master cry, so he immediately barked at him furiously. He is the little master's little loyal dog, and bullying the little master is the same as bullying him. How can he just stand by and watch? "Tang Yuan, you can't be mean to my daddy." Upon hearing the young master's words, Tang Yuan immediately obediently shut up and lay motionless on the ground. What a sweet little cotton padded jacket. Su Jianfeng silently marveled in his heart, "President, why won't you admit it?" Just then, Zilong walked in. "I just heard some barking. How come there's a dog in the office?" "Young master." Su Jianfeng greeted him. The little girl heard a voice and turned around to see a man who looked somewhat similar to Zichen, and was equally handsome. Zilong naturally saw the little girl as well. The moment he saw her, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With a big question mark, he asked, "Brother, who is she? She looks a bit like Zichen, and she's calling him brother, so isn't she your uncle?" The clever little girl immediately figured out the relationship, so she sweetly shouted at Zilong, "Uncle, I'm your brother's daughter, so I'm also your niece." Chapter 3, Happy to be an uncle. While others are happy to be fathers, he is happy to be an uncle. No wonder he felt so familiar with the little girl at first sight, and now he realizes that she is practically a carbon copy of his brother. "Little sister, what's your name?" The little girl looked at Zilong with wide eyes and said sweetly, "Uncle, my name is Zhao Jiaying. My mom and the aunt next door call me Ying Bao." A word awakens the dreamer. Her mother must know who her real father is. Zichen adjusted his emotions and asked Zhao Jiaying in a gentle tone, "Ying Bao, can you tell me your mother's name?" "My mother's name is Zhao Yunxi." "Zhao Yunxi?" Zichen quickly recalled, but in the end, he confirmed that he didn't know this person. "Then is she your real mother?" "Daddy, Are you stupid? I called her mommy, so she is naturally my biological mommy. Just like I called you daddy, you are also my biological daddy. Hearing this, Zichen's mouth twitched. What kind of logic is that? Just calling her once makes her your biological mother? Zilong looked at the two of them and wanted to laugh, especially his older brother, the president of the prestigious O Group, a decisive and ruthless figure in the business world, who was now being outsmarted by a little girl and had nothing to say. Su Jianfang also tried hard to hold back his laughter. The president, who had always made others eat humble pie, had actually been made to eat humble pie by a little girl today. Zichen tried hard to control himself from losing his temper and said to Zhao Jiaying with a smile, "Ing Bao, can you tell your mommy's phone number to daddy and uncle?" He almost blurted out the word daddy. Once he calls to ask her mother, he can get rid of this gum. Now in his eyes, Ing Bao is like a piece of gum that he can't get rid of. Zhao Jiaying shook her head, and her long, fine hair swung back and forth with her head. Mommy is not in the country right now, you won't be able to find her. Are you kidding? She came to see him without her mother's knowledge, so how could she let you contact her now? As long as Ing Bao's goal is not achieved, she will never give him and his mother the opportunity to contact each other. If you can't contact her, you won't be able to ask him what you want to know. What are you going to do? You can't let him be the substitute father. Brother, is Ing Bao really your daughter? Although Zilong was 70-80% sure, he still hoped to get a definite answer from his brother. No. Zilong replied. Yes. Zhao Jiaying replied. The two father and daughter were competing to answer. Then Zhao Jiaying looked at Zilong, pouting her lips and saying with some grievance, "Uncle, he really is Ing Bao's biological father." You believe Ing Bao, she's not lying. Ing Bao's pitiful appearance really made Zilong feel sorry for her, and he reached out to touch her head. Ing Bao, uncle believes you're not lying. This remark, "Uncle believes you're not lying," showed that he had already decided that Zhao Jiaying was Zichen's biological daughter. Zhao Jiaying's face lit up when she heard Zilong's words. Someone finally believed what she said. Two deep dimples appeared on her face, and she looked absolutely adorable. Zhao Jiaying's sweet smile melted Zilong's heart. Zilong, how can you? You obviously know that I don't have a girlfriend, so where did you get such a big daughter from? Zilong naturally saw his brother's confusion, but he still believed Zhao Jiaying's words. However, Zhao Jiaying's words alone were not convincing, so the only way to answer this confusion was through medical methods. Brother, I know you are very confused right now and can't accept this sudden daughter. How about this, you and Ing Bao do a paternity test, so you can find out if she is really your biological daughter. This is a good idea. A paternity test is infallible. Once the results are in, she won't dare say that he's her biological father anymore, will she? Ing Bao, do you dare to take this paternity test with me? If the results come back and confirm that you are my biological daughter, I will naturally recognize you. But if they don't, you can never say that I'm your father again, okay? In Zichen's heart, he had already decided that Zhao Jiaying could not possibly be his biological daughter. Although she looked very similar to him, the world was a big place and there was nothing strange about two people looking exactly alike. Let's do the test, who's afraid of whom? Anyway, the results will definitely be the same as what she said, and then we'll see what he has to say. So Ing Bao very readily agreed. Okay, don't go back on your word then, whoever does is a dog, Zhao Jiaying said in a baby voice. I won't go back on my word. Ing Bao, don't worry, with Uncle Air and Uncle Su as your witnesses, he can't go back on his word. Zhao Jiaying immediately gave them both a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Uncle Air, thank you, Uncle Su." Although the sweet smile was not directed at him, Zichen felt that Ing Bao's sweet smile was like a dose of medicine that could cure everything. He suddenly didn't mind her calling him daddy so much, and instead, it felt quite good. However, everything still had to wait until the results of the paternity test came back. Su Jianfeng took the hair samples of Zichen and Zhao Jiaying and personally delivered them to the paternity testing center at Yunqing Hospital for testing. Although they had a strong relationship, the results would not be available until the morning at the earliest. It was already time for dinner, and Zilong was worried that Zhao Jiaying would be hungry. He asked with concern, "Ing Bao, are you hungry? How about I take you out to eat?" Zhao Jiaying felt her stomach. She had only eaten a small soup dumpling in the morning and hurried out of the house. Now that her uncle had mentioned dinner, she was really hungry and nodded happily. Zilong took Zhao Jiaying's hand and was about to walk out, but Ing Bao tugged at him and said, "Uncle, isn't Daddy going to dinner?" He then remembered his brother and turned to him, asking, "Brother, are you coming to dinner with us?" Zichino was sitting at his desk, looking down at the documents in his hands. He replied in a low voice, "I still have work to do. You go ahead and eat." Work was just an excuse. He didn't want to appear in the restaurant with Zhao Jiaying, because the restaurant was a place where employees gathered, and people would inevitably talk about it. So before the appraisal results came out, he had to keep a certain distance from Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying doesn't know what Zichin is thinking. In her opinion, she thinks that daddy is working so hard that he doesn't even have time to eat. But how can you not eat? How can you concentrate on work on an empty stomach? So she's made up her mind. Let's get daddy takeaway. The O Group has 2 staff canteens, one for ordinary staff and one for senior management. But whether it's the ordinary staff canteen or the senior management canteen, the food is varied and plentiful. The only difference is that the general staff cafeteria requires you to serve yourself, while the senior staff cafeteria has waiters. As the second son of the O family, O Zilong naturally goes to the senior staff cafeteria to eat, but to get there you have to go through the general staff cafeteria. As he walked past the general staff cafeteria with Zhao Jiaying, they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Zhao Jiaying looks 9/10 like Zichin, he looks 6/7 like Zichin, and she looks 4/5 like him, so everyone was whispering about them. That little girl is so cute and adorable, what do you guys think she is? She looks a bit like the second young master, maybe she is the daughter he had out of wedlock. It is no secret in the company that Zilong is a womanizer, so it is not surprising that he had a child out of wedlock. I saw this little girl in the lobby this morning, and now I realize that she is here to see the second young master. Wu, I saw you greet her this morning, did she say if the second young master is her father? Ha? I don't know, I was just responsible for taking her to the 66th floor, I don't know anything else. Xiao Wu was confused. Didn't the little girl say that her father was President O? Why is it now the second young master? That's why when everyone asked her just now, she just said she didn't know anything and didn't say anything about this morning. After all, it's not confirmed, and once she says it, it becomes a rumor. Spreading rumors at the group casually is grounds for dismissal. Although she is only a small receptionist, the treatment and benefits given by the O Group are very good, and she doesn't want to lose such a good job. Chapter 4, Packing Lunch for Daddy. Zilong took Zhao Jiaying to a corner table in the restaurant and sat down. Tang Yuan also squatted next to Zhao Jiaying. What do you want to eat, Ingbao? Tell uncle, and he'll have the chef make it for you. Uncle, I'm not picky, I'll eat anything. Just have the chef make something simple, we need to eat quickly and go back to bring lunch to daddy, otherwise he'll definitely get hungry if he waits too long. What a good daughter, thinking about daddy before eating herself. You really don't know how lucky you are, brother. Okay, then I'll make the decision myself. He called the waiter and ordered 5 or 6 dishes. Although Ingbao said she didn't have any preferences, he still hoped she would enjoy her meal. The ingredients were all ready, and the dishes ordered by Zilong were served shortly afterwards. He served Ingbao a bowl of rice and placed it in front of her. Hungry, right? Eat up. Ingbao looked at the table full of delicious-looking dishes. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger, but instead of picking up her chopsticks and eating, she politely asked one of the waitresses. Excuse me, could I have 2 takeaway boxes, please? Zilong couldn't understand what Zhao Jiaying meant. The waitress quickly brought her the takeaway boxes, and she saw that she was using one box for the rice and the other for the dishes, with a little bit of each. Zilong asked, Ingbao, are you packing lunch for your father? Zhao Jiaying nodded while continuing to pick up food. Yes, uncle, I'll pack up daddy's lunch first. What a sweet little girl, always thinking about her father. Ingbao, you don't need to go to all this trouble. After we've finished eating, I'll ask the chef to cook him another meal. This is how it usually goes. His brother is sometimes too busy to come down to the restaurant to eat, so after he finishes eating, he will ask the chef to cook something else for him and send it up to him. Zhao Jiaying packed all the food, covered it with a lid, and put it aside. Then she took out the bowl for the rice balls from her little yellow duck backpack, and while serving him rice and vegetables, she said, Uncle, there's no need to cook something else for daddy. We can't finish all these dishes between the 2 of us. It would be a waste to cook more. Mum says we shouldn't waste food. Farmers work hard growing food, exposed to the sun and rain every day. And in Africa, there are still many people who can't afford to eat every day. So we have to cherish food. Hearing these words from a young girl, Zilong, who has always lived a life of luxury, felt a little ashamed. He didn't even understand a truth that even a child knows, and he realized that he needed to learn more from Ing Bao in the future. From this lunch, it can be seen that Ing Bao's mother has educated her very well, and this makes Zilong want to meet her mother. Zhao Jiaying packed Tang Yuan's meal and brought it to him. In a baby voice, she said, "Tang Yuan, you must be hungry too, so eat up." Tang Yuan saw that there were carrot shreds in the bowl, which he hated the most, and he let out a squeak. Zilong didn't understand what Tang Yuan meant, but Ing Bao did, and she gave him a reprimand. "You can't be picky. You have to eat everything in your bowl, or I'll be angry." Tang Yuan is most afraid of his young master getting angry, so he immediately shuts up, lowers his head and eats carefully. Zhao Jiaying sees that Tang Yuan has started to eat seriously, so she returns to her seat. She has finished everything she needs to do, and she is starving. "Uncle, let's eat." The sensible Ing Bao did not forget to ask her elders to eat with her before eating. After spending more than an hour together, Zilong found that Zhao Jiaying is pretty and cute, sensible and polite, and knows how to respect her elders. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. While she was eating seriously, he took out his phone and secretly took a photo. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Jiaying finished eating and looked at the glutinous rice balls and saw that they were also finished. Then, seeing that Zilong had also put down his bowl and chopsticks, she said, "Uncle, I'm full, as are the glutinous rice balls." "Are you full?" Zilong is an adult, so naturally he ate faster than Zhao Jiaying. "Well, I'm full too." Zhao Jiaying wiped the glutinous rice balls bowl with a paper towel, then put it in a bag and put it back in her little yellow duck backpack. "Then let's hurry back and take the food to Daddy." Zhao Jiaying got up from the chair with the packed meal, and her balance was so off that she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zilong caught her quickly with his sharp eyes. She gave Zilong a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, Uncle." Zilong was once again charmed by her cute smile, took the takeaway box from her hand, and said, "Let Uncle take it." Zilong took Zhao Jiaying's hand, followed by Tang Yuan, and returned to Zichen's office. Zilong put the packed meal in front of his brother. He teased, "Brother, this is the meal your daughter packed for you. Eat it while it's hot." Zhao Jiaying seconded, "Yes, Daddy, all the dishes today are delicious. Eat them while they're hot, or they won't taste good when they get cold." Ing Bao looked at Zichen with anticipation, eager to see her father eating with relish. Zichen felt Ing Bao's burning gaze and felt a little uncomfortable. Should he let her stand here watching him eat? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish his meal, so he said to Zilong, who was standing nearby, "Zilong, take Ing Bao to your office for a nap. It's better for kids to take a nap at noon." Zilong's office has a small room with a bed and furniture, which is where he usually takes his lunch break. Today, Zhao Jiaying is there, so he has to let her sleep in the bed and he can only sleep on the sofa. His brother's office actually also has a bed, but today he is a little awkward with Ing Bao, so he won't make things difficult for him. So he gives his brother an okay sign. "Ing Bao, how about going to your second uncle's place to take a nap?" Ing Bao knows that if she stays here, she might disturb Daddy while he is working, and then he will dislike her even more. So she can't upset Daddy, and agrees to go to Uncle Air's place for a nap. Before leaving, like a little adult, she reminds Zichen, "Daddy, eat well. Eat your fill, so you have the energy to work." Somehow, Zichen nodded as if by magic, agreeing with Ing Bao's words. After seeing this, Ing Bao followed Zilong to his office to rest, satisfied. After they left, Zichen opened the lid of the eco-friendly box and thoughtfully looked at the food that Ing Bao had packed for her. After a long time, he picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Suddenly, he felt that having a daughter was quite nice. Zhao Jiaying had always been in the habit of taking a nap, so she fell asleep not long after going to bed, while Tang Yuan curled up on the floor next to the bed to keep her company. 3:30 p.m. Zhao Jiaying woke up and walked out of her room, seeing Zilong sitting at his desk working. She sweetly called out, "Uncle, good afternoon." Hearing the voice, Zilong stood up from his chair and walked over to Ing Bao's side. "Ing Bao, you're awake. Your second uncle told them to buy you some cake for afternoon tea. Come and sit over there." When they sat down at the coffee table, Zilong took the boxes of cake out of the packaging and handed Ing Bao a fork. "Your second uncle didn't know what kind of cake you like, so he told them to buy a few different kinds. Which one do you want to try? Or you can try them all. Does Daddy like cake? Why don't I bring him one?" When there's something delicious, the first person she thinks of is Zichen. Oh Zilong heard this and became a little jealous. Why didn't she ask if his uncle, her second uncle, liked it? Your father, he doesn't like these things, so you should eat it yourself. What a pity. The cake is so delicious, but daddy doesn't like it. Then Ingbao lifted a piece of cake and put it in front of Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan also likes cake. After spending a long time with Ingbao, he has been trained to be a good dog that doesn't picky eat and will eat anything. Ingbao returned to her chair and noticed that she had ignored her second uncle, who bought her cake. She decisively asked, "Second uncle, do you like cake? Do you want to eat it with me?" Oh Zilong was moved to tears when he heard this. He finally remembered his second uncle and that he had not pampered her for nothing. In fact, what he cared about was not the question of whether to eat the cake, but whether Ingbao valued him. Fortunately, Ingbao did not disappoint him. So he patted her head, said with a face of adoration, "Uncle doesn't like cake either, so you can have it yourself." Why don't they like it? No one appreciates such a delicious cake? Okay, if they don't want it, then Ingbao will eat it herself. Chapter 5, Bring Her Back. Zhao Jiaying picked one of the cakes to eat, and the remaining two were left untouched. She put them back in the box. "Uncle, I'm not going to eat the remaining 2 cakes, or I won't be able to eat dinner tonight. I'd better take them home and eat them later." Good. Speaking of going home, Oh Zilong thought of a question. Did Ingbao want them to go home together today? He would ask Ingbao's opinion first. "Ingbao, do you want to go home with daddy and uncle today?" Zhao Jiaying replied in a baby voice, yes, Ingbao will naturally go home with you since she has found daddy and uncle. Even if they don't mention this question today, Zhao Jiaying will brazenly go home with them because she came with a mission and won't be able to complete it if she doesn't go home with them. Zhao Jiaying is willing to go home with them, and Oh Zilong is very happy. With her, the family will definitely be a lot more lively in the future. Grandma will also like Ingbao very much when she sees her. She's been nagging for a great-grandchild, right? Here's one ready and waiting. But there's still a problem. His brother, Oh Zichin, hasn't yet acknowledged that Zhao Jiaying is his daughter. What if he doesn't agree to taking Bao back? To make sure everything is in order, Oh Zilong sent Grandma Lin Jinju a photo of Zhao Jiaying having lunch, with the following caption: "Cute baby dropped in from the sky, big brother happy to be a dad." Soon Lin Jinju replied, "Bring the person back." Oh Zilong replied with an OK sign, then put the phone away. Ingbao, second uncle tells you, at second uncle and daddy's house, we have another grandmother, Ingbao's great-grandmother. When you go home later and see her, remember to call her great-grandmother, okay? Zhao Jiaying nodded obediently. But just now, why didn't second uncle mention the grandparents? Don't they live together? Uncle, where are grandpa and grandma? Don't they live with us? Zhao Jiaying is quick to make friends, and so quickly brought up the subject of living together. Speaking of his parents, Oh Zilong felt a little sad. His parents died in a traffic accident when he was 6 years old. Over the years, only his brother Oh Zichin and grandmother Lin Jinju have been by his side, so they are the only 2 family members he has left. However, starting today, he has another family member, Ingbao. Faced with Ingbao's burning gaze, Zilong could not bear to make her sad, and tactfully said, "Grandparents are not going to live with us because they have gone to a very far away place and will never come back." Speaking of which, Zhao Jiaying suddenly remembered when her grandfather died. She cried very sadly, and her mother comforted her, saying, "Ingbao, don't be sad. Although your grandfather will never come back in the future, he is actually living in the sky. And don't worry, your grandfather won't be lonely in the sky. Your grandmother is also living there, and she will keep him company." When Grandpa was still alive, he was the one who always kept Ying company and took care of her. After he passed away, Zhao Yunqi was worried that Ying would be bored and scared at home alone, so she bought an Alaskan Malamute, which is Tang Yuan. Indeed, after Tang Yuan came, Zhao Ying became much happier and gradually got over the pain of Grandpa's death. She and Tang Yuan also became the best of friends and were inseparable every day. Zhao Jiaying remembered that her second uncle, Oh Zilong, had looked a little sad when he had mentioned her grandparents, and knew that he must be missing them. So she went up to him, put her arms around his neck, and comforted him. "Second uncle, don't be sad. Your grandparents won't be lonely in heaven. They'll be there with my grandparents, and they'll keep them company. And you won't be lonely either, because you have daddy, and you have great-grandma and Ingbao to keep you company. Ingbao will make sure that you and daddy and great-grandma are happy every day." No one has ever said such words to him before, but now Ingbao's words really made his heart feel sweet and warm. He hugged Ing Bao and kissed her white, tender cheek, saying, "Good, in the future, with Ing Bao here, I will definitely be happy." Zhao Jiaying gave O Zilong a sweet smile, instantly melting him. He looked at his watch, it was almost time to go off duty. "Ing Bao, let's go to your father's office, we're going home." "Okay." When leaving O Zilong's office, she didn't forget to take the 2 remaining cakes that she hadn't eaten, and left them there overnight, they would definitely be rotten tomorrow. Her motto is, cherish food and eliminate waste. Not to mention such delicious cakes, naturally not a single bit can be wasted. Arrived at O Zichen's office. "Brother, we should go home." "Okay, just give me a second." O Zichen looked down and finished the work in his hands, then slowly stood up. Seeing Zhao Jiaying stunned, he had been busy working all afternoon and had actually forgotten about her. Now what should he do with her? He couldn't let her go home with him, could he? Before the paternity test results came back, he couldn't let his grandmother know about her. What if the test results didn't prove that she was his daughter, and his grandmother fell for her? It's not that he doesn't want to raise Zhao Jiaying. With the financial resources of the O Group, not to mention just one Zhao Jiaying, even if there were 100, it would be more than enough to raise them. But is raising a child really just about feeding it and giving it a place to live? O Zichen now has to take care of his grandmother, watch his younger brother O Zilong, and run such a large group, so he really doesn't have the energy to take care of a child. If she is his biological child, then it is his responsibility. If not, he really doesn't want to get involved. "Zilong, come here for a second." Zilong quickly walked over and asked, "What's wrong, brother? Where is Ing Bao going to stay tonight?" Zichen asked in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. After all, Ing was right here. "Naturally, she'll go back with us." "No, we can't take her back until the paternity test results come back, and we can't let Grandma know either." O Zilong was indeed far-sighted and knew that his brother would not agree to take Zhao Jiaying back. Fortunately, he had sent a message to Grandma in advance. "Brother, it's late, Grandma already knows about Ing Bao, and she has repeatedly asked me to take her back, so Ing Bao must go home with them." O Zichen raised his hand, suddenly wanting to slap him to death, but Zhao Jiaying was watching, so the raised palm did not hit. O Zilong instinctively reached out to block the slap in the face, but it never came. He glanced at O Zichen and saw that his hand was still in the air, but his eyes were fixed on Zhao Jiaying. He also knew that he couldn't hit anyone in front of a child, so it seemed that in the future, with Ing Bao around, he would have much less of a chance to get hit. Suddenly, he felt that telling his grandmother about Ing Bao was a very correct thing to do. O Zilong cleared his throat and said, "Brother, Grandma is waiting for us to go back, let's go." After saying that, without waiting for his reaction, he walked over to Zhao Jiaying and said, "Ing Bao, let's go home." "Uncle, why did Daddy just want to hit you?" O Zichen followed behind and heard Ing Bao's question. Had his own behavior just now scared her? "No, Daddy was just playing with Uncle." O Zilong told a lie, but it was a kind of white lie. Zhao Jiaying suddenly stopped walking, put her hands on her hips, and lectured the 2 brothers like a little adult. "Daddy, Uncle, no matter if it's hitting or fighting, this kind of behavior is wrong. If the police see it, they will be taken to the police station. Don't do this again in the future, okay? If you have something to say it nicely. Using violence is not the way of a gentleman." "Ing Bao, you are absolutely right. I applaud you. From now on, your uncle and your father will stop fighting and using violence, right?" O Zilong gave O Zichen a wink. O Zichen was depressed. Was he being lectured by a little brat? And he called him a man of no integrity? Although he was very dissatisfied, he still responded to Zhao Jiaying's words. "I got it. What a pair of adults to worry about. It's really not easy being a baby. The first time I meet my father and uncle, I have to give them a lecture." Then Ing Bao gave the command, "Let's go home." Chapter 6, The Great-Great-Grandson of Shao Jin. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the O Manor. "Ing Bao, we're home already," O Zilong told her. It was dark by now, and the street lamps on both sides of the road were bright. Zhao Jiaying looked outside through the car window. Although it was dark and she couldn't see clearly, she knew that this place was very, very big. The O Manor covered an area of 1,000 mu, and the villa was in the center of the entire manor. The back of the villa faces north, where there is a large artificial rockery, and the south is the main entrance. Going through the gate is a large road that leads directly to the villa, and in front of the villa there is a large circular fountain pool. To the west there is a large orchard full of all kinds of fruit, and not far away there is also a large lotus pond. To the east there is a green lawn, as well as a swimming pool and a greenhouse. The car stopped next to the fountain pool. After Zhao Jiaying got out of the car, she was stunned by the villa in front of her, and her small mouth opened into an O shape. "Uncle, this is a castle, right?" She asked this because the villa in front of her looked as magnificent as the castles she had seen in fairy tales. Oh Zilong smiled and said fondly, "Yes, this is the castle, and Yingbao will be the little princess here in the future." The two brothers led Zhao Jiaying and Tang Yuan towards the inner room. Grandma Lin Zhenju was sitting in the middle of the living room, reading a magazine with her reading glasses on. From time to time, she let out a burst of laughter, which Ozichin and the others had heard from the doorway. "Grandma, we're back." "Grandma." Hearing her called, Lin Zhenju put down the magazine in her hands, took off her reading glasses, and looked at them. But when she saw Zhao Jiaying, she was stunned. When she saw the photo in the afternoon, she thought it looked a lot like Ozichin, but now that she saw the real person, it was like they were carved from the same mold. "You must be Yingbao, come over here and let your great-grandmother take a look." Zilong nudged her gently, "Your great-grandmother is calling you, go." Zhao Jiaying walked over with short little legs and sweetly called out, "Hello, great-grandmother." "Very good, you really are a sensible and good child. From now on, you will be our family's little granddaughter and my Lin Zhenju's little great-great-grandson." Lin Zhenju looked at little Yingbao and was so happy in her heart. "Grandma, the paternity test hasn't come back yet, so she might not be your little golden great-grandson." Zichin tried to warn her. "You're full of shit. This baby looks exactly like you, so how could it not be? There's no need to wait for the paternity test. I'm announcing it now. Yingbao is from now on our family's little granddaughter, my Lin Zhenjin's little golden great-grandson. Are you all clear?" The "you" here refers to everyone except Zichin and Zilong, as well as the butler and the servants present. The butler and the servants replied in unison, "Yes, madam." Grandma Zichin was a little exasperated. "What? Are you questioning my decision?" "Grandson, I dare not." In the end, Zichin lost. In the face of the domineering Lin Zhenjin, Zichin instantly wilted. Zilong, Grandma is still awesome. Once she steps in, my brother is completely at a loss. It seems that my brother's life will be a bit difficult in the future. Lin Zhenju, the matriarch of the O family, is 76 years old. Don't let her current appearance fool you. She's a young at heart who spends her days gardening, playing cards, reading magazines, watching movies, and so on. But she is the queen of queens, having single-handedly raised her family after the tragic death of her son and daughter-in-law. Not only does she have to manage the affairs of the group, but she also has to take care of her two young grandchildren, but she manages it all perfectly. In the business world, she is decisive and has a sharp eye for detail, and is recognized as a powerful woman in the city. At home, her two grandchildren love and respect her and never disobey her. As the eldest son and grandson of the O family, Zichin was intelligent from an early age and picked up everything quickly. So, unable to bear to see her grandmother work so hard, at the age of 20, he took over the family business, and Lin Zhenju retired. But even though she is no longer the president of the group, her kind of kingly aura still exists, and her two grandsons still obey her commands. Hearing everyone's promise, Lin Zhenju nodded with satisfaction, put away her fierce gaze, and her whole person became gentle, saying to Zhao Jiaying, "Yingbao, you don't have to worry. With great-grandma here, your father will not dare not to recognize you. In the future, you can just live here peacefully and be a little princess, okay?" Zhao Jiaying is a very perceptive person. From what just happened, it can be seen that the Lin Zhenju in front of her is the person with the highest status in this family, and even Zichin and Zilong have to be wary of her. So as long as she pleases Lin Zhenju, it will be much easier for her to enter the door in the future. "Well, thank you, grandmother. Not only is you young and beautiful, you are also so good to Yingbao. Yingbao likes you the most." Lin Zhenju was amused by Zhao Jiaying's words and beamed from ear to ear. Zichin gave Zhao Jiaying a somewhat disdainful look. This little brownoser is so good at flattering people, no wonder grandma likes her so much. Then he gave Zilong a resentful look. It's all his fault. Feeling his brother's resentful gaze, Zilong quickly walked over to grandma's side, because his brother was so scary. Yingbao beckoned to Tang Yuan and introduced him to her great-grandmother. Tang Yuan came over and Yingbao said, "This is my great-grandmother, and she will be your great-grandmother too, understand?" Tang Yuan responded to his young master. "Great-grandmother, this is my best friend, his name is Tang Yuan, he is very obedient, and he can play with you in the future too, Ing Bao said in a baby voice. Very well, very well. Grandma will be very happy to have you two to keep her company. Since her son and daughter-in-law passed away, Lin Zhenju has been busy with work and taking care of her grandson. She hasn't been this happy in a long time. Zichen is also relieved to see the happy smile on her grandmother's face. Maybe it was the right decision to bring Ing Bao back. Grandma has worked hard all her life, and her greatest wish now is to meet her little golden great-grandson, so this can be considered fulfilling her wish. Lin Zhenju suddenly thought of a question, Zhao Jiaying's mother. Ing Bao, where's your mommy? Mommy went to work abroad, and during that time, the aunt from the neighborhood took care of me. Zhao Jiaying didn't say anything, just that her mommy went to work. How could your mommy be so heartless as to leave such a young child in someone else's care? When it came to her mommy, Zhao Jiaying saw that Lin Zhenju was a little upset, and she was worried that her mommy had left a bad impression on her. In a hurry and with a sense of grievance, she explained. Grandma, don't say that about mommy. Mommy is a very capable doctor. She went abroad to treat sick children. Those children are very pitiful. Their place is very poor. They usually don't have enough to eat, and when they get sick, they don't have the money to get treatment. Mommy sacrificed the time she spent with Ing Bao to treat the children. It seems that she misunderstood. She didn't realize that Ing Bao's mommy is so great, and she also realized that she had said the wrong thing. Mothers are the best in front of their children. Don't be angry with me for saying something bad about your mother in front of you. I'm sorry, Ing Bao. I didn't know that your mother is such a great doctor. I won't say anything bad about her anymore. Don't be angry with me, okay? Zilong and Zichen were sincerely impressed when they heard Ing Bao talk about her mother, and they were even more curious to meet her in person. Ignorance is not a crime. Tai Tai didn't know about my mother just now, so I won't be angry with Tai Tai. After saying this, she gave her a sweet smile, revealing 2 deep dimples, which instantly made Lin Zhenju's heart melt. She patted Zhao Jiaying's head and said, Ing Bao must be hungry, right? Tai Tai told them to prepare a lot of delicious food, let's go eat. The old and the young held hands and walked towards the dining room. Zilong followed suit, and Zichen finally walked up as well. Chapter 7, Daddy holds her while she eats. The dining table was full of all kinds of dishes, filling the table. Zhao Jiaying was stunned. These dishes would be enough for her and Aunt Yan Xiaohua's family to eat for several days. Grandma, are we the only 4 people eating all these dishes? The long dining table was only occupied by the 4 of them, her, Zichen, Zilong and Lin Zhenju. The butler and maid were standing nearby. There were so many dishes, they couldn't possibly finish them all, so she couldn't help but ask. Yes, great-grandma didn't know what Ing Bao liked to eat, so she had them prepare a bit more. What's wrong? Does Ing Bao not like these dishes? After receiving the message in the afternoon, Lin Zhenju had the kitchen start preparing the evening's dishes, and make a few extra so that there would always be something Ing Bao liked to eat. No, Ing Bao likes them all, but there's just so much food, we won't be able to finish it all, and that would be a waste. There's enough food on this table for my aunt and her family and I to eat for days. Eat for days? Zichen was surprised. Could it be that the child has not been well off over the years? But he didn't ask, for fear that the child would be sad. But Lin Zhenjun didn't think about that, and asked directly. Ing Bao, you have suffered a lot over the years, haven't you? Lin Zhenju felt a little sad for Ing Bao when she heard her say that they had to eat this whole table of food for several days. No, Ing Bao hasn't suffered at all. Your aunt and her family have been very good to Ing Bao. They always let her eat the best food first. If anything, it's your aunt and her family that have suffered. When Lin Zhenju mentioned Yang Xiaohua's family, Zhao Jiaying seemed to feel a little sad. Their family had really suffered. Seeing that Zhao Jiaying was a little sad, Lin Zhenju hurriedly changed the subject. Forget about that, Ing Bao, eat your food quickly, or else it will get cold. Zhao Jiaying looked up at Lin Zhenju and said seriously, Grandma, in the future, let Uncle Chef not make so much food, and don't have to specially accommodate Ing Bao. Ing Bao is not a picky eater and will eat anything. Zilong continued Zhao Jiaying's words and said, Yes, Grandma, listen to Ing Bao. Her mother has educated her well, and she can't waste food. I was lectured by her once at lunch. I also feel that there is some waste in our family's meals. Ing Bao said that there are still many people who don't get enough to eat every day, right Ing Bao? Zhao Jiaying nodded fiercely. Yes, great-grandma, if we save up all this wasted money, we can give a big meal to all those people who don't have enough to eat. Lin Jinju is very pleased that her child is so sensible, and is very curious about her biological mother. What kind of person is she that she can educate her child so well? Also curious is Zichen. If Zhao Jiaying really is his biological daughter, what he wants to know even more is how she got pregnant with Zhao Jiaying. Okay, I'll listen to Yingbao from now on. Lin Jinju then said to the housekeeper Lu Sa, from now on, do whatever the young lady says. The dishes can be varied, but not too much. Just make the amount you can finish every day. Yes, madam. If there's any food left over today, save it for tomorrow. In the past, any food left over would be thrown away because they never ate leftovers. But now that Zhao Jiaying is here, she must set a good example. Yingbao, do you think this is a good arrangement? Yes. Great, Grandma. Zhao Jiaying gave her a little double thumbs up. Let's eat. But Zhao Jiaying suddenly got up from her chair, ran to the living room, and Lin Jinju and the others, not knowing what was going on, were about to ask. She took a bowl out of her backpack and ran back to the kitchen, and Granny Lu hurriedly followed. Little miss, if you need anything, let Grandma Lu help you. Zhao Jiaying originally wanted to refuse, but she could not reach the sink because it was too high, so she politely said, Grandma Lu, I want to wash this bowl, but I'm not tall enough, so could you please help me wash it? What a polite and likable child. Grandma Lu took the bowl from her hand and said, Okay, Grandma Lu will help you wash it right away. Lin Jinju and the others were waiting at the table, puzzled, saying, Yingbao, what's wrong? There's already a bowl on the table, right? Why did she go get another one? Or is she used to using her own bowl? Zichen couldn't figure it out either, but Zilong knew the reason. He said calmly, Grandma, that's not Yingbao's bowl, it's Tang Yuan's bowl. She has to fill it with Tang Yuan's food before she'll eat. Lin Jinju then remembered the dog Tang Yuan next to Zhao Jiaying and said to it, Tang Yuan, you're very lucky to have such a good owner. Tang Yuan wagged its tail in response to Lin Jinju's words. Indeed, it was very lucky. Zhao Jiaying was the best owner it had ever met. After a while, Auntie Lu handed Zhao Jiaying Tang Yuan's bowl, which she had washed clean. She took the bowl and sweetly said, Thank you, Grandma Lu. What a good boy. Auntie Lu followed her out. Zhao Jiaying returned to the table. The chair was a little high, and she struggled to climb up. She was preparing to serve Tang Yuan some food, but the table was really big, and she couldn't reach many of the dishes. Zilong saw how difficult it was for her, took the bowl from her hand, and said, Yingbao, let uncle help you. Just tell me what you want. Zhao Jiaying didn't refuse, and simply said, Okay, thank you, uncle. She pointed to several dishes in a row, and Zilong picked up some of everything, filling the bowl of Tang Yuan instantly. Zhao Jiaying brought it to the Tang Yuan and said, Tang Yuan, let's eat. We still have to finish all the food, and we can't waste it. Tang Yuan obediently lowered his head and ate carefully. Zhao Jiaying climbed back into her chair, sat down, and then said to everyone, Great-grandma, daddy, uncle, let's eat. Everyone heard Yingbao's words and only then picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Yingbao had only just arrived, but she was already very popular with everyone and they did whatever she said. However, this meal was a bit of a struggle for Zhao Jiaying, because she was so small and the table was too high and big. Sitting in her chair, she had some difficulty picking up food with her chopsticks. The observant Zichen quickly noticed this and went over to Zhao Jiaying, picked her up and placed her on his lap. You little thing are so short, you can't even reach the food. Sit on my lap and you'll have a better time eating. Zhao Jiaying sat on Zichen's lap and instantly felt much taller. Eating became a lot less difficult. So she turned her head and gave him a sweet smile, saying, Thank you, Daddy. Mom? Zhao Jiaying's smile is poisonous, and Zichen was instantly melted by her sweet smile. Does she have to be so cute? He felt like his defenses were about to be breached. Chapter 8, Auntie's Concerns. Lin Jinju then realized that Zhao Jiaying was just a child and needed a baby seat to eat, which she had neglected. Zilong, after we finish eating, have the maternity store send Yingbao a baby seat. Send it over tonight, so it will be ready for breakfast tomorrow. Otherwise, Yingbao won't be able to reach it when she eats breakfast tomorrow. Okay, Grandma, I'll have them send it over right away. Zichen held Zhao Jiaying in his arms while serving her food, and Yingbao was eating with great relish. This scene looked so warm and fuzzy to Lin Jinju and Zilong. They never thought that Zichen could also be so gentle and considerate. After a while, Zhao Jiaying finished eating and said to Ozichan, "Daddy, I'm full. You haven't eaten because you've been holding me, so you should hurry and eat." Ozichan put her down and went back to his seat to eat. Zhao Jiaying looked at Tang Yuan and saw that he had already finished eating. She picked up his bowl and ran back to the kitchen. Knowing that she wanted to wash the dishes again, Mrs. Lu stopped her and said, "Miss Sun, in the future, you can just leave the dishes to Grandma Lu." But Zhao Jiaying replied in a baby voice, "Grandma Lu, Yingbao can wash the dishes by herself, as long as you give me a chair, otherwise I can't reach them." Lin Zhenju immediately became nervous when she heard that Zhao Jiaying wanted to move a chair to wash the dishes. What if she fell off the chair? So she said to her with deep concern, "Yingbao, in the future, you should leave these things like washing the dishes to Grandma Lu and the others. You are still young and can't move a chair up there to wash the dishes. If you accidentally fall and hurt yourself, Grandma will be very sad. You don't want to make Grandma sad, do you?" Zhao Jiaying walked up to Lin Zhenju, looked at her with big watery eyes, and said in a baby voice, "No, Yingbao doesn't want to make Tai 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 sad. Yingbao just wants Tai 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 to be happy every day. Sure enough, he is a good great-grandson who understands and cares for others. So, in the future, just leave these things to them, and they will definitely wash the glutinous rice balls clean. If Yingbao really wants to learn how to wash dishes, when she grows up, she can let Grandma Lu and the others teach her, okay?" Lin Yuqin did not instill that kind of spoiled thinking in Zhao Jiaying. She would not oppose whatever Yingbao wanted to learn and do. Moreover, she did not think that it was a shame for a rich girl to do housework. On the contrary, she looked down on people who knew nothing and were unwilling to learn or do anything. Yes, her family is rich beyond compare, and they can afford to spoil Zhao Jiaying and even have someone carry her around every day. But what's the difference between that and raising a useless person? That's not what she wants, and it's certainly not what Zhao Jiaying wants. Zhao Jiaying thought about it and decided that she couldn't let her elders worry about her. Since they all felt that she was too young to do these things, she would just learn when she was older. She handed the bowl of Tang Yuan back to Mrs. Lu and said politely, "Thank you, Grandma Lu, I'll leave it to you from now on." Then she turned to Tang Yuan and said, "Tang Yuan, from now on, it's Grandma Lu who'll help you wash the dishes, so you have to thank her too." Tang Yuan barked twice at Mrs. Lu to express his gratitude. What a polite and good boy. You've taught the dog so well. The old lady is really blessed to have such a great grandson. These words were directed at Lin Zhenju. Yes, it's not only my blessing, but also the blessing of our entire family. Zhao Jiaying saw that everyone had a smile on their face, so she also showed a sweet smile. Being able to make everyone happy, of course Yingbao was happy too. After dinner, Lin Zhenju asked Zhao Jiaying for her opinion, should they sleep in the same room or in separate rooms? Lin Zhenju's original intention was to let Yingbao sleep with her, as it was her first time spending the night in an unfamiliar environment and she was worried that she would be scared at night. "Grandma, I want to sleep in a separate room. Yingbao is no longer a 3-year-old, she can sleep by herself. She is clearly not yet 4 years old, how is she not a 3-year-old? Seeing that she insisted on sleeping on her own, Lin Zhenju didn't insist either, but there was no children's room in the house, so for the time being she was arranged to sleep in a guest room on the second floor. She would move to the children's room when it was decorated by someone else some other day. Although it was only a guest room, it was very luxurious and stylish, with furniture, a TV, a bathroom and everything else. The only thing Zhao Jiaying felt was a bit of a letdown was that the style of decoration in this room was in cool colors, which she didn't really like. She liked warm and festive colors, which looked more comfortable. But she is not too picky, because she will move to the decorated children's room later, so she will just make do for now. Back in her room, Zhao Jiaying takes out her iPad and sends a video application to her aunt Yang Xiuhua. She hasn't been back all day, and her aunt and uncle should be worried sick. The video connects quickly. "Yingbao, where have you been? Do you know that your aunt and uncle have been looking for you all day, thinking that you have been taken by a bad person, and they were about to go to the police?" Yang Xiuhua's worried voice could be heard over the line. It was clear that she was extremely worried. "Auntie, I'm sorry, Yingbao is bad, I've caused you all to worry. But don't worry, I haven't been captured by the bad guys, I've just gone to find my father. Auntie, I'll tell you, I found my real father, I'm at his house right now. Apart from my father, there's also my second uncle and my great-grandmother there, and they've all been very good to Yingbao." Yang Xiuhua doesn't know who Zhao Jiaying's real father is, because Zhao Yunqi has never mentioned it. Now that Zhao Jiaying suddenly says she has found her real father, to be honest, she doesn't believe it. She is not afraid of anything, but she is afraid that Yingbao has been cheated. Before Zhao Yunxi left the country, she repeatedly told her to take good care of Zhao Jiaying. If she is now cheated by someone else, then when Zhao Yunxi returns, where is she going to find another Ying Bao to compensate her? Ying Bao, have you been cheated? Your mother never told you who your father is. How do you know this person is your father? Tell your auntie where you are, and your uncle and I will come and get you right away. Auntie, Ying Bao is not lying to you, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll send you the location here, you can come and see for yourself tomorrow. It's too late tonight, don't come over. It's late, and she's coming from her house here, so Zhao Jiaying should be worried about them. Ying Bao, is what you said true? Did you really find your father? To be honest, Yang Xiuhua still didn't quite believe it. Really, auntie, when has Ying Bao ever lied to you? That's true. In Yang Xiuhua's eyes, Zhao Jiaying was a very good child who had never lied and would never lie. Chapter 9, Little Lucky Star. Are you sure you're not in danger right now? Even if he is your biological father, who knows if he's a good person? It's better to be cautious. No, auntie, don't you trust Ying Bao yet? Ying Bao is a highly intelligent baby, and no one would dare to do anything to her. Don't worry. That's true. She's never met a child as smart as Ying Bao. If a bad person saw her, they'd probably turn around and walk away. This little girl has a lot of devious ideas and can definitely trick people. But she still has to go take a look to be completely at ease. Okay, then send your location to your auntie, and she'll go take a look in the morning. Otherwise, your auntie won't be at ease no matter what. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jiaying quickly sent her location, and then said to Tang Yuan, let's go, I'll go give you a bath. Zhao Jiaying is a very clean person, and she bathes Tang Yuan every day, and gives it a nice scrub as well. So Tang Yuan is always clean and fresh, and doesn't smell like a dog at all. Yang Xiuhua received the location sent by Zhao Jiaying, opened it and took a look. She had no knowledge of the address and didn't know where it was. At this time, her husband Sun Dahai returned and anxiously asked, how is it? Has Ying Bao returned yet? Yang Xiuhua didn't say anything, but just shook her head because she was thinking about something. Sun Dahai became even more anxious and said, no, we have to go to the police. Ying Bao has been missing for almost a day. No need. I already know where Ying Bao is. Where? Yang Xiuhua pointed at the address on her phone, which Zhao Jiaying had sent, and said, Ying Bao is here. Sun Dahai looked at the address on the positioning and didn't know what place it was either. He had a big question mark over his head. Where is this? Why is Ying Bao there? Ying Bao said that this is where her father lives, and that she has been missing for a day, so she went to find her father. Find her father? Sun Hai was even more confused, and continued to have a big question mark over his head. He had the same reaction as Yang Xiuhua. Could it be that Ying Bao has been tricked by a bad person? No, Ying Bao said that she really found her real father, and she even sent me the location. She knew that we would be worried, so she asked me to go over there tomorrow. It's good to know that she hasn't been deceived. Knowing that Ying Bao has gone missing, Sun Dahai took half a day off work to go look for her, fearing that she had been captured by bad people. Now that she is safe, he is suddenly relieved. Then you should go and check up on her tomorrow to make sure that she is really okay, otherwise we won't be able to explain to Yunxi's sister in the future. I won't go with you, I took half a day off this afternoon, and I can't take any more time off tomorrow. Sun Dahai was heartbroken to have taken half a day off work today and had 80 yuan deducted from his salary. But this money is not as important as Ying Bao. Now that I know Ying Bao is fine, it was worth deducting this money. At worst, I can work overtime to earn it back in the future. We definitely have to go, but I don't even know where this place is. How do we get there? Yang Xiuhua was just thinking about this. She is a rural woman who has been in Bin City for so long, but has never been anywhere. She has always been active in the area around her home, and she doesn't know many places at all, so she really doesn't know how to get to the address Zhao Jiaying gave her. If that doesn't work, just take a taxi. The taxi driver will definitely know where it is. Sun Dahai also had no idea where it was. After coming to Bin City from his hometown, he had been working in a factory nearby, and had neither the time nor the money to go elsewhere. Taking a taxi? That must be expensive. Yang Xiuhua usually couldn't even afford to take the bus, and only when she went to the city hospital to see her son did she spend a few yuan to take the bus, because without a ride she simply couldn't go. Now, when she heard that they had to take a taxi to find Zhao Jiaying, Yang Xiuhua felt a little reluctant, because they were already short of money. A taxi ride would probably cost them a day's worth of food expenses. It wasn't that she was stingy, but her family was really poor. Her son Hoyan's illness had already used up all the money that she and Sun Dahai had saved up with great difficulty. Not only that, they also owed a lot of external debt, and now every month's earnings had to be used to pay off the debt. Even if it's expensive, we can't save on this. We must ensure Ingbao's safety. Yunxi has entrusted Ingbao to us, so we must be responsible for her safety. Otherwise, how can we explain to Yunxi? Sun Hai embraced Yang Xiuhua's shoulders and continued, Xiuhua, don't worry about the money. The worst that can happen is that I won't take any days off this month and work overtime to earn it back. Over the years, the burden of the family has fallen on Sun Haidong alone. Even if he works overtime without rest, he can only earn a maximum of 8,000 yuan a month. After paying the living expenses, the rest of the money is used to pay off the debts. Yang Xiuhua feels sorry for him and is also worried that he will burn out. Honey, you have worked hard over the years. Not at all. As long as our family can stay together, it is worth it if I get tired and suffer a bit. Good people will be rewarded, and good people will definitely be blessed by heaven. And this good news will come soon, because Zhao Jiaying is their little lucky star. Chapter 10, Paternity Test Report. The next morning, 7:40 a.m. Lin Zhenju, Zichen, Zilong, and Zhao Jiaying sat at the table eating breakfast. Ingbao, did you sleep well last night? Lin Zhenju asked. Grandma, the big bed in the room was so soft and comfortable, Ingbao slept like a log. Zhao Jiaying is not used to sleeping in different beds, and since it was the first time she slept in such a soft and comfortable bed, she slept very well. That's great, as long as Ingbao likes it. At that moment, Su Jianfeng arrived. He was here to deliver the paternity report. Yesterday, Zichen told him to bring it to him as soon as it was available. Su Jianfeng went to the hospital at 7 a.m. to get the paternity report. He could have gone to the company to give it to him, but he thought Zichen might be anxious to know the result, so he hurried over. It happened that the family was having breakfast, so Su Jianfeng respectfully greeted Lin Zhenju. Good morning, madam. Then he handed the envelope to Zichen and said, President, this is the paternity test report. Ah, Jianfeng, you're here. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, sit down and eat with us. Lin Zhenju waved at Su Jianfeng. Then she said to the housekeeper, Auntie Lu, quickly get Jianfeng a pair of chopsticks. Yes, madam. Su Jianfeng had wanted to politely refuse, but Lin Zhenju had already sent someone to get the chopsticks, and since he hadn't had breakfast either, he said politely, Thank you, madam. Then he sat down next to Zilong. Zichen took the file bag and quickly pulled out the results inside. When he saw the last line of words, the possibility of a biological kinship between Zichen and Zhao Jiaying is 99.9999%, he froze in his tracks, unable to believe the result. How is this possible? How could this be the result? He is clearly a virgin and has never donated sperm, so how did he suddenly have a biological daughter? Zilong saw Zichen standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what the result was, so he walked over and took the identification report out of his hands. When he also saw the last line of words at the bottom of the report, he excitedly picked up Zhao Jiaying next to him and spun her around, shouting, Ingbao is so great, you really are a descendant of our family. With these words, everyone present understood. Su Jianfeng immediately congratulated Lin Zhenju, Madam, congratulations on your new great-great-grandchild. Very good. Lin Zhenju was very happy. Although I had already decided yesterday that Zhao Jiaying was their descendant, today's paternity test report confirmed it, and she was even more at ease. Zilong, quickly put Ingbao down, don't drop her. Now it is confirmed that Zhao Jiaying is Zichen's biological daughter, the little golden great-granddaughter of family matriarch Lin Zhenju, and she is very precious. She can't afford to be bumped or bruised in the slightest. After Zhao Jiaying came down, she walked up to Zichen, beaming from ear to ear, and said in a baby voice, Daddy, you see, Ingbao didn't lie to you, you really are Ingbao's biological father. Zichen looked at Zhao Jiaying, a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. It was indeed his biological child, so he would take good care of her in the future. But he really couldn't figure out how Zhao Jiaying's mother had conceived her. He thought that only her mother could tell him the answer. He stroked Zhao Jiaying's head and said in a very soft tone, Daddy knows. Can you tell Daddy your mommy's contact information now? Zhao Jiaying shook her head and said, Daddy, Mommy can't be contacted right now. If you want to see her, you'll have to wait 6 months. She'll be back after 6 months. Really? How come Ozichin doesn't believe it? Without her mommy's contact information, he doesn't believe they haven't been in contact. Really? Then you must know where your mother has gone, right? Zhao Jiaying still shook her head and replied, I don't know. She is not stupid. If she tells him now, he will definitely go find his mother and scold her, so she will not give him that chance. Ozichin became a little angry, his face became serious, and he said loudly, Ingbao, lying is not a good thing to do, and daddy doesn't like lying children. Ozichin's serious look scared Zhao Jiaying, and she immediately ran to Lin Jinju and said very aggrieved, Grandma, daddy was mean to me, he doesn't believe what Ingbao said. Lin Jinju looked at Zhao Jiaying, who was aggrieved and wanted to cry, and hugged her in her arms, distressed. She scolded Ozichin. Alright, the child already said she didn't know, why are you scolding her? Didn't you say her mommy would be back in 6 months? What's the matter? You can't even wait 6 months. Lin Jinju lost her temper, and Ozichin instantly wilted. Grandma, I didn't mean it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so loudly. Since you know you were wrong, why don't you apologize to Ingbao quickly? You see, you just scared her so much that she's about to cry. Ozichin saw Zhao Jiaying huddled in Lin Jinju's arms, looking at him a little scared. Maybe he was a little too harsh just now. After all, she's just a child. No matter what, it's not the child's fault. He walked up to Zhao Jiaying, crouched down to look her in the eye, and said softly, Ingbao, I'm sorry, just now daddy shouldn't have yelled at you. Will you forgive daddy this time? Zhao Jiaying came out of Lin Jinju's arms and glared at the beautiful full stop as she looked at Ozichin. Then you can't yell at me again in the future. Okay, daddy won't yell at you in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiaying smiled sweetly, revealing 2 deep dimples that melted the hearts of everyone present. Okay, then I forgive you. Then, hugging Ozichin's neck, she kissed him on the cheek. Seeing this, Ozilong brought his face closer and said, Ingbao, Uncle Zilong also wants a kiss. So Zhao Jiaying also gave Ozilong a kiss on the cheek. Ozilong felt so sweet when he touched his face. However, Ozichin was unhappy and said to Zhao Jiaying, Ingbao, you can't kiss your uncle in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Jiaying had a big question mark on her head. Daddy, why? Ozilong also didn't understand why he couldn't kiss him. Brother, why? After a long time, Ozichin spit out a sentence. Because uncle is often kissed by different women, it's dirty. A poisonous sentence, and Ozilong instantly knew that he had been tricked by his brother. Zhao Jiaying heard this sentence and immediately pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. While wiping she said, I will never kiss uncle again. Everyone present was instantly amused by Zhao Jiaying's such a cute move. Chapter 11, Aunt Xiaohua came to see me. Ozichin smiled with satisfaction. She is worthy of being his daughter, and she is teachable. Ozilong knew that Zhao Jiaying had misunderstood, so he wanted to explain, but Ozichin grabbed his hand and walked out, saying, after breakfast, it's time to go to work. While being dragged along, Ozilong shouted to Zhao Jiaying, Ingbao, don't listen to your father's nonsense, things are not what you think they are. Su Jianfeng saw that his boss had left, so he immediately stood up and said goodbye to Lin Jinju. Old lady, I'm going to work too. Then he said to Zhao Jiaying, Miss Ingbao, goodbye. Zhao Jiaying waved at him too, bye, Uncle Su. Finally, Lin Jinju stood up to speak for Ozilong, because she didn't want Zhao Jiaying to think that Ozilong was someone who was not upstanding. Ingbao, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Your uncle has had a few girlfriends, but he's not that kind of person. Zhao Jiaying nodded with a vague understanding, but Ozichin's dirty word was deeply etched in her mind, so she would never kiss her uncle again in the future. After breakfast, Zhao Jiaying moved a small bench and sat in front of the villa. Lin Jinju didn't understand. Ingbao, what are you doing sitting here? Zhao Jiaying kept staring straight ahead and replied in a baby voice, Grandma, my Aunt Xiaohua is coming to visit me today, so I'm going to sit here and wait for her. Lin Jinju saw this and told her maid Xiaomei to bring a chair over too, so she could sit down and wait with her, and chat with Zhao Jiaying about her previous life, and find out how she had been getting on. Ingbao, who is this Aunt Xiaohua to you? Auntie Xiaohua, she is Ingbao's neighbor. When mommy is not at home, she takes care of Ingbao and cooks for her. Is that so? Does she have anyone else in the family? Lin Jinju continued to ask. She has Uncle Hai and brother Huayang at home, but my brother is not at home, he is sick and in the hospital. Zhao Jiaying felt sad when she talked about son Huayang. The last time she and Yang Xiuhua went to the hospital to visit him, they saw him with tubes in his body and needles in his arms. It was very hard to see, but he comforted Zhao Jiaying, saying, "Don't be sad, Yingbao. Your brother will be discharged from the hospital soon, and then he can play with you." Yang Xiuhua and Sun Dahai have also been very good to Zhao Jiaying. Their family spent all their savings and still owed a lot of money to pay for Sun Huayang's treatment. But they have never treated Zhao Jiaying badly. Every day, they save the delicious food and meat for her to eat, while they often can't even afford to eat a piece of meat themselves. So Zhao Jiaying came to the O family, partly for her mother, and partly for Yang Xiuhua and the others. Today, she has the chance to do so she says to Lin Jinju, "Grandma, Yingbao wants to ask you for a favor." Zhao Jiaying used the word ask. "Yingbao, what is so serious that you need to ask Grandma for help? When my Aunt Xiuhua comes, can you give her some money? Brother Huayang is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment. Their family has run out of money and still owes a lot to others. Uncle Dahai has to work hard every day, which is really hard. I don't want to see them work so hard, so I want to beg you to give them some money so that they can live a little easier in the future." Lin Jinju thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a money problem. It is rare for a child to be so young and already know how to repay kindness and help those who have been kind to her. Lin Jinju was very gratified. She hugged her in her arms and said with a smile, "Grandma thought it was something serious, but it's just a money problem, so of course Grandma is willing to help." Zhao Jiaying stared at Lin Jinju with wide eyes, a little surprised, and said, "Really? Grandma is really willing to help them? Of course, how would Grandma lie to Yingbao? You said Auntie Xiuhua's family treated you so well, which means they are also Grandma's benefactors. Now that they are in trouble, Grandma naturally wants to help them." Hearing that Lin Jinju was willing to help them, Zhao Jiaying jumped up from the small bench excitedly and embraced Lin Jinju. "Grandma is the best, Yingbao likes Grandma the most." Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhao Jiaying so happy, Lin Jinju was happy too. Yang Xiuhua got up early in the morning, ate something at home and then left. She originally wanted to take the bus, but after asking many people, they all said they didn't know how to get there. In the end, she had no choice but to take a taxi. It took more than an hour to reach the gate of the O family manor, and the fare was 158 yuan, which broke Yang Xiuhua's heart. This was their food expenses for 2 or 3 days. After getting off the taxi, Yang Xiuhua was a little dazed when she saw such a large manor. She felt that she might have come to the wrong place. So she took out her mobile phone and looked at it to make sure that this was the right address. Is Yingbao really here? Yang Xiuhua was a little confused. There was a security guard at the entrance to the manor. Yang Xiuhua walked over to him and wanted to ask for some information. The security guard saw her and politely asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "Hello, security guard, I'm looking for a child called Zhao Jiaying. Is she in here?" The security guard looked at Yang Xiuhua's attire and realized that she was not a wealthy person, but he did not look down on her for that reason. Because Lin Jinju had once given a lecture, no matter if they were rich or poor, anyone who came to them was a guest and should be treated with courtesy. The security guard didn't know if there was a child named Zhao Jiaying in the car, because he hadn't seen her at all last night when she was sitting in the car. So he said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go ask for you." "Yes, thank you." The security guard ran all the way there, because there was still some distance from the gate to the villa. When he arrived at the villa, he saw Lin Jinju sitting in the doorway. Next to her was a little girl. He didn't know who the little girl was, so he walked up to Lin Jinju and said respectfully, "Madam, there is a woman at the gate who says she is looking for a child called Zhao Jiaying. Do we have someone here by that name?" Zhao Jiaying immediately jumped up from her stool when she heard that someone was looking for her, and ran outside, naturally followed by Tang Yuan. "It must be my Aunt Xiuhua looking for me, I have to go and meet her." The security guard looked at Zhao Jiaying with a puzzled expression on his face and said, "Madam, is this the little girl?" Lin Jinju nodded nervously and said, "Yes, that's her. She's my little great-grandson. Go and check up on her, don't let her fall." "Hey!" The security guard panicked when he heard this. It turned out to be Miss Sunday. He really didn't know who she was, and immediately gave chase. Chapter 12, Auntie Xiuhua is here. The security guard quickly caught up with Zhao Jiaying and said to her, "Miss Sun, don't worry, your aunt is still waiting outside, she won't go anywhere." "Thank you, uncle." The security guard accompanied Zhao Jiaying to the front door and opened the gate. The moment the door opened, Zhao Jiaying saw Yang Xiuhua and immediately shouted at her, "Auntie, I'm over here." Yang Xiuhua's heart finally sank when she saw Zhao Jiaying. She walked up to Zhao Jiaying and said, "Ingbao, I'm so relieved to see that you're safe and sound." Auntie Ingbao said that she was at Daddy's house, so how could anything have happened to her? "Come, I'll take you inside to meet my great-grandmother." Zhao Jiaying took Yang Xiuhua's hand and walked towards the villa. Along the way, Yang Xiuhua looked around. She had never seen such a big and beautiful place before, and asked Zhao Jiaying, "Ingbao, is this where your father lives? It's so big and beautiful." "Yes, this is my father's house. It's even more beautiful inside. I'll show you." The two of them, one young, one old, walked hand in hand to the front door of the villa, where Lin Zhenju was still waiting. "Grandma, this is my Aunt Xiuhua." Then she said to Yang Xiuhua, "Auntie, this is my great-grandmother." Yang Xiuhua nodded to Lin Zhenju, not knowing what to call her, so she called out, "Hello, old lady." Lin Zhenju smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie Xiuhua, come in and sit." Zhao Jiaying took Yang Xiuhua inside, and Yang Xiuhua was instantly stunned by the luxurious and chic interior decoration of the villa. It was even more beautiful than a palace. Walking over to the sofa in the living room, Zhao Jiaying said to Yang Xiuhua, "Auntie, please sit down." Yang Xiuhua glanced at the sofa and then patted her clothes before sitting down. She was afraid that her dirty clothes would stain the expensive sofa. The maid Xiaolan soon brought Yang Xiuhua tea and snacks. "Auntie Xiuhua, please have some tea," Lin Zhenju said. "Thank you, madam." Yang Xiuhua thanked her politely and took a sip from her teacup. Sitting there, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was too luxurious and gave her a sense of oppression. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and in the end, Lin Zhenju broke the ice by speaking up. "I heard Ingbao call you Aunt Xiuhua, so I will call you Xiuhua in the future. And you don't have to call me madam, just call me Grandma Pearl." Lin Zhenju liked it better when people called her grandma, as it seemed more intimate. "Okay, Grandma Pearl." Yang Xiuhua had thought that rich people were difficult to get along with, but she had never expected Lin Zhenju to be so amiable. Her fear and nervousness instantly diminished by a large margin. "During this period of time, Ingbao has been in your home, and I really want to thank you for taking such good care of her. On behalf of our whole family, I want to thank you for taking such good care of our Ingbao." These were Lin Zhenju's heartfelt words, sincerely thanking the Yang Xiuhua family. "Grandma Lin, you're too polite. Taking care of Ingbao is just a small favor. Compared to the favor Ingbao's mother has done for our family, what we have done is nothing. Besides, Ingbao is very obedient and sensible, so she doesn't need us to worry about her at all. She often helps us with the housework, so I should be thanking her." Zhao Yunqi is the benefactor of Yang Xiuhua's family. When her son collapsed at home with leukemia, it was Zhao Yunqi who promptly took him to the hospital. She also paid for her son's operation, and in the end, her son successfully underwent a bone marrow transplant. However, her son has not yet fully recovered and will need to continue treatment in the hospital for some time, and he will not be discharged from the hospital for a few months. Zhao Yunqi knows that her family is in financial difficulty, and she is usually quite busy at work, so she asks her to help take care of Zhao Jiaying. This will help the family make ends meet, and she can work without worry. This time, when she goes abroad to work, she will leave Zhao Jiaying in their care, because she trusts them to take good care of her granddaughter. Lin Zhenju is also very happy when she hears others praise her little great-grandson. Yes, Ingbao is indeed a good boy. After spending the night with Zhao Jiaying, it was clear from her words and actions that she was a really good kid. Yang Xiuhua thought, since Zhao Jiaying has found her real father, she naturally won't go back with me. What's more, this family is so rich, they will certainly not mistreat Zhao Jiaying, which is better than going back with me and suffering. She took a taxi here today especially to make sure that Zhao Jiaying was safe and sound, and now that she sees that she is all right, she is also relieved. She stood up and said goodbye to them. When she came in the morning, she spent more than 100 yuan on the taxi, which broke her heart. She couldn't take a taxi on the way back, so she had to leave early to find out if there was a bus she could take back. After all, taking the bus was cheap, just a few yuan. "Grandma Pearl, now that I've seen Ingbao is safe and sound, I'll go back first." "Auntie, are you going back so soon?" Zhao Jiaying took Yang Xiuhua's hand, a little reluctant. "Yes, Xiuhua, we just got here, and the bench hasn't even warmed up yet, and now we have to go. We should at least finish lunch before we go." This is not how her Lin Zhenju treats her guests. The guests have come a long way, so how can she let them go without even offering them a meal? "Grandma Lin Zhenju, really, it's not necessary. I live quite far away, so I want to get to the bus stop early, otherwise I'm afraid I won't make it if I wait too long." "So you're worried about that? It's easy. After we finish eating, I'll have my driver take you back. Yang Xiuhua was going to refuse, because she really didn't want to cause trouble for others, but Zhao Jiaying took her hand and looked at her expectantly. Yes, Auntie, just stay and finish eating before you go. It won't take up much of your time, and you haven't seen where Yingbao will be living yet. But Xiuhua, don't say but anymore, it's decided, we'll have lunch here. If you don't want to stay, you're looking down on this old woman and not treating me like your grandmother. Lin Zhenju was trying hard to persuade her to stay for lunch. Grandma Zhenju, don't say that, in that case, I won't be rude and stay here. The host family was begging her to stay. If she didn't agree to stay for lunch, it would look like she didn't know the ways of the world. Huh, that's right, we're family, no need to be so polite. You and Yingbao chat for a while, I'll go to the kitchen and tell them. New book, guaranteed to be sweet and innocent, no abuse. I hope the little cuties who come in can use your little lucky hands to give it a 5-star rating. Thank you all here. Chapter 13, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Zhao Jiaying led Yang Xiuhua to her room and told her, Auntie, this is the room Yingbao will be staying in for the time being. Great-grandma said she will decorate a children's room for Yingbao later and let her move there then. That's great. This place is really nice. Yang Xiuhua is not the kind of person who is jealous or envious of others' good fortune. Now that she sees that Yingbao is doing so well, she is truly happy for her. Auntie, if you like, you can come and stay with Uncle Hai for a few days whenever you like. My great-grandmother, father and second uncle will definitely welcome you. In fact, if possible, Zhao Jiaying wanted to bring Yang Xiuhua, Sun Hai and Sun Huayan to live here. Let them have a good life and live in a comfortable and beautiful big house. However, she had just arrived at the O family not long ago, so it didn't seem right to make this request, so she didn't dare to mention it. No need, Auntie doesn't have the luck to live in such a nice house. As long as Yingbao can live well and comfortably, Auntie and Uncle Hai will be happy. Yang Xiuhua's words were heartbreaking. How did she not have the luck to live in such a nice house? Who said that Auntie doesn't have the luck to live in a nice house? When Yingbao grows up and makes money, she will definitely buy a big and beautiful house for Auntie and Uncle Hai to live in. Yang Xiuhua felt particularly comforted by what Zhao Jiaying had said. She really is a considerate and good child, and it has not been in vain for her to have taken such good care of her for so long. Very well, then, Auntie will wait for Yingbao to buy us a big house to live in. Yang Xiuhua smiled, and Zhao Jiaying followed suit. At noon, Zhao Jiaying led Yang Xiuhua to the dining room to eat. Looking at the table full of dishes, Yang Xiuhua was stunned, and they were all dishes she had never eaten before. Sitting at the table, Zhao Jiaying stood up directly, picked up the chopsticks and kept putting meat in Yang Xiuhua's bowl. Because she usually picks meat for herself to eat, today as the host, she should also be enthusiastic. Auntie, you try it, these are delicious. Yang Xiuhua looked at the bowl full of meat and felt a little embarrassed, and quickly said, Yingbao, don't need to pick for Auntie can't finish it all. Zhao Jiaying stopped when she saw that the bowl was full of meat and the rice was covered. Grandma Pearl, I'm really sorry to make you laugh. It's fine, it shows that Yingbao has a good relationship with you. Yingbao hasn't even given me any food. Lin Zhenhua was obviously jealous, so Zhao Jiaying immediately picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them in Lin Zhenhua's bowl, saying sweetly, Grandma, you eat meat too, from now on Yingbao will give you meat to eat every day. In Zhao Jiaying's mind, meat is the most delicious, so the first thing she does when serving food is to serve meat. Lin Zhenju beamed, saying, Good, Yingbao is the best. Xiuhua, come and eat. Help yourself to whatever you like. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. The meal was spent in laughter and joy. A little while after lunch, Yang Xiuhua once again offered her thanks and said that she had been a nuisance for most of the morning and was embarrassed to continue bothering them. This time, Lin Zhenju did not try to persuade her to stay and handed her a cashier's check, saying, Xiuhua, this is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it as a token of my gratitude for taking care of Yingbao for us during this time. Yang Xiuhua took it and saw that it was a cashier's check for 1 million. She was so scared that she hurriedly returned it, saying in a flustered voice, Grandma Pearl, you can't do that. Her mother already paid her to take care of Yingbao, so I absolutely can't accept this money from you. You should take it back. Even though she clearly needed the money, she refused the sudden sum, which showed that she was a person of integrity and not someone who was greedy for money. This made Lin Zhuju admire her even more. You should take the money. I heard from Yingbao that your son needs a lot of money for his hospital stay. Grandma Pearl is giving you this money with no ulterior motives, just hoping to solve your urgent problem and help your family get through the current difficulties. Lin Zhenju still hopes that Yang Xiuhua will take the money, so that Zhao Jiaying will no longer worry about them and can happily live in their own family. Zhao Jiaying also persuaded her, "Auntie, please accept this money. Your family is clearly in need of it. With this money, you and Uncle Hai won't have to work so hard, and you won't have to worry about Brother Huayang's hospital fees." Despite the desperate pleas of the grandmother and grandson, she still refused without hesitation. "Ing Bao, Grandma Zhulin, I really can't accept this money. Although my family is currently in dire financial straits and owes a lot of money to others, my husband and I are both able-bodied people who can work and earn money. I believe that as long as we work hard, we will be able to pay off the money we owe others very soon. So please don't persuade me anymore, I definitely won't accept the money." As expected, she is a person with backbone and integrity. Lin Zhuju knew that no matter how much she said, she definitely would not accept the money, so she did not force her. She just asked someone to prepare some tonics to give to her. "Okay, if you insist, Grandma Pearl won't force you. You don't have to take the money, but you must take these things." "Grandma Pearl, this is not just about the money, she's not going to take anything else either. After all, she came here empty-handed in the morning, how could she take anything? If you don't take it, Grandma Pearl will be angry." Lin Zhenju pouted and gave Zhao Jiaying a wink. "Yes, Auntie, you should accept it, or else Tai Tai will really be angry. You know, Tai Tai is old, and she shouldn't get angry so easily, or it will hurt her health." The two of them sang in unison, and their cooperation was very tacit. 2 against 1, Yang Xiuhua was alone and had no chance against them, and she eventually lost. "Okay, I'll accept it, thank you, Grandma Pearl. That's more like it. You're being too polite, and it makes it seem like we're strangers." Yang Xiuhua scratched her head apologetically and said, "Grandma Lin, I won't intrude anymore, I'll go back first. Thank you for your hospitality today." Yang Xiuhua felt really bad about eating and taking things today, and before leaving, she had to thank her host. "Go ahead, I've already told the driver to wait outside, he'll take you back. Come visit often in the future and see Ing Bao." Lin Zhenju waved at her. "Okay, Grandma Pearl, I will. Goodbye. Grandma, let me walk Auntie out." After saying this, he took Yang Xiuhua's hand and walked outside. The car was waiting next to the fountain in front of the villa. Chapter 14. What's next? Zhao Jiaying took Yang Xiuhua's hand and walked over to the car, then said to her, "Auntie, I'll come. You don't have to tell my mom about what happened at Daddy's house for now, remember to keep it a secret for me." Yang Xiuhua was puzzled, with a big question mark over her head. "Why can't you tell Mom that you found your real dad, isn't that a good thing? Why hide it?" "Auntie, I have my reasons for doing this, you just have to keep it a secret for me." Zhao Jiaying has always been a person with ideas. She didn't want to say, and Yang Xiuhua didn't want to pursue it, so she just agreed to her request. "Okay, Auntie knows, I will definitely keep your secret." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhao Jiaying knew that Yang Xiuhua would definitely keep her secret. "Ing Bao, be a good boy here, and call your auntie on video when you have time. Auntie will go back first, and I will come back to see you some other time when I have time." "Okay, Ing Bao knows, goodbye, Auntie." Zhao Jiaying watched Yang Xiuhua leave until the car was out of sight before she walked back to the villa. Back at the villa, Zhao Jiaying kept her head down and looked dejected. Lin Zhenju was a little worried when she saw her like this. "Ing Bao, what's wrong? You were happy just now, why are you upset now? Are you reluctant to part with your Aunt Xiuhua?" Zhao Jiaying nodded and pouted, sadly saying, "Grandma, if Auntie Xiuhua refuses to accept your money, she and Uncle Dahai will still have a hard time in the future." Ing Bao felt very sad when she thought about how hard they were living. Apart from her mother, Zhao Yanxi, Yang Xiuhua's family was the closest thing Zhao Jiaying had to a family, and now that she had found her real father and was living a good life, they were still living such a hard life. At this, Zhao Jiaying felt very sad. This child, at such a young age, has such a heavy heart. Lin Zhenju felt a little sad when she looked at her, and she hugged her in her arms to comfort her. "Ing Bao, you are still just a child, you shouldn't worry about the adults' affairs. At your age, you should be happy every day, carefree, and have an innocent childhood, understand? As for your Aunt Xiuhua's family, don't worry about it in the future. Great-grandma said she would help if she wanted to, and she will. Since she refuses to accept the money, let's help her in another way. We will definitely not let them live such a hard life again. There are many ways to help people, and it's not necessary to give money in order to help." "Grandma, are you serious?" Zhao Jiaying looked at Lin Zhenju with her big, beautiful eyes. "Of course it's true. I'll tell your father about this, and he'll take care of it. So, don't think about it anymore. You're always frowning, and it makes me sad to see you like this. I'm not happy about it either. Speaking of which, Zichin is the most suitable person to handle this matter. After all, he has taken care of your daughter for so long. He, as her biological father, should repay this kindness. As long as the problems in Yang Xiuhua's family are resolved, Zhao Jiaying will have nothing to worry about and will naturally be able to live happily. So she replied, Grandma, I promise you that I will always be happy and not let you worry. This is Grandma's good great-grandson. Okay, it's lunchtime, so go up and go to sleep. Grandma is sleepy too and needs to go to bed for a while. So the two of them went to their respective rooms and went to sleep. At a little after 6 p.m., Zichin and Zilong returned home from work. Zhao Jiaying sweetly called out, Daddy, Uncle, you're home. Zichin picked up Zhao Jiaying in his arms and said tenderly, Have you been a good girl at home? Have you missed your daddy? Zhao Jiaying replied, Not really. Not really? Hearing this, Zichin felt a little lost. From the moment he received the paternity report this morning and saw the results, he couldn't accept them, but then he completely figured it out and felt that having a cute and adorable daughter is also a very happy thing. Today at the company, I thought about Yingbao the whole day, and when I got back, she told him she didn't want him. Zhao Jiaying suddenly pouted her lips and said in a baby voice, Daddy, Yingbao's words weren't finished yet, but you interrupted her, which was very rude. Not finished? What else do you want to say? Go ahead, Daddy won't interrupt you this time. Zichin instantly became a quiet listener. What Yingbao just said was not very much, but she actually wanted to say, not very much, but very much. Yingbao really misses Daddy. Zichin instantly beamed with joy, his heart filled with joy. He felt like he was being teased by his daughter, and he didn't know why this feeling was quite nice. Zilong also joined in the fun, asking Zhao Jiaying, Where's your uncle? Does Yingbao miss her uncle today? No. Zhao Jiaying answered firmly. What about the rest of the sentence? Zilong thought that, like what Zichin just said, there was more to the sentence, but there was no rest of the sentence. Zhao Jiaying dealt Zilong a heavy blow. Zilong was not giving up and continued to press, Why does your father have it, but your uncle doesn't? Because uncle has different women wanting him, but daddy only wants Yingbao, so Yingbao doesn't want uncle anymore. It's over. Zhao Jiaying was indeed poisoned by the morning sentence that uncle is often kissed by different women, except that it has now been replaced by uncle is often wanted by different women. Zilong looked at Zichin with some resentment and said, Brother, it's all your fault, you ruined my innocence. Zichin ignored him and walked towards the dining room with Zhao Jiaying in his arms. After dinner, Lin Jinju and Zichin went to the study, where Lin Jinju told him in detail about Yang Xiuhua's incident today. After listening, Zichin immediately understood what Lin Jinju meant. Grandma, don't worry. I know what to do. I will arrange a position for Sun Dahai in the O group and let him work there. It is better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. It is better to give them a good job and let them be rewarded through their work than to just give them money. This way, others can feel at ease about taking the money. Giving someone money for nothing is the same as giving them alms, and no one wants to accept it. By the way, in the name of the company, I will arrange a comfortable house for them in the city. The place where they are living now is not in a very good environment, and the transportation is not very convenient either. In the future, after their children are discharged from the hospital, they will definitely have to go to school, and it will be much more convenient for them to live in the city. Lin Jinju thought of everything, even their housing and their children's schooling. She believes that if you are going to help, then help them all the way. This also fulfilled Zhao Jiaying's wish. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll take care of everything. After Zichin finished talking with Lin Jinju, the two of them went downstairs together, and they saw the scene in the living room. Chapter 15 Temptation Zhao Jiaying. After seeing Zichin and Lin Jinju go upstairs to talk in the study, Zilong went over to Zhao Jiaying. He had to take this opportunity to explain things clearly to her, otherwise she would never care about him as an uncle in the future. Yingbao, I feel that it is necessary for your uncle to have a good talk with you. Zilong felt that he was drunk to have a serious talk with a little brat, but there was nothing he could do. Who could resist the charm of his little niece? Zhao Jiaying did not look at him, but was engrossed in the cartoon on TV, and replied lightly, Uncle, Yingbao is listening. Seeing this, Zilong went straight to the point. Yingbao, your father said this morning, Uncle is often kissed by different women. This is not true, so don't misunderstand Uncle because of this. Look at Uncle's face, it's white and clean, not dirty at all. The next second, Zhao Jiaying directly pulled a tissue off the table and climbed onto O Zilong's body, wiping his face with it. After wiping, she looked at the tissue, which was still clean and didn't have a speck of dirt on it. She believed what O Zilong had said. Okay, I believe that Uncle's face is clean. O Zilong instantly let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little pleased in his heart. It seems that this little brat is quite gullible. So from now on, can I kiss Uncle? Zhao Jiaying did not hesitate and gave a clean and decisive reply with 3 words, no. Why? O Zilong asked with a big question mark, not knowing that he was not dirty anymore. Why can't I kiss you? Because Daddy said that you can't kiss Uncle Zilong in the future. Ying Bao is a good child and naturally has to listen to Daddy. Okay, this answer is very reasonable and gives no reason to argue. A good child should listen to their parents, otherwise they are not a good child. O Zilong was not convinced. He could not believe that he could not handle a little girl today. So he took out a small box from the bag on the coffee table next to the sofa and handed it to Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying, this box contains a piece of strawberry cake. Do you want to eat it? Zhao Jiaying nodded. If you want it, do you want to kiss Uncle Zilong in the future? Zhao Jiaying immediately shook her head again. She was a good girl, so how could she disobey Daddy for the sake of a piece of cake? Seeing that the temptation was unsuccessful, O Zilong took out a second box, which contained a chocolate cake. This time, he specially opened the box and held it under his nose, exhaling 3 words, "It smells so good." Then he brought it to Zhao Jiaying's face again, and the strong chocolate smell rushed into Zhao Jiaying's nostrils, making her unconsciously swallow. Chocolate cake, do you want to eat it? Zhao Jiaying nodded, but quickly shook her head. She was Daddy's good girl, and she could never ignore what Daddy said just because of 2 cakes. O Zilong's second temptation also failed. But he was still not giving up, and decided to try again. He took out a third box, which contained a mango cake, Zhao Jiaying's favorite flavor. He opened the box, and the top of the cake was covered with chunks of ripe mango. The golden color and the strong mango aroma wafted out. Zhao Jiaying looked at the fresh and juicy mango flesh, and the saliva at the corner of her mouth could not help but drip. O Zilong felt that this time the temptation would definitely be successful. So he no longer asked Zhao Jiaying if she wanted to eat it, but instead said directly, "It seems that Ying Bao doesn't want to eat it either, so forget it, since no one is eating it, I'll just throw it all away." As soon as he finished speaking, O Zilong took the 3 cakes and slowly walked towards the trash can. Zhao Jiaying looked at the cake and struggled with her thoughts. Should she listen to her father? Or should she eat the cake? If she didn't eat it, her uncle would throw it all away, which would be a waste. Soon, she caught a word, which was not to waste. Because her mother had given her the 8-character motto, cherish food and eliminate waste. Compared to her father's words, her mother's words were more important, so she should listen to her mother. So she shouted at the back of O Zilong's body, "Uncle, wait." O Zilong was overjoyed when he heard Zhao Jiaying call out to him. He knew that his seduction plan had succeeded. He slowly turned around, pretending to be unconcerned. "Ying Bao, what's wrong?" Zhao Jiaying quickly walked up to O Zilong and said in a baby voice, "Mommy said not to waste food, so I want to eat the cake." O Zilong half squatted down, brought his face close, and shamelessly said, "If you want to eat the cake, you have to kiss me first, uncle." Zhao Jiaying was not bothered either, because she had already made her decision. She held O Zilong's head in her hands and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Lin Jinju and O Zichen came downstairs and saw Zhao Jiaying kissing O Zilong. After the kiss, Zhao Jiaying took the 3 pieces of cake from O Zilong's hands, returned to the coffee table, and started eating with relish. When O Zilong saw O Zichen, he gave him a provocative look and was extremely pleased. O Zichen put his hand on his forehead. In the morning, he had praised Ying Bao for being teachable, but he never imagined that this little eater would be easily bought off with a few cakes. He was really defeated by her. Zhao Jiaying saw Lin Jinju and O Zichen coming down the stairs, and waved enthusiastically at them, saying, "Grandma, Daddy, come over here and have some cake. Uncle bought it, it's delicious." Lin Jinju smiled and said, "Grandma is old and can't eat too much sweet food. Ying Bao, you eat it yourself." "What about Daddy?" Zhao Jiaying looked at O Zichen. "Daddy doesn't like sweet food either. Ying Bao, you eat it yourself. If neither of you want it, then Ying Bao will eat it herself." But she didn't forget her little friend, and gave Tang Yuan a piece of strawberry cake because Tang Yuan likes strawberries. After eating 2 pieces of cake, Zhao Jiaying's tummy was bloated and a little uncomfortable. She was already full after eating 1.5 pieces, but she thought that she shouldn't waste it, so she forced the rest of the cake down her throat. Now, isn't that better? Isn't that uncomfortable? Seeing Zhao Jiaying's uncomfortable little face, Lin Jinju felt a little distressed and scolded Oh Zilong, next time, don't buy Yingbao any cake. Look at her, she's so full, what if she gets sick? Zhao Jiaying was worried when she heard Lin Jinju say that she would not let Oh Zilong buy her cake to eat in the future. Compared to the discomfort of not having cake to eat, this little discomfort is nothing. She hurriedly said, Grandma, Yingbao is fine, she is not uncomfortable anymore. Oh Zichen saw Zhao Jiaying's worry and held her in his lap, gently rubbing her tummy with the palm of his hand. While rubbing, he said, Yingbao, it's not that you can't eat it, it's just that you can't eat too much or get too full all at once. Otherwise, your stomach will feel uncomfortable and you will easily get sick, understand? Zhao Jiaying nodded as if she understood. Oh Zilong also hurriedly apologized, Grandma, I know I was wrong, next time I buy Yingbao a cake, I will definitely not buy so much. Zhao Jiaying heard that Oh Zilong would buy her cake to eat next time, and she smiled happily, as long as she could still eat cake in the future. Chapter 16, Sleeping with Daddy. After taking a shower, Zhao Jiaying hugged a cute little yellow duck doll. Her favorite cartoon character is the little yellow duck, and she has to hug it to sleep every night. She came to the door of Oh Zichen's room and knocked on it, because tonight she was going to sleep with Daddy to enhance their father-daughter relationship. There was no response, so Zhao Jiaying just opened the door and went in. At that moment, Oh Zichen had just finished taking a shower and was putting on his pants. Zhao Jiaying suddenly rushed in, scaring him so much that he hastily pulled up his pajama pants. After Zhao Jiaying came in, she sweetly called out, Daddy. Wang Tangyuan naturally followed her and also called out, Daddy. HM. Oh Zichen responded, picked up his pajamas, and put them on with his back to Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying's sudden arrival caused him to not even have time to wipe his hair, which was still dripping wet. After Oh Zichen got dressed, he grabbed a dry towel to wipe his hair, and while he was doing so, he asked Zhao Jiaying, Yingbao, is there something the matter with you coming to see Daddy at this hour? Tonight, I want to sleep with Daddy. Sleep with him? Hearing this, Oh Zichen was a little overwhelmed. Since he was 3 years old, he has never shared a bed with anyone, and it's still the opposite sex. Although she is his biological daughter, he still has some psychological barriers. Zhao Jiaying saw that Oh Zichen had not spoken for a long time and thought that he did not want to sleep with her. She lowered her head in disappointment and said dejectedly, Forget it, Daddy, I'd rather go back to my room and sleep. After saying this, she turned around and was about to leave. Oh Zichen saw her lost expression and really couldn't bear to see it. After all, she was his own daughter. She wanted to be close to him, and he should give her this opportunity. Yingbao, come up here. Oh Zichen patted the bed next to him. Zhao Jiaying heard what Oh Zichen said, and her eyebrows instantly lit up with joy. She rushed over, and Tang Yuan followed her and ran over, lying on the floor next to the bed. After Zhao Jiaying got into bed, she obediently lay down. Oh Zichen covered her up and said, Go to sleep. Is it that easy to put a baby to sleep? Just tell her to go to bed and she'll sleep? It's not that easy. Zhao Jiaying lay in bed, her big, round eyes blinking, and said in a baby voice to Oh Zichen, Daddy, I want to hear a story. This really stumped Oh Zichen. Not only did he not have a storybook, but he had never told a story before and didn't know how to begin. So he said, Yingbao, Daddy doesn't have a storybook here. I'll go to the bookstore tomorrow and buy one, then I'll tell you a story. If you can't sleep now, shall we chat? Zhao Jiaying thought about it for a moment. Talking was a great way to strengthen the father-daughter bond, so she nodded and agreed. What would you like to talk about, Daddy? Let's talk about your mommy. Daddy wants to know what kind of person she is. To be honest, he really wants to find out from Zhao Jiaying how her mommy got pregnant with her in the first place. But it seems that his plan has backfired. Not only does Zhao Jiaying not know, she wouldn't tell him even if she did. Mommy is a very capable doctor who has saved many, many people. Though she has saved half, in gratitude, given her money and gifts, but she has refused them all, saying that it is her duty to heal and save lives and that she does not need thanks. Zhao Yushi is the person Zhao Jiaying is most proud of. Hearing Zhao Jiaying's appraisal of Zhao Yushi, Oh Zichen felt that she seemed like a pretty nice person. So, have you been living with your mother for all these years? It was supposed to be 3 of us, but last year, Grandpa went to heaven to be with Grandma, so it's just me and my mother. No, there's Tang Yuan, too. Tang Yuan has always been with us. So, she hasn't been with any other men over the years, and she has no plans to fall in love and get married? Or is it that no one has ever chased after her? That shouldn't be the case. Even if she has a child, if a man truly loves her, he will accept his child. Could it be because she's ugly? He suddenly felt that his mind had rusted. Just look at Zhao Jiaying's appearance, and you can tell that even if her mother is not good looking, she's not ugly. Oh, Zichen really couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked Zhao Jiaying, who would definitely know the reason. Ying Bao, doesn't your mother have a boyfriend? Zhao Jiaying shook her head, no. Why? Is it because she's not pretty, so no one chases her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiaying sat up abruptly and said excitedly, of course not. Mommy is the most beautiful woman in the world, and there are plenty of people chasing after her, but Mommy doesn't look down on them. The most beautiful woman in the world. Perhaps in the hearts of every child, they all think that their mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Is your mother really that beautiful? Daddy has seen a lot of beautiful women, and your mother may not necessarily be more beautiful than them, right? Oh, Zichen said this on purpose. He has seen many beautiful women, but none of them are eye-catching. He really wants to see how beautiful Zhao Yunxi is and whether she is worthy of Zhao Jiaying's praise. So he deliberately provoked her to see if she would take out a photo of her mother. Zhao Jiaying fell for it, jumped up and said, Daddy, you don't believe me, do you? I'll go get a photo of Mommy right now and show it to you. After you see it, you'll know if Mommy is pretty or not. After saying that, she got out of bed and happily went back to her room to get her iPad. Zhao Yunxi's photos were stored in the album on the iPad. Oh, Zichen smiled seductively. Zhao Jiaying was indeed no match for him. As soon as he set the bait, the fish took the hook automatically. Zhao Jiaying muttered as she walked, how dare he say that my mom isn't as pretty as other women. I'll show Daddy later what being pretty really means. Zhao Jiaying quickly got the iPad and returned to Oh Zichen's room. After getting into bed, she opened a photo of Zhao Yunxi and sent it to Oh Zichen, saying proudly, this is my mommy, isn't she pretty? Oh Zichen took the iPad and glanced at the photo of Zhao Yunxi, instantly taken aback. The woman had bright, clear eyes, a high, straight nose, a rosy, cherry mouth, and when she smiled, there were 2 deep dimples on either side of her cheeks. He now finally knows that Zhao Jiaying's dimples were inherited from her mother. Such a beautiful face can definitely be described as stunning, and it gives a very comfortable feeling just looking at it. It is definitely more beautiful than any woman he has ever seen before, so it is no wonder that Zhao Jiaying would say that her mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. It really is beyond compare. Chapter 17, Talking to Daddy. Oh Zichen tried hard to remember, and finally determined that he had never seen this Zhao Yunxi before. If he had seen a woman as beautiful as her, he would definitely remember. He was very curious. How did Zhao Yunxi end up pregnant with his child? He had thought that seeing the photo would give him some clues, but now he was even more confused. It seemed that the only way to find out the truth was to wait until she returned and let her answer for herself. Oh Zichen kept looking at Zhao Yunxi's photo and thinking. Zhao Jiaying thought that he was deeply attracted by the beauty of her mother and said proudly, Daddy, I was right, wasn't I? Mommy is the most beautiful woman in the world. Well, she is pretty. This time, Oh Zichen didn't deny it. He then said, why did your mother leave you alone and go so far abroad to work? Normally, as a single mother, she wouldn't want to leave her young child behind to work elsewhere, unless there was some special reason. It's all because of an uncle called Yang Jianhua. If it weren't for him, my mother wouldn't have gone so far away to work. When it comes to this Yang Jianhua, Zhao Jiaying's eyes show a hint of resentment. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been separated from her mother for so long. Yang Jianhua, the president of the Yang Group, is about the same age as Oh Zichen and is also an outstanding young talent. In the few years since he took over the Yang Group, he has put it in order and even led the Yang Group to a new level. His Yang Group, although not comparable to the O Group, is not too far behind, and is also one of the top 5 leading enterprises in Bin City. I just don't know if this Yang Jianhua that Zhao Jiaying is talking about is the same Yang Jianhua that Oh Zichen knows. Oh Zichen took out his phone, found a photo of Yang Jianhua, and handed it to Zhao Jiaying to look at. He asked, Ying Bao, is this Uncle Yang Jianhua? Zhao Jiaying glanced at the photo, nodded, and said, yes, that's him. Oh Zichen's curiosity was piqued. What had this Yang Jianhua done that caused Zhao Yunxi to prefer to be apart from her own daughter and run away to a foreign country? Ying Bao, what did this Uncle Yang Jianhua do to your mommy? He scared mommy away. Zichin had a big question mark over his head. What did it mean to scare someone away? Zhao Jiaying began to explain in detail. This uncle Yang Jianhua went to the hospital to see a doctor when he felt unwell, and it was Mummy who treated him. As a result, he fell in love with Mummy the first time he saw her, and then began to pursue her relentlessly, sending flowers to the hospital every day. Mummy had already explained to him that she had a child and asked him to give up. But he said he didn't care, and that he could treat her child, Ying Bao, as his own daughter. Indeed, he is very good to Ying Bao, often buying her lots of delicious food and fun things. But Mummy doesn't like him, and has rejected him many times. But he just won't give up, saying that he will wait for her no matter what, until she falls in love with him. Later, Mummy thought about it, and since she couldn't avoid him, she would just hide. Just then, her hospital had a plan to send doctors abroad for support, and Mummy saw it and signed up without hesitation, just to avoid him. Zhao Jiaying spoke so much in one breath that she was exhausted and her mouth was dry. Seeing this, Zichin reached out and handed her a glass of water. Thank you, Daddy. Zhao Jiaying took the water and gulped it down. After finishing the water, she felt much better in her dry mouth and throat. Continue. Daddy, now someone is trying to steal your woman. Are you going to do anything about it? Hearing this, Zichin was a little speechless. He had never even met Zhao Yunxi, so how could she be his woman? Ying Bao, Daddy has never even met your mommy, so she can't be considered Daddy's woman, right? Zhao Jiaying didn't like hearing this, so she picked up the iPad in her hands, pointed at the photo of Zhao Yunxi, and said to Zichin, this woman, named Zhao Yunxi, gave birth to your child, so how is she not your woman? She gave birth to your child, and you dare to say she's not your woman? Zhao Jiaying's words left Zichin speechless. No one would believe that someone who gave birth to his daughter for him would not be his woman. But he felt aggrieved himself. He didn't even know how Zhao Yunxi got pregnant with his child, so how could he admit that she was his woman? Ying Bao, even if Daddy admits that your mommy is my woman, she still has to admit that Daddy is her man, right? Daddy doesn't have to worry about that, Mommy will definitely admit it. Why is she so sure? It's because she discovered Zhao Yunxi's secret, but for now she won't tell Zichin, and when the time is right, she'll naturally tell him. Why are you so sure? Does your mommy know Daddy? Zichin had a feeling that Zhao Yunxi had met him before, but he couldn't say where or when. But he clearly didn't have amnesia, and it was impossible for him to have forgotten someone he had met before. So, he was still confused. Secret. Zhao Jiaying stuck out a little finger and placed it over her mouth, making a shushing motion. Zhao Jiaying stretched out her little hand and yawned, unable to continue chatting with Zichin, or she would not know if she would talk more and more. She quickly went to bed now. Daddy, Ying Bao is so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. After saying this, she immediately lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Zichin's heart was agitated by Zhao Jiaying, and there were really too many doubts. But Zhao Jiaying was asleep, and he couldn't go and disturb her. He could only ruminate on it alone, but still couldn't figure it out, so he was destined to be sleepless tonight. Zhao Jiaying closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. She felt particularly safe sleeping with her father, so she slept soundly that night. That night, Zhao Jiaying had a beautiful dream. In the dream, there was her father, Zichin, and her mother, Zhao Yunxi. The three of them went on an outing in the wilderness and had a great time. In her dream, Zhao Jiaying even laughed out of happiness. Zichin, who had not yet fallen asleep, heard her laughter and felt very gratified. He gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Zichin thought about it for a long time and figured it out. He no longer brooded over how Zhao Yunxi got pregnant with Zhao Jiaying. When she returns, the truth will naturally come to light. For now, he will live happily with Zhao Jiaying and try to make up for the fatherly love she has lost over the past few years. Chapter 18, Hiring Sun Dahai. The next morning, Zichin went to the company and immediately asked Su Jianfeng to arrange Sun Dahai's work and housing. Su Jianfeng was very efficient and quickly found the factory where Sun Dahai worked. Sun Dahai, the manager is looking for you. A colleague came over to pass on the message. Okay, I'll be right there. Sun Dahai went to the manager's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The manager's voice came from inside. Sun Dahai pushed open the door and said respectfully, Manager, you wanted to see me? Dahai, here's the deal, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work anymore. I'll have the finance department pay you your wages for this month. Sun Dahai panicked at this news and asked anxiously, Manager, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll definitely correct it in the future. You can dock my wages or whatever, but please don't fire me. His whole family depends on him for food, and his son is still in the hospital, which requires a lot of money. So he absolutely cannot be without a job. The manager knows about Son's family situation. Usually Son works very hard in the factory, and this is something that everyone in the factory knows. To be honest, the manager also really appreciates Son's work attitude, and naturally wants to keep him, but now he can't. Seeing Son so anxious, the manager walks up to him, pats him on the shoulder, and says, "Don't worry, hi." He looked at Su Jianfeng and said, "Why don't you let Assistant Su tell you? I'll leave you two alone in the room. I'll go out first." After the manager left, Su Jianfeng walked up to Sun Hai and handed him a business card, saying, "Hello, I'm the special assistant to the president of the O Group. My name is Su Jianfeng." Sun Hai took the card and looked at it. He asked nervously, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "It's like this, Mr. O, the president of our group, really appreciates your work ability, and now formally invites you to join our O's group to work." Su Jianfeng didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the reason for his visit. Sun Dahai was dumbfounded, picked up the business card and looked at it carefully. It said, "Special Administrative Assistant to the President of O's Group." Seeing the four big characters of O's Group, Sun Dahai was stunned. He knew about O's Group, the biggest enterprise in Bin City and also the leading enterprise in the country, and no one didn't know about it. "Assistant Su, may I ask if this O Group is the most powerful O Group in our Bin City?" Su Jianfeng nodded, and as the assistant to the president of the O Group, he was very proud. "Assistant Su, have you got the wrong person? I don't know the president of the O Group, so why would he invite me to work for his group?" Sun Dahai couldn't believe it was true. Not only did he not know O Zichen, he had never even met him in person. A big shot like him, Sun Dahai didn't think he would ever meet in his life. "Is your name Sun Dahai?" Su Jianfeng asked. "Yes, I am Sun Dahai." "That's right, you don't need to doubt it, and you don't need to think about it. Since our president was able to find you, someone must have recommended you to us. I also spoke with your manager here about you. Your work here has a good reputation, and everyone praises you. So don't doubt your abilities, come to the O Group and work hard, our president will not treat you unfairly." In the morning, when O Zichen told him to handle this matter, he still couldn't figure out why O Zichen suddenly wanted such a person to be the factory manager of the food factory. Managing such a large food factory is not an easy task. However, no matter what O Zichen ordered, he would do it. He had no right to question the president's decision. When he arrived at the factory where Sun Dahai worked, Su Jianfeng deliberately consulted the manager to find out about Sun Dahai's work. Unexpectedly, the manager praised Sun Dahai, saying that he was honest and sincere, worked conscientiously and diligently, and was the model employee of their factory. If it weren't for the fear of offending the large enterprise that was the O Group, the manager would really hate to let Sun Dahai go. "But I'm just a rough person who only knows manual labor, what can I do at the O Group?" This is precisely what Sun Dahai is worried about. His family is from the countryside and very poor, so they could not afford to send him to school. He graduated from junior high school and went straight to work. Without a diploma or education, he can only do manual labor. Fortunately, he is very hardworking and willing to learn, so he is the best at whatever he does. For someone like him, without a diploma or education, he really doesn't know what he can do in a company as big as O's Group. Our president's idea is to arrange for you to manage one of the group's food factories and become the factory manager there. Become the factory manager? Sun Dahai immediately refused when he heard this. He didn't have the ability or talent to take on such a high position. No, how can I become the factory manager? I have no diploma and no management experience, so I definitely won't do a good job. Sun Dahai is such an honest person. He appreciates it when others look up to him. But he doesn't have the ability, and he would never pretend to be someone he's not. He takes other people's salary, so he has to be responsible to them. You haven't even tried, so how do you know you can't do it? I've read your information and know that you graduated from junior high school. Although you don't have a fancy diploma, you have many advantages, which is that you work harder and more conscientiously than others. This is something that many people with high academic qualifications cannot match. You say you have no management experience, but that's not a problem. At the beginning, we will all have professional staff to teach you and guide you. The key question now is, are you willing to study hard and work hard for this job? Before coming here today, O Zichen gave a strict order that no matter what method he used, Sun Hai must be made to sign the employment contract. Lo and behold, Su Jianfeng is earnestly persuading Sun Hai. I will definitely work hard, but. No buts, as long as you are willing to work hard, then everything will be fine. Su Jianfeng took out the employment contract and a pen, and handed them to Sun Hai before he was confused. He quickly signed the contract so that he could go back and report for duty. This is the employment contract, hurry up and sign it, we believe you can do a good job. Don't let down the good intentions of the person who recommended you to the president. Sun Hai picked up the contract and pen. Soon he thought of Yang Xiuhua and his son Sun Huayang. Over the years, his wife and son have suffered with him, and he has not been able to let them live a good life, which is his incompetence. Since there is now such a good job opportunity, why not take it? Everyone is willing to give him a chance, what else is there for him to think about? There is no difficulty in the world that a person with a will cannot overcome. He believes that as long as he works hard enough, nothing can go wrong. After pondering for a while, Sun Hai decided to fight hard for the future of his wife and son. So he signed his name on the contract and handed it back to Su Jianfeng. Chapter 19, Sun Dahai is promoted to factory manager. Su Jianfeng took the contract and looked at it. Seeing Sun Dahai's signature in the Party B column, he let out a sigh of relief. He had finally completed the task that Zichen had given him. The contract was in duplicate, and Su Jianfeng took one copy and gave the other to Sun Dahai. Brother Hai, the contract takes effect immediately. You are welcome to join the O group and become a part of our big family. Su Jianfeng extended his hand to shake Sun Dahai's hand and welcome him. Sun Hai reached out his hand in response, and said gratefully, Assistant Su, thank you. I will work hard in the future and I will not let the CEO down. Although he doesn't know why Zichen gave him this opportunity, since he has taken this job, he will definitely do his best and will not let them down. Okay, Hai, take a look at the contract, your salary and other things are all written in there. Su Jianfeng saw that when he signed the contract just now, he didn't even take a look at the terms and conditions before signing. If this were a contract of sale, he would probably be crying by now. However, this is a formal employment contract, so Su Jianfeng reminded him to take a look. Sun Dahai opened the contract and took a look. Soon he noticed the terms and conditions, a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan and a 5% annual profit-sharing bonus. Sun Dahai couldn't believe it when he saw this. Assistant Su, this contract is wrong. Sun Dahai pointed at the salary line on the contract and asked Su Jianfeng. Su Jianfeng glanced at it and said, yes, that's the right amount. Are you not satisfied with the amount? If you're not satisfied, I can. No. I just think that this is too much money, in fact, you don't need to give so much. Sun Dahai felt that with his current abilities, he shouldn't be getting this much money at all. Su Jianfeng smiled. It was the first time he had seen someone complaining about too much money. He really was an honest person. He patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Hai, you deserve this money. If you really feel bad about it, just work hard and take good care of the food factory in the future. That will be the greatest reward for the president. Sun Hai nodded, don't worry, I will work hard. In addition, Zichen also arranged a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house for Su Daha, as well as a car with a driver. The driver followed today, and Su Jianfeng introduced him to Sun Daha. Xiao Wang, this is the factory manager of the food factory from now on. You are responsible for the transportation and car use of Manager Sun, got it? Yes, Assistant Su. Wang Daji came to Sun Daha and introduced himself. Hello, Manager Sun, my name is Wang Daji, you can call me Xiao Wang from now on. Sun Dahai had suddenly been promoted from a factory worker to the head of a factory, and he was really not quite used to it. Hearing someone call him Director Sun, he scratched his head apologetically. Very well, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Su Jianfeng saw that he had explained everything, so he bid Sun Dahai farewell and went back to report to Zichen. Director Sun, your housing has already been arranged. Would you like to move in now? Move in now? Sun Dahai had seen that there was a housing section in the contract, but he didn't expect to be able to move in so soon. It really is true that the efficiency of large groups is high. It's fine, everything is in the house, you just need to move in with your bags. The house is ready, with all the furniture and appliances, so Sun Dahai and Yang Xiuhua just need to pack their own luggage and move in directly. Then I'll go home first to pack my things and let my wife know. Okay, Director Sun. 10 minutes later, a business Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the courtyard where Yang Xiuhua and her family were renting a room. This area was a slum, and the sudden appearance of a luxurious business Mercedes-Benz attracted the attention of the surrounding residents, who discussed among themselves, thinking that someone important had come to visit them. When they saw Sun Hai get out of the car, and the driver even opened the door for him, the group of people were stunned. Some people were envious, while others were jealous. The envious one said, "Da Hai has struck it rich, he's even got a fancy car. I always said he was hardworking and honest, and that it was only a matter of time before he got rich. Yeah, if only my husband was half as hardworking as Da Hai. Xiuhua can finally look forward to a better life." The jealous. You don't know that for sure. Maybe Sun Da Hai has been picked up by some rich woman and will come back to divorce Yang Xiuhua. One auntie said to another, "Don't mind her. She just can't stand it when other people are better off than her. People as good as Xiuhua and Hai deserve to be treated well by the gods." Yes, yes. Yang Xiuhua and Sun Hai have a particularly good reputation here. They often help their neighbors and are always willing to lend a hand, so everyone really likes them. But there are always some people with bad intentions and small minds who can't stand to see others succeed. They think that Yang Xiuhua and Sun Dahai are actually being hypocritical by helping others. Now that they see Sun Dahai suddenly returning in a nice car, they are even more jealous and want to say something to discredit them to ease their own psychological imbalance. Naturally, Sun Dahai didn't hear the neighbors' discussions about them. After getting out of the car, he walked straight into the back room of the house, where his driver, Xiao Wang, was waiting at the door. Yang Xiuhua, who had just returned from the market, was now sitting on a small bench picking vegetables. Seeing Sun Dahai walk in, she asked in surprise, "Dahai, shouldn't you be at work at this hour? Why are you back?" Sun Dahai walked over, put down the vegetables in her hand, and said happily, "Honey, stop picking vegetables and go pack a few things. We're moving today." This really confused Yang Xiuhua. They had been living here just fine, so why did they suddenly need to move? When they first rented the apartment here, it was because the rent was cheap. Now they were saying they wanted to move. Did that mean he had found a place with an even cheaper rent? Why did they want to move? Where were they moving to? To the city. Yang Xiuhua exploded when she heard these words. She yelled at Sun Hai, "Are you crazy? Don't you know how expensive rent is in the city? With our current financial situation, how afford it?" Before she could finish her sentence, Sun Hai interrupted her. "The company is arranging for us to live in a house with no rent." "What company? What house? What do you mean?" Yang Xiuhua was even more confused and didn't understand what Sun Hai meant at all. Sun Hai himself hadn't fully digested what had happened today, and for the moment didn't know how to explain it to Yang Xiuhua. He thought that he would first move to the new house and then slowly explain it to her. Chapter 20: Moving to a New Home. "Xiuhua, let's pack our things and move to the new home first, and I'll explain to you slowly. Wang is still waiting outside, don't keep him waiting too long." Upon hearing Sun Hai's words, Yang Xiuhua didn't ask any more questions and immediately went into the room to pack her things. The house was rented, and the furniture and appliances here belonged to the landlord, so there wasn't much for them to pack, just some of their clothes. In about 10 minutes, they had packed everything. Yang Xiuhua looked at the house they had lived in for more than a year and felt a little reluctant to leave. She asked Sun Dahai, "Are we never coming back here?" "I don't think so. I believe that our lives will get better and better from now on, so we have to look forward. Let's go." Yang Xiuhua and Sun Dahai walked out carrying big bags and small bags. The driver, Xiao Wang, immediately opened the trunk and helped them put the things in. "Xiao Wang, this is my wife." "Hello, Mrs. Factory Manager." Wang Xiao greeted Yang Xiuhua politely, and Yang Xiuhua, not understanding why he was calling her that, just nodded in return politely. "Hello." After about 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the Happy Garden community, where Yang Xiuhua and Sun Dapeng would be staying. This community is very large, with a nearby vegetable market, schools, hospitals, and everything else. It is also conveniently located and is considered a mid to high-end community. Wang Xiao drove directly to the underground parking lot, from where they took the elevator directly up to the 16th floor, where they were given their room. Wang Xiao opened the door, helped them carry their things in, and then handed the keys to Sun Dahai, saying to them, "Director, Mrs., you just rest today, and I'll come back to pick you up tomorrow morning and report to the factory." "Xiao Wang, you've worked hard." After Xiao Wang left, Yang Xiuhua looked around the room, unable to believe what she was seeing. She pinched Sun Dahai's arm and asked, "Does it hurt?" Sun Dahai nodded, "It hurts." "Oh, yes. I'm not dreaming, I'm really in this big, beautiful house. Yang Xiuhua cheered happily. Sun Dahai was a little speechless. He wondered if he was dreaming, because he should have been the one pinched, not her. But seeing how happy she was, he let it go. He put his arm around her shoulders and said, Xiuhua, do you like it here? Yang Xiuhua nodded vigorously. She loved it too much. She had always thought that she wasn't destined to live in such a nice house, but today she had finally moved into the big house she had always dreamed of. It felt like a dream. By the way, why did that Xiao Wan call you the factory manager? This time we met a benefactor when we went out. Sun Dahai told Yang Xiuhua everything that had happened that morning when Su Jianfeng had come to see him. After hearing this, Yang Xiuhua excitedly hugged Sun Dahai and said with a quaver in her voice, Honey, our suffering is finally over. It's finally over. Yes, Xiuhua, you've suffered with me all these years. I'm useless, and I'm sorry to you and our son. Thinking about the suffering Yang Xiuhua had endured with him all these years, Sun Dahai couldn't help but blame himself. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. You've worked hard. If there's anyone who's suffered, it's you. You often work overtime just to earn more money. I feel so bad every time I see you working so hard. In order to earn more money, Sun Dahai often worked overtime, even when he had a cold and was sick. Once he even fainted from exhaustion. Yang Xiuhua was so worried that she cried, and persuaded him not to work so hard in the future, because she was afraid that he would collapse. It's all in the past. Our lives will get better in the future. I will never let you and my son suffer again. Yes. Yang Xiuhua feels that they have been very lucky recently. First, Zhao Jiaying found her biological father, and now Sun Dahai has a good job. It seems that all the good things have happened to them. Do you know who recommended you to President O? Yang Xiuhua is very curious about who was so kind as to recommend such a good job to her family's Sun Dahai. I'm not really sure. Assistant Su didn't say either. When you came back from visiting Yingbao the other day, didn't you say that her father's family is very wealthy and has a big home? Do you think Yingbao had something to do with me getting such a good job this time? This was the only possibility that Sun Dahai could think of, because Zhao Jiaying has always been a little lucky star, bringing good luck wherever she goes. And this happened after she returned to her real father's home, so this possibility is still very high. Why don't I send Yingbao a video message and ask her about your work and our move? Okay. Yang Xiuhua took out her phone and checked the time. At this time of day, Zhao Jiaying should be at home, because every day at this time, Zhao Jiaying studies on her iPad. This was the task her mother, Zhao Yunxi, assigned to her before leaving the country. Zhao Jiaying, the genius baby with an IQ of 210, doesn't need anyone to teach her, she has always taught herself. She is under 4 years old, but can already easily answer primary school level 1 and 2 questions in Chinese and mathematics. She also has a special nickname, supercomputer. Because she has an eidetic memory, she can automatically store things she has seen in her little head. Yang Xiuhua directly sent a video message, which was quickly connected. Zhao Jiaying's cute face appeared on the screen, and her clear voice came out. Auntie, Uncle hi. Yang Xiuhua, Yingbao, what are you doing? Zhao Jiaying, Yingbao is completing the task your mother set for her. Auntie, Uncle hi, where are you? Zhao Jiaying saw them through the video screen in an unfamiliar place and couldn't help but ask. Yang Xiuhua, Yingbao, what I want to tell you today is that your auntie and your Uncle Hai have moved, and this is our new home. Zhao Jiaying, auntie and Uncle Hai moved to a big house? Zhao Jiaying can see through the video screen that the house they are living in now is very big and beautiful. Yang Xiuhua, yes, it's big and beautiful. Yang Xiuhua can't hide her joy when she talks about the house they are living in now. Zhao Jiaying, that's great, auntie and Uncle Hai finally live in a big house, Yingbao is so happy. Yesterday, Lin Jinju said she would definitely help Yang Xiuhua and her family, and I never thought that today they would be moving into a big house. Zhao Jiaying immediately thanked Lin Jinju 100 times in her heart, Grandma is so awesome. Sun Dahai, Yingbao, I heard from your aunt that you have found your biological father. Uncle Dahai is really happy for you. Zhao Jiaying, yes. Thank you, Uncle Dahai. Sun Dahai, Yingbao, can you tell Uncle Dahai what your father's name is? He wants to know if this job is because of Yingbao. Zhao Jiaying, my father's name is Zichan, Uncle Dahai, is there something wrong? Sun Dahai, no, Uncle Dahai was just asking casually. He returned the phone to Yang Xiuhua and took out his own phone to search. He soon found out that the president of the O Group was Zichan, Zhao Jiaying's real father. It seems that this time, he was able to get such a good job and live in such a nice house entirely thanks to Zhao Jiaying. Chapter 21, Say Thank You to Your Father. Yang Xiuhua, Ying Bao, come visit me sometime. I'll make your favorite dish, braised pork. Zhao Jiaying, great. Bye, Auntie. Yang Xiuhua, bye. After hanging up, Yang Xiuhua sees Sun Dahai staring at his phone. She nudges him and asks, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Sun Dahai showed Yang Xiuhua the information he had just searched for, saying, this is Ying Bao's father, and also the president of our group. Sun Dahai is now an employee of the O group, so it is natural for him to say that the O group is their group. In that case, this time, your work and the house are all because of Ying Bao, and it was her father who deliberately arranged it. Sun Dahai nodded, yes, this time it was really Ying Bao's blessing. Yang Xiuhua was inexpressibly grateful. Yesterday, she had clearly refused Lin Jinju's check, but today they helped in a different way. Dahai, in the future, you must work hard, never let Ying Bao down, and don't let down President O's kindness to our family. Yes. I know, I will work hard and will not let down the trust of Ying Bao and President O. For the couple, the best way to repay them is to work hard and manage the food factory that O Zichen has entrusted to him well. After hanging up the video, Zhao Jiaying didn't continue with her studies, but ran downstairs happily to find Lin Jinju. She wanted to tell her the good news that Auntie Xiuhua had moved to a new home and thank her. However, after going downstairs, she searched the entire living room but couldn't find Lin Jinju anywhere. The maid Xiaolan was cleaning up and saw Zhao Jiaying looking here and there. She asked her, Miss Ying Bao, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my great-grandmother. Have you seen my great-grandmother, Sister Xiaolan? My great-grandmother is pruning the flowers and plants in the greenhouse. You can go over there and look for her. Okay, thank you, Sister Xiaolan. After she finished speaking, she ran out of the villa and headed towards the greenhouse. The greenhouse is on the east side of the villa and is a white glass house that is very conspicuous. Zhao Jiaying saw it as soon as she left the villa and walked along the road. Walking into the greenhouse, she saw Lin Jinju watering a plant. This plant had slender green leaves at the bottom and a few orange-red flowers blooming in the middle, which was very beautiful. Zhao Jiaying had never seen this kind of flower before, so she was a little curious and asked Lin Jinju, Grandma, what kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful. Hearing the sound, Lin Jinju looked up at Zhao Jiaying and then continued to water the flowers, saying as she did so, this is Eclivia, and it is Taijiali's favorite flower. Why does Taijiali like it? Because it symbolizes strength and fortitude, and it can also be used to describe a person's upright and unyielding spirit. It is better to say that she appreciates the meaning behind it than that she likes the flower. Zhao Jiaying nodded as if she understood, but to be honest, she didn't. But that wasn't the point. She had come to see Lin Jinju, not to look at flowers, but to talk to her. Grandma, just now Aunt Xiuhua and I had a video chat, and she told me that Uncle Hai now has a good job, and they moved today, to a big and beautiful house. I know that it was Grandma who helped them, so I want to thank her. Thank you, Great-Grandma, for helping Aunt Xiuhua and Uncle Dahai get on in the world. You have to thank your father, it was he who arranged it all. Great-Grandma didn't do anything. Zhao Jiaying is a little confused. Has she thanked the wrong person? But then she thinks, no, Dad doesn't know anything about Aunt Xiuhua's family, only Great-Grandma does. So it was Great-Grandma who told Dad about it and he helped them. So she didn't thank the wrong person, and Tai Tai did have a part in this. Of course Daddy should be thanked, but Tai Tai should also be thanked, because if Tai Tai hadn't told Daddy about Aunt Xiuhua, Daddy wouldn't have helped them. So the person who deserves thanks most is Tai Tai. Yes, Ying Bao is right. Her precious little great-grandson has understood the logic of the situation so thoroughly, and it's no big deal for her to accept his thanks. Lin Jinju finished watering the flowers, put down the kettle, and said to Zhao Jiaying, Ying Bao, let's go back and eat. Great. The two, holding hands, walked back to the villa together, and by this time the maid had already prepared lunch. A little after 6 p.m., O Zichen and O Zilong returned home from work. As soon as they stepped into the entrance of the villa, Zhao Jiaying rushed over and sweetly called out to him, Daddy, you're home. Her timing was perfect, showing that she had been waiting for him for a long time. As usual, O Zichen picked her up and said softly, have you been a good girl at home today? Ying Bao has been very good at home. In the morning, she even finished reciting the poem Ode to Willows from her Chinese textbook. I'll recite it for Daddy. Ode to Willows. Tang Dynasty, He Zhizhang. A willow tree, dressed in jade. is like a green silk ribbon drooping down. I wonder who cut out the fine leaves. The spring breeze in February is like a pair of scissors. After listening to this, Zilong immediately applauded and gave Zhao Jiaying 2 thumbs up. Ingbao is awesome, Uncle Zilong is so proud of you. This is nothing, Ingbao is a genius baby, reciting poems is no challenge for her. When it comes to her reading skills, Zhao Jiaying is very proud and not at all humble. However, Ozichin doesn't quite agree with her on this point, and so he teaches her earnestly, Ingbao, whether it's being a person or doing things, you must learn to be humble and not be proud. Pride doesn't make people progress, it only makes them regress, understand? Zhao Jiaying doesn't actually agree with Ozichin's words. She believes that talented people should show it off and let everyone know. But she dares not listen to Ozichin's words, for fear of upsetting him and not liking her. So she can only reluctantly nod and say with a grudging heart, Daddy, I know. So preoccupied with showing off her talent, she almost forgot the main task, which was to thank Aunt Xiuhua. After getting down on the ground, Zhao Jiaying bowed deeply to Ozichin and said in a babyish voice, Daddy, thank you for arranging a good job for Uncle Hai and thank you for finding them a big house to live in. In the future, Auntie Xiuhua and Uncle Hai won't have to live a hard life anymore. Ingbao is really very happy. Last night, after listening to Lin Jinju talk about Zhao Jiaying and Yang Xiuhua's family, I learned that Zhao Jiaying has received a lot of care from their family. Now that Zhao Jiaying is able to be grateful and considerate of their family, this makes Ozichin very happy, and it can be said that it was not in vain to help them. Ingbao, I need to make something clear to you about this matter. Although I gave Sun Hai this job opportunity because of your face, if he doesn't work hard and just wants to slack off at the factory because of your face, then I won't let him off lightly. At that time, you can't blame me for being heartless. Dad, don't worry. Uncle Hai will definitely not let you down, I believe in him. Ozichin is a businessman. Although his O group is rich, it definitely does not support lazy people. Today, he can give Sun Hai a chance on Zhao Jiaying's behalf. Although he has no diploma and no experience, he doesn't care about that, and he can also let someone teach him. What he cares about is whether Sun Hai is motivated and willing to learn. As long as he is diligent and attentive, I believe there is nothing he cannot learn. I hope he can live up to Zhao Jiaying's trust and not let her down. Chapter 22, Discussing Zhao Jiaying's Schooling. After dinner, the family discusses Zhao Jiaying's schooling. Ozichin, Ingbao, Daddy has found you 2 kindergartens. Which one do you want to go to? Ozichin takes out 2 kindergarten brochures, one for Our Lady of Mary College and one for St. Petersburg College. Both schools are the best in Bin City, with first-class teachers and facilities. They also offer education from kindergarten to high school, and St. Petersburg Academy even has a university. Of course, these are the aristocratic schools in Bin City, and the tuition fees are not cheap. Only children from wealthy or noble families can afford to attend. However, there are only a limited number of places, so even if you have the money, you may not be able to get in. It goes without saying that it is even more difficult to get a place if you want to transfer midway. However, the O Group is the majority shareholder of these 2 schools, so it is naturally no problem to ask for a place. Zhao Jiaying didn't seem to be very interested, and she lightly rejected the offer without even looking at the 2 pieces of information. I don't want to go to kindergarten. Lin Jinju, why not? Isn't it great that there are lots of kids in kindergarten to read with you? Oh Zilong, yes, Ingbao, there are also lots of delicious food and fun things in kindergarten. You'll be very happy there. Oh Zilong tried to entice her with food and play. Oh Zichin, tell Daddy why you don't want to go to kindergarten. Because I'm not on the same level as them, and I already know everything there is to know, so going to kindergarten is a waste of time for me. In fact, Zhao Jiaying had previously attended kindergarten, but because she was so smart, the knowledge in kindergarten was no challenge for her. Spending time with children her age, she always found them stupid, not knowing how to do this or that. Over time, the other children stopped playing with her and ignored her, so she just stopped going to kindergarten. In fact, even geniuses have their own genius troubles. After hearing what Zhao Jiaying said, the 3 of them Ozichin, Ozilong, and Lin Jinju looked at each other thoughtfully. In the end, Ozichin asked her. So you just stayed at home and didn't go to school? Zhao Jiaying tilted her head and, with a quick turn of her dark eyes, replied, I have to go to school, of course, but I'm not going to kindergarten. I'm going to 2nd grade. Lin Jinju and Ozilong were momentarily stunned. She's not going to kindergarten, she's going straight to the 2nd grade. Now she's not even going to the 1st grade, she's skipping straight to the 2nd grade. Oh Zilong was truly impressed. Ingbao, You haven't even been in the first grade, how can you suddenly skip to the second grade? Isn't that a bit too fast? Lin Jinju was a little worried. After all, she's still just a 4-year-old, and she's suddenly going straight to the second grade. She's afraid she won't be able to handle it. Ing Bao, Daddy thinks you're too young. Zhao Jiaying interrupted before Ozichan could finish his sentence, because she already knew what he was going to say. Pouting her little mouth, she stubbornly answered, "No, I want to go to second grade. If you don't let me, I won't go to school in the future, and I'll stay at home every day and be a parasite." After she finished, she turned her little head to the side, not looking at anyone, and expressed her feelings with her actions. "If you don't let me go to second grade, baby is very angry." Zilong looked at the cute Zhao Jiaying and really wanted to laugh, but he noticed that the atmosphere was not right and managed to hold back the laughter. "Brother, I think you should just agree. Since Ingbao wants to go to second grade, let her go. What's the big deal? Having a genius baby is an honor for our family. Right, Ingbao?" Zhao Jiaying was a little grateful to see that Zilong was on her side, so she walked over to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek, saying, "Uncle, you really understand me best. You're the best." Then she gave Zichan a look, as if to say, "If you don't let me go to the second grade, I won't be good to you in the future." Zilong picked Zhao Jiaying up and sat her on his lap. He also gave Zichan a provocative look, feeling extremely pleased with himself. He had finally won a round against his brother. Lin Jinju looked at Zhao Jiaying's stubborn expression, which was exactly the same as Zichan's when he was a child. She was so stubborn that it was really impossible to change her mind, no matter how many times you try. Her little golden great-grandson, whom she had finally obtained, would not talk to her in the future if it was because of her going to school. "Zichan, I think we should let Ingbao go to the second grade," as Zilong said. "Since the child has an idea, we should respect her decision." Zhao Jiaying saw that Lin Jinju was also on her side, so she immediately got off from Zilong, ran over to Lin Jinju, and gave her a kiss on the cheek, saying sweetly, "Thank you, grandmother. You are still the best for Ingbao, and Ingbao likes you the most." Ha ha ha. Lin Jinju hugged Zhao Jiaying and beamed, still feeling the closeness to her great-grandson. Fortunately, she had pulled back in time and returned to the right path, otherwise she would have lost the favor of her great-grandson. Zhao Jiaying, in Lin Jinju's arms, once again gave Zichan a look, and now it was 3 against 1. Zichan once again placed his hands on his forehead, thoroughly defeated by his niece's grandson. If he still refused, not only would Zhao Jiaying not be close to him in the future, but he didn't think the bird would want to talk to him either. He had finally recognized his own daughter, so how could he let her abandon him like this? So he threw up his hands in surrender, saying meekly, okay, Daddy surrenders, I admit defeat, okay? Daddy agrees that you can go to second grade, are you satisfied?" Zhao Jiaying jumped out, staring with wide eyes, incredulously asking, "Daddy, really? You really let Ingbao go to second grade? Of course, can I lie to you? Since I promised you, I will definitely let you go." Zhao Jiaying excitedly ran to Zichan and also kissed him on the cheek, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Daddy, Ingbao loves you most." This time, Zichan also gave Zilong a smug look, his daughter is still closest to him. Zilong, who had just been overjoyed at having completely defeated his older brother, was instantly deflated by Zichan's look, and complained to the back of Zhao Jiaying's head, "This ungrateful little brat, if your father could agree to you going to school, it's all thanks to his second uncle, and so quickly he's forgotten this hero." Chapter 23, Visiting the School. Zichan picked up the 2 pieces of information again and said to Zhao Jiaying, "Now you can choose which school you like, and we'll go to whichever one you like. Having a super rich father is really selfish. She gets to choose the school, not the other way around." Zhao Jiaying picked up the information and looked at it, and quickly made her choice. Pointing to St. Petersburg Academy, she said, "Let's go there. The reason for choosing it is because it has a university, so she can just go straight to university here, saving the trouble of having to change schools later." Zhao Jiaying is most afraid of changing schools because she finds it troublesome. "Okay, then Daddy will take you to the school tomorrow to have a look, and if it's suitable, we'll settle on it." Great. The next morning, Zichan did not go to work at the company, but took Zhao Jiaying to St. Petersburg Academy. Zilong also skipped work and followed, saying that he was going to help Zhao Jiaying keep an eye on things, but he actually just wanted to slack off and not go to work. The principal of the primary school at St. Petersburg Academy was notified and was waiting at the school gate early in the morning, accompanied by his secretary, the director of teaching and the vice principal. At 10 a.m. sharp, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the gates of St. Petersburg Academy Primary School and Zichin, Zilong, and Zhao Jiaying got out. President O, young Master O, welcome to St. Petersburg Primary School. Lin Haiba, the headmaster, was the first to greet them. Everyone else echoed in unison, President O, young Master O. Hello, Headmaster Lin, thank you for your trouble today. Zichin responded politely. You're welcome, President O. It's our honor to be of service to you. Lin Haiba quickly noticed Zhao Jiaying standing next to Zichin. When he first received the notification, he was told that Zichin would be bringing a young child, but he was not told who it was. Mr. O, is this young child going to be enrolling in our elementary school? Yes. Then he said to Zhao Jiaying, Yingbao, this is the school's Principal Lin, say hello. Hello, Principal Lin, my name is Zhao Jiaying, please take care of me in the future. Zhao Jiaying said in a babyish voice. Lin Haiba looked up and down at Zhao Jiaying, and from her voice, appearance and height, she looked no more than 4 years old. So he asked Zichin apprehensively, Zong, what do you think of this child? She doesn't look like she's even old enough to start primary school, does she? Principal Lin, Yingbao will be 4 years old in 50 days. Hearing Lin Haiba ask about her age, Zhao Jiaying simply reported her real age. What? He wants to start first grade in primary school before he turns 4, and Lin Haiba can't believe it. General O, are you serious about letting such a young child start first grade in primary school? Principal Lin, it's not first grade, Yingbao is going to second grade. Zhao Jiaying answered directly. What? What grade did you say you want to go to? Lin Haiba seriously doubted that he had heard wrong and repeated. Second grade. Zhao Jiaying held up 2 fingers for him to see. This is not even old enough to enter first grade, and now she's actually skipping a grade, it's just terrifying. The line behind Lin Haiba was also incredulous and whispered to each other. Principal Lin, just do as she says and arrange a second grade place. Now take us on a tour of the school. Zichin didn't care what they thought, and since he had promised Zhao Jiaying, he would keep his promise. Okay, this way please. Lin Haiba didn't dare say anything more, and could only do as Zichin commanded, taking them on a tour of the school first, and then arranging a place for Zhao Jiaying afterwards. Zichin took Zhao Jiaying's hand and walked into the school grounds, followed by Zilong, while Lin Haiba walked alongside them, introducing them as they went. The vice principal and the others followed behind. May I ask, Mr. O, what is the relationship between you and this child Zhao Jiaying? Lin Haiba wanted to know what relationship Zhao Jiaying had with Zichin, so that he would know how to treat her in the future and which class to arrange for her. My daughter. Zichin simply replied with 3 words. Zichin did not hide Zhao Jiaying's true identity. Since everyone would find out sooner or later, there was no difference between telling her now and later. So it turns out that she is your daughter. Lin Haiba was a little confused. Wasn't Zichin unmarried? How did he suddenly have such a big daughter? Could it be that she was adopted? And just now, he heard the little girl say her name was Zhao Jiaying, with the surname Zhao instead of the surname O. But he didn't dare to ask Zichin if Zhao Jiaying was his biological daughter. After all, a big shot like Zichin was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he definitely couldn't let his daughter suffer at school. Entering the school campus, Zhao Jiaying looked left and right, very excited. It was now class time, so walking on the campus, she could hear the sound of students reading aloud. The principal, Lin Haiba, took Zichin and the other 2 on a tour of the entire campus, giving a detailed introduction. The walk took about 30 minutes. Yingbao, do you like this school? Yes, I like it very much. Daddy, Yingbao wants to go to school here, and she wants to go to school tomorrow. After touring the entire campus, Zhao Jiaying couldn't have liked it more. She couldn't wait to sit in a classroom and start attending classes right away. However, there were still admission procedures to go through, and Lin Haiba still had to arrange a place for her. Zichin petted Zhao Jiaying's head and said dotingly, okay, Daddy knows. Lin Haiba and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. They had heard that Zichin was decisive and ruthless in business. They never expected to see him treat Zhao Jiaying so tenderly today. It seems that this Zhao Jiaying really is his daughter, and he must never neglect her in the future. Principal Lin, since my daughter says she likes it here and wants to go to school here, then you just arrange the place for her. For any procedures that need to be done, you can just notify my assistant and he will come take care of it. President O has a million things to do every day, so there's no need for him to come in person to handle the admission procedures. Just leave it to Su Jianfeng. It's an honor for our school that Miss Ying Bao likes our school. How about this, she can start school tomorrow, and we can handle the procedures later. Today, we'll arrange Miss Ying Bao's place, and I'll send it to your phone later. Is that okay? Okay, thank you for your hard work. We'll go back first. President O, young Master O, Miss Ying Bao, you take care. Lin Haiba and the others saw them off from the school gate just as they had done when they arrived, and they didn't dare to leave until they had seen them get into the car and leave. Lin Haiba said to the head of teaching, Zhang, which class in the second grade is better? Insert President O's daughter into it, and send me the class before 4 p.m. Yes, Principal. Chapter 24, Daddy's Teaching. When she got home, Lin Zhenju asked about the situation. Ying Bao, how was your visit to the school? Did you like it? I liked it very much, and the principal said that Ying Bao can go to school tomorrow. 1 second she was overjoyed, the next she lowered her head and thought about her situation in kindergarten. Ying Bao said with some frustration, Grandma, do you think the older children at school won't like me? At kindergarten, the other children didn't like Ying Bao and wouldn't play with her. Zhao Jiaying knows that the students in primary school are all older than her, so she calls them big brothers and big sisters. How could that be? Our Ying Bao is so smart and cute, anyone who sees her will like her. Lin Zhenju understands that as long as you look smart and cute, you will be liked, but she ignores the fact that children don't care about appearances when they get along with each other. Zichen heard the problem and squatted down to look at Zhao Jiaying eye to eye, asking, Tell Daddy, why didn't the kids like you and play with you in kindergarten? Because they are all stupid. They can't remember the knowledge that the teacher taught them, but Ying Bao can remember it after just hearing it once. A 210 high IQ baby learns everything very quickly and remembers it well. In contrast, ordinary people seem stupid. But Zhao Jiaying often points her finger at other people's noses and calls them stupid. Even small children have self-esteem, and it's not comfortable to hear her call them stupid all day long. Over time, no one liked her and stopped playing with her. Ying Bao, let me ask you, if someone says you're stupid, would you be happy? Would you want to play with the person who said you were stupid? Zhao Jiaying shook her head, no. Zichen saw that she understood, and continued to educate her. So, those children think the same way as you, and naturally don't like being called stupid by others. Zhao Jiaying understood, nodded, and replied in a baby voice, Daddy, Ying Bao understands, and Ying Bao will never call other children stupid again. Don't look at her usual playful face, she also needs friends and wants to play with other children. But since no one pays attention to her, and she has a strong sense of self-esteem, she naturally can't bring herself to go up to them. So after what happened in kindergarten, she was also scared. Today, Zichen also made it clear to her that in the future, at her new school, she will never say that other people are stupid again, otherwise she might be isolated by her new classmates again, and that feeling is really hard to bear. Daddy is telling you this not to scold you, but to tell you that everyone is equal. In fact, every child is not stupid, it's just that Ying Bao will be smarter than them, but we can't look down on others just because we are smarter than them. If we do, others will definitely not like you and don't want to be friends with you, understand? Yes. Ying Bao understands, and she will never be so arrogant and look down on others again, she will definitely be humble. The word humble was something Zichen had told her before, and she happened to use it today. Zichen patted Zhao Jiaying's head and was very gratified. She was a good student and worthy of being his biological daughter, having inherited his fine bloodline. Afterwards, Zhao Jiaying sent a video to Yang Xiuhua to tell her that she was going to school the next day. Yang Xiuhua was happy for her and told her to be careful at school. Primary school is different from kindergarten in that there are teachers watching all the time. Yang Xiuhua's only worry is that Zhao Jiaying will bump into things at school. Auntie, don't worry, Ying Bao is no longer a 3-year-old child, she will pay attention to safety, so you don't have to worry about me. She is clearly still 50 days short of her 4th birthday, so how is she not a 3-year-old child? But since Zhao Jiaying has said so, she has nothing to worry about, not to mention that her father is there to help her take care of everything. Today is Sun Dahai's first day reporting to work at the food factory. Driver Xiao Wang came early in the morning to pick him up and take him to work. Yang Xiuhua made a lot of snacks the night before and took them to the factory for Sun Dahai to share with everyone, hoping that he would make a good impression on everyone. Yang Xiuhua's cooking is very good, and everyone is full of praise for her snacks. In addition, Sun Dahai is an honest person and doesn't have the airs of a new boss. He gets along well with his colleagues at the factory, and everyone respects him. So, this day was a good start for Sun Dahai. Su Jianfeng arranged for a master's student to familiarize Sun Dahai with the business of the factory and teach him management knowledge. Sun Dahai was very humble and studied hard. When he went home, he also brought 2 management books back. After dinner, he went into his study and buried his head in his studies. Because he wanted to familiarize himself with the business of the factory and finish studying the management books in the shortest time possible. The next day was Zhao Jiaying's first day of primary school in St. Petersburg. Since last night, Yingbao had been particularly excited and got up early this morning. She put on a pink tutu dress, pinned 2 shiny barrettes in her hair, and carried her favorite little yellow duck school bag as she walked downstairs. Lin Shenju was so taken with her adorable appearance that her heart literally melted. Yingbao, good morning. You're up so early today. Good morning, Grandma. Today is Yingbao's first day of school, so of course she can't be late. She understands the simple truth that being late will give a bad impression on her classmates and teachers. Before long, O Zichen and O Zilong also came downstairs. Zhao Jiaying saw them and rushed up to them, saying in a baby voice, "Daddy, good morning, Uncle. Do you think I look good in this skirt? Do you think my classmates will like it?" O Zilong gave her a thumbs up and praised her, saying, "Yingbao, you are really so cute and pretty today, and even I am charmed by you. Your classmates will definitely like you." Really? The little one didn't seem very confident, as she was a little worried after what had happened. O Zichen patted her on the head and reassured her, saying, "As long as Yingbao makes an effort to be friends with them, they will definitely like you." Well, Yingbao will definitely do that. Zhao Jiaying felt much more confident after hearing his words. After breakfast, O Zichen sent Zhao Jiaying to school. As a biological father, there was nothing wrong with him seeing his daughter off to school on her first day. After seeing her off, he went to work at the company. Although the school and the company were not on the same route, he had to see his daughter off, and he would just be late for work at the worst. After all, he was the company president, and no one would dare say anything. Before leaving the house, Zhao Jiaying said to her little friend Tang Yuan, Yingbao is going to school, so you stay at home and keep your grandma company, okay? Tang Yuan wagged his tail and replied, "Daddy, let's go." Chapter 25 Yingbao's first day of school. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of St. Petersburg Elementary School, but it didn't attract much attention. The students who came here to study all came from wealthy or noble families, so they were not surprised by such a luxury car. At this time, many parents had already dropped their children off at school, and there were many cars parked in front of the school. Parents are not allowed to enter the school, so they can only drop their children off at the school gate, so after the children get out of the car, they walk to the school campus on their own. They were wearing St. Petersburg school uniforms, and their school bags were also issued by the school. Due to Zhao Jiaying's special age, the school uniform did not have a suitable size for Zhao Jiaying for the time being, so it had to be custom made. So before the school uniform was returned, Zhao Jiaying could just wear her own clothes. Last night, Lin Haiba had already sent O Zichen Zhao Jiaying's class 2-6, and the homeroom teacher was teacher Qin Shishir. Today, teacher Qin Shishir was also waiting at the school gate to welcome Zhao Jiaying. She didn't know which one was Zhao Jiaying, but she recognized O Zichen. When she saw O Zichen walking with Zhao Jiaying to the school gate, she went up to them. "Hello, Mr. O, I'm Zhao Jiaying's homeroom teacher, my name is Qin Shishir." "Hello, teacher. I'll trouble you to take care of my daughter from now on." "You're too kind, Mr. O, it's what I should do." Looking at Zhao Jiaying next to O Zichen, he said, "You must be Zhao Jiaying. I'm your homeroom teacher. You can call me Teacher Chen." "Hello, Teacher Chen. I'm Zhao Jiaying. Daddy and everyone else calls me Yingbao," Zhao Jiaying replied in a baby voice. "Okay, Yingbao, now go with your teacher." Chen Shishir held out her hand to her, meaning to lead her in. Zhao Jiaying turned to O Zichen and said, "Daddy, then Yingbao will go to school." O Zichen gave her a spoiled smile and said in a very soft tone, "Okay, listen to your teachers at school. Your second uncle will come pick you up after school this afternoon." Chen Shishir on the side was dumbfounded by this scene. She never expected that she would be so lucky to see such a gentle side of President O, and he is so good to his daughter, not to mention his wife. Chen Shishir suddenly envied Zhao Jiaying's mother very much. How did she marry such a husband? She was also very curious about how Zhao Jiaying's mother looked. What kind of person could win the favor of President O? Bye, Daddy. Zhao Jiaying took Chen Shishir's hand, waved goodbye to O Zichen, and walked into the school. After watching her go in, O Zichen also returned to the company. Class 26 was on the second floor of the teaching building, and there was no elevator, so they had to take the stairs. At this time, the bell rang for class, and the students returned to their respective classrooms one after the other to prepare for class. Chen Shishir took Zhao Jiaying's hand and walked into the classroom of Class 26. The students instantly fell silent, looking at the little Zhao Jiaying with some curiosity. Chen Shishir and Zhao Jiaying walked up to the podium and faced the class. She was not afraid, but rather felt excited. From now on, she would also be able to sit in the same classroom as these older students. Classmates, today we have a new classmate in our class. Her name is Zhao Jiaying, and she is only 4 years old. Everyone should take care of her more in the future, okay? Hearing that Zhao Jiaying is only 4 years old, the classmates were stunned, but they did not whisper. One of the rules of St. Petersburg is that discussions unrelated to books are prohibited during class. Everyone is doing a very good job of this. They all answered the teacher's words in unison. Yes, teacher. Very good. Then Chen Shishir said to Zhao Jiaying, Yingbao, say hello to your classmates. HM. Zhao Jiaying looked at the whole class and said in a baby voice, hello everyone, my name is Zhao Jiaying, you can also call me Yingbao. I am very happy to be your classmate, and I hope you can give me a lot of advice in the future. After she finished, she bowed deeply, and the students applauded to welcome her. Okay, now that we have all been introduced, let's start the class. Take out your Chinese textbooks and turn to lesson 3. Zhao Jiaying is the shortest, so Chen Shishir arranged her in the first row. Yesterday we studied the poem Ode to the Willow. Now, can any student recite it for us? Zhao Jiaying was the first to raise her hand and replied in a babyish voice, Teacher, I know it. Very well, then, please recite it for us, Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying's clear voice then rang out. Ode to the Willow. Tang Dynasty, He Zhizhang. A willow tree, dressed in jade, stands tall. 10,000 green ribbons hanging down. I wonder who cut the delicate leaves. The spring breeze in February is like a pair of scissors. Well done, Yingbao. As soon as Zhao Jiaying finished speaking, several of the academically weak male students immediately clapped and jeered. She is a child prodigy, isn't she amazing? The classroom suddenly became noisy, and Chen Shishir shouted angrily, quiet. Chen Shishir looked at those naughty male classmates who didn't like to study. They were really speechless. They were not even as good as a 4-year-old child, and you guys are still proud to say that you are second-year students. Zhao Jiaying is great, and everyone should learn from her in the future. Okay, let's continue with the lecture. Praised by the teacher and classmates, Zhao Jiaying was overjoyed. It seemed that everyone liked her, and she would not have to worry about being isolated in the future. Soon the class was over, and it was time for the 10-minute recess. As soon as the teacher left the classroom, many male and female classmates gathered around Zhao Jiaying's desk and asked her, Yingbao, are you really only 4 years old? Zhao Jiaying nodded and replied, actually, I'm not even 4 years old. If you don't count today, I still have 49 days before my 4th birthday. You're amazing. You're in 2nd grade and can already recite such difficult poems. My younger brother is 5 years old and doesn't even know a few characters yet. You're practically a child prodigy. Yingbao, I think I'm starting to admire you. Everyone finds it novel to be classmates with a 4-year-old, and since Zhao Jiaying is cute and adorable, and also does well in school, everyone really likes her. They always go over to her after class to chat and so on. Zhao Jiaying is also very happy, and finds going to primary school much more interesting than kindergarten, because everyone likes her and wants to be her friend, and gradually she has developed a sense of superiority. At lunchtime, everyone vied to sit with Zhao Jiaying and even offered her the meat on their plates, saying, Yingbao, eat more so that you can grow up quickly. With the first precedent set, the other students followed suit, and in no time, Zhao Jiaying's plate was full of meat. Looking at the plate full of meat, Zhao Jiaying felt warm in her heart, because she knew that it was because everyone liked her that they had shared the delicious meat with her. But she knew she definitely couldn't finish such a large plate of meat, and she hated wasting food, so she said, thank you, brothers and sisters, for sharing the meat with Yingbao, but there's so much that she really can't finish. You should help her eat some of it, otherwise it will go to waste. Hearing this, everyone took some more meat and sat down happily to eat. Chapter 26, Uninvited Guests. A happy day always passes by quickly, and before they knew it, it was time for school to let out for the afternoon. Chen Shishir walked Zhao Jiaying out of the school grounds, and O Zilong was already waiting for them at the gate. He waved at Zhao Jiaying, who ran over to him and sweetly called out, "Uncle Zilong." O Zilong picked her up in his arms and scratched her little nose, saying tenderly, "Ingbao, did you behave yourself at school and listen to your teachers?" Chen Shishir walked over and respectfully said, "Young Master O, Ingbao is very obedient and well behaved at school, and her classmates like her very much. She has also adapted very well, so you don't need to worry about her." The you here naturally includes Zhao Jiaying's father, O Zichen. Since he wasn't there, naturally it was his role as an uncle to relay the message. "Listen, uncle, even the teacher said that I'm very obedient and well behaved." Zhao Jiaying was a little smug. "I know, young master." O Zilong nodded to Chen Shishir and said, "Teacher, thank you for your hard work today, so I'll take him home first." "You're welcome, you take your time." After getting in the car, O Zilong asked Zhao Jiaying, "Ingbao, do you want to go home first, or go to the company and wait for daddy to get off work, and then go home together?" "Go to the company and wait for daddy to go home together." Zhao Jiaying couldn't wait to tell O Zichen about what happened at school today. "Great, let's go back to the office first." Arriving at the O group, Zhao Jiaying rushed into the CEO's office, and her clear voice rang out, "Daddy, Ingbao is back." O Zichen, who was working, heard Zhao Jiaying's voice and stopped what he was doing. He opened his arms wide for Zhao Jiaying, who was running towards him, and picked her up in his arms. "Good girl, how was school today? Did you listen to your teacher?" "Of course she did. The teacher and classmates all like Ingbao very much." Zhao Jiaying told O Zichen everything that happened at school today, in great detail. After listening, O Zichen praised her. "Well, Ingbao is really great, just like a little schoolgirl." "Daddy, I'll stop talking to you now. The teacher assigned homework today, and I need to finish it first." After finishing, she got off from O Zichen, walked to the coffee table next to the sofa by herself, took out the homework from her bag, and sat there to write it carefully. O Zichen did not bother her and continued with his unfinished work. When she returned to the O family, Zhao Jiaying also told Lin Jinju about what happened at school. Lin Jinju also praised her. "Ingbao is really awesome, worthy of being our O family descendant, and she has brought great honor to the Olo family." In the following days, everyone went about their business as usual, going to work or school. Nothing unusual happened. Before long, it was the weekend, a day off. A guest arrived at the O home, an uninvited guest for Zhao Jiaying. "Madam, Miss Yang is here." Lin Jinju was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading the newspaper when she heard Lu's announcement and immediately took off her reading glasses and put down the newspaper in her hands. Quickly, she invited her in. Lu Sa ushered Yang Xiaoyun in and said, "Miss Yang, this way please, the old lady is in the living room." Yang Xiaoyun nodded politely and said, "Thank you, Lu Sa." After entering the living room, she saw Lin Jinju and walked up to her warmly, sweetly saying, "Grandma, it's been a long time, how have you been recently?" "I'm doing well, Xiaoyun, you're so thoughtful, come, sit down." Lu Sa, serve tea. Yang Xiaoyun took out an exquisite food box and handed it to Lin Jinju, saying, "Grandma, these are the snacks I made myself. Do you think they taste good?" Lin Jinju picked up a piece of snack and took a small bite. Not bad, I didn't think you were such a good cook. If Grandma likes them, I'll make them for you again next time." Yang Xiaoyun looked around the living room and didn't see a trace of O Zichen. Bashfully, she asked Lin Jinju, "Grandma, why don't I see Zichen? It's the weekend, does he still have to work?" She came over today, but specifically to see O Zichen, because it had been a month since they last met and he hadn't contacted her. So she took advantage of the weekend to come over to the house specifically to see him. "No, he's in the study, I'll ask Mrs. Lu to go get him." "Okay, thanks Grandma." In the study, O Zichen was teaching Zhao Jiaying how to play Go. Zhao Jiaying was very smart and picked it up quickly. After 3 games, she already knew how to break through the siege and turn defeat into victory. O Zilong watched the game from the sidelines, cheering for Zhao Jiaying. He had always been defeated by O Zichen before, but today he finally saw his own brother lose badly, and he lost to his own daughter. The feeling was simply too sour. There was a knock on the door. "Young master, Miss Yang Xiaoyun is here, and the old lady wants you to come down." O Zichen thought to himself, "Why is she here? I know, I'll be down in a moment." Then he said to O Zilong, "Zilong, you keep Ingbao company for now, I'll go down for a while." "For a while? How will you be able to come back up again?" But since his brother had commanded it, Zilong dared not disobey. "Brother, I know, you go." Yang Xiaoyun is the daughter of Yang Dapeng, the second wife of the Yang Group's president, Yang Dapeng. She is also known as a daughter born out of wedlock in ancient times. A daughter born out of wedlock is naturally not valued, because the first wife also has a daughter and a son, and they are the young lady and young master. Yang Xiaoyun's mother died early, and her father did not treat her well at home, so she was often bullied by her sister Yang Xiaolin and her brother Yang Jifan, who said that she was only worthy of being their little follower and carrying their shoes. Yang Xiaoyun dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out because she had no strong backing to rely on. So she secretly vowed that she must become successful and find the most powerful person to be her backing, so that she could trample Yang Xiaolin and the other two under her feet and take revenge for the humiliation she had suffered over the years. Zichen is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Not only is he good-looking and capable, but he is also the wealthiest man in Bin City, and his group is the largest and most powerful group in Bin City. Even her half-sister Yang Xiaolin wanted to marry Zichen, but she never even got the chance to meet him. By a strange coincidence, Yang Xiaoyun got to know Lin Jinju and helped her out a little. So at the time, Lin Jinju thought that Yang Xiaoyun was a very nice person and quite liked her. Later, Yang Xiaoyun told Lin Jinju about her own experiences, and after listening, Lin Jinju felt great sympathy for her and decided that she was a nice person. In addition, Zichen never had a girlfriend, and Lin Jinju was worried about his marriage all the time, so she wanted to match him with Yang Xiaoyun and arranged for them to meet. Chapter 27, Zhao Jiaying and Zilong join forces. Zichen didn't agree to the blind date at first, because Lin Jinju had arranged several blind dates for him before, but he didn't like any of them, so he felt that blind dates were a waste of time, and he didn't want to go on anymore. But Lin Jinju persuaded him with tears in her eyes, saying how good Yang Xiaoyun was and how she had helped her. She also said that this would be the last time she asked him to go on a blind date, and if it didn't work out this time, she wouldn't force him anymore. Zichen really couldn't bear to see his grandmother, who had brought him up with so much love and care, get hurt. And since Yang Xiaoyun had helped Lin Jinju before, he thought it was only right to say thank you to her. So he agreed to go and meet her. When they met for the first time, he had a good impression of her, but it was not a good impression in the sense of romantic love. He just thought that she was a nice person who had helped his grandmother, and that she respected the elderly and loved the young. Later, I went out to dinner with her a few times, and after getting to know her, I found that I still didn't have those feelings for her. Later, I got busy with work, and with the appearance of Zhao Jiaying, I didn't have much contact with her, and I almost forgot about her. I thought that if I didn't contact her, it would show my attitude, but I didn't expect her to actually come to my door today. Yang Xiaoyun's dinner with Zichen was secretly photographed by the paparazzi and posted online, so everyone thought she was Zichen's girlfriend. Because of this incident, her father Yang Dapeng has taken a different view of her, and his attitude has changed 180 degrees. He now treats her better than her older siblings. When her sister Yang Xiaolin found out about this, she was even more envious and jealous. Seeing her furious and desperate, Yang Xiaoyun's heart was filled with joy and pride. So she must take this opportunity to marry Zichen and marry into the top family. Let's see who dares to look down on her in the future and laugh at her for being a daughter born out of wedlock. But Zichen hasn't contacted her in a month, and she panicked, so she rushed to his house to make a presents. Zichen came down the stairs and walked over, greeting Yang Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, you're here?" Yang Xiaoyun was ecstatic to see Zichen and said shyly, "Zichen, it's been a long time. How have you been?" Zichen replied indifferently, "I'm doing well." Zichen didn't say anything else, and Yang Xiaoyun didn't know what to say either, so the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Finally, Lin Jinju came out to warm things up, brought up the snacks Yang Xiaoyun had made, and said to Zichen, "Zichen, these are the snacks that Xiaoyun made with her own hands. Do you want to try them?" "Yes, Zichen, try them and see if they are good. I put a lot of thought into making them." Yang Xiaoyun spent the whole night making the snacks, hoping that Zichen would like them. Zichen glanced at them but didn't reach out to take them. He replied indifferently, "No thanks, I don't like these." Unfortunately, no one is willing to even try it, so Yang Xiaoyun's efforts were in vain. In the study, after Zichen left the room, Zilong had no interest in playing with Zhao Jiaying. He knew about the relationship between Zichen and Yang Xiaoyun, and he had met Yang Xiaoyun as well. But he didn't like Yang Xiaoyun, and he didn't want her to become his sister-in-law. From his observations of women over the years, he felt that Yang Xiaoyun was not as simple as she appeared to be, and that she had a deep mind. He once told Lin Jinju his thoughts, but Lin Jinju didn't believe him and said that if he was so good at reading people, how come he was still being fooled by women? He was instantly silenced and has never dared to say another word since. But now it's different. With Zhao Jiaying around, as long as she doesn't like Yang Xiaoyun either, she will definitely sabotage their good intentions. For the sake of his brother's future happiness, he can only unite with Xiaoying Bao now to fight together against the enemy. Alas, Uzilong kept sighing as he held the chess pieces in his hands. Alas, alas. Zhao Jiaying was unable to think because of his sighing, and she didn't know what to do with the chess pieces. She complained, "Uncle, what's wrong with you? What's the point of sighing?" Uzilong immediately put down the chess pieces in his hands and said seriously, "Uncle is worried about you, do you know that?" Zhao Jiaying didn't get what he meant at all. She had a big question mark on her face. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Ying Bao didn't understand. "Didn't you hear Grandma Lu say just now that a woman has come to see your father? This woman is your father's matchmaking partner, and she might soon become your new mommy." Oh Zilong deliberately scared her because children with biological mothers definitely don't want new mommies. Naturally, mommies are best if they are your biological mommies. Zhao Jiaying's face did indeed change when she heard what Oh Zilong said, and Oh Zilong continued when he saw this. "What about your uncle? He doesn't like this woman either, and he doesn't want her to be Ying Bao's new mommy, so should Ying Bao join forces with your uncle to get her away from your daddy?" Zhao Jiaying nodded, looked at Oh Zilong, and said firmly, "Yes, I don't want a new mommy. I only have one mommy, Zhao Yunxi. And my daddy can only be my mommy's." "Good, I support you, and I will protect daddy for your mommy." Although Oh Zilong has never met Zhao Yunxi, he can see her shadow in Zhao Jiaying to some extent. If she can educate her child so well, she must not be a bad woman. Compared to Yang Xiaoyun, he would rather have Zhao Yunxi as his sister-in-law. Oh Zilong whispered a few words in Zhao Jiaying's ear, and Zhao Jiaying nodded and said with a babyish tone, "Uncle, I know what to do, let's go, we'll go downstairs now." Yang Xiaoyun could guess what was going on when she saw Oh Zichen's somewhat indifferent attitude towards her today, but how could she possibly give up such a good opportunity? Now the outside world is rumoring that she is Oh Zichen's girlfriend and the future Mrs. O, so she must do everything she can to please Lin Jinju and Oh Zichen and be sure to take the position of president of the O group. "Zichen, are you really busy these days and don't have much time to contact me?" "It's the same as always, there's a lot going on at the company." Oh Zichen spoke honestly. "If I really cared about you, I would find the time to see you, no matter how busy I was. If I don't see you, it only shows that I don't care." Lin Jinju also understood this truth. If it were before, she would have persuaded Oh Zichen to spend more time going out with Yang Xiaoyun. But now that she had Zhao Jiaying, her thoughts had changed. She had to think more about Zhao Jiaying. After all, the stepmother would not necessarily treat Zhao Jiaying like her biological daughter, and she did not want her so cute and pleasing little golden great-grandson to be abused in the future. "I think the weather is pretty good today, why don't we go for a walk?" Yang Xiaoyun wanted to seize the opportunity to spend some time alone with the two of them, so that their relationship could develop quickly. But before Oh Zichen could refuse, a clear and childish voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 28, The Bad Girl. "Daddy!" Zhao Jiaying rushed towards Oh Zichen, who picked her up and placed her on his lap. He spoke softly and lovingly, "You ran so fast, aren't you afraid of falling?" "Daddy, you said you would come down in a little while, but Ying Bao has been waiting for a long time and hasn't seen you come up. Second uncle's chess skills are so bad, he was killed in no time by Ying Bao, it's not interesting at all. It's more interesting to play chess with you, so I came down to find you after seeing you didn't come up for so long." Oh Zichen patted Zhao Jiaying's head and said apologetically, "It's Daddy's fault for making Ying Bao wait for so long, I'll continue to play with you later." "Good." Yang Xiaoyun witnessed the tenderness and affection that Oh Zichen showed Zhao Jiaying. This kind of treatment is something Yang Xiaoyun has never experienced, because Oh Zichen has always been cold towards her. Whenever they went out to eat, she was always the one to initiate conversation, and his responses were always just a few simple words. Yang Xiaoyun was extremely surprised to hear Zhao Jiaying call Oh Zichen daddy. But Oh Zichen is obviously not married, so where did the child come from? "Zichen, who is this child?" Yang Xiaoyun asked knowingly. "My daughter." Oh Zichen replied 3 words indifferently. Yang Xiaoyun had thought that Oh Zichen would tell her that this was a child he had adopted, but unfortunately he didn't. Zhao Jiaying glanced at Yang Xiaoyun. She wasn't as young as her mother, and she wasn't as pretty as her mother either. "Daddy, who is this auntie?" Lin Jinju immediately corrected Zhao Jiaying when she heard that this was the wrong term to use. "Ying Bao, Xiaoyun is still single, so you should call her sister, not aunt." Zhao Jiaying knows that you call someone sister if they are single, and aunt if they are married. But she deliberately didn't call her sister, and went straight to the point. Grandma, but my mom is younger and prettier than her, and all the other kids call her aunt, so why can't I call her aunt? Zhao Jiaying's implied meaning was that if her mother was younger and prettier than her and was already an aunt, then she was also an aunt. Zhao Jiaying wanted her to know that Yang Xiaoyun was not as young and pretty as her mother. Zilong heard Zhao Jiaying's words and burst out laughing, but quickly suppressed the smile on his face. Zichen also wanted to laugh, but managed to hold back. Lin Zhenju felt a little embarrassed and apologetically said to Yang Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, I'm really sorry, our Engbao is still young and doesn't know much, so please don't mind." Yang Xiaoyun forced a smile and pretended not to care, saying, "Grandma, it's fine, it's just a name, she can be called anything." In fact, she was already furious inside. This brat had actually subtly called her old. When she became Mrs. O, she would see how she would deal with her. But now that Zichen is so fond of her, she can't afford to offend her. She should treat her well and try to establish an image of a loving mother in front of Zichen and Lin Zhenju. "Zichen, when did you adopt a child? He's so cute." Yang Xiaoyun didn't believe that Zichen would suddenly have a child, so she was convinced that Zhao Jiaying was the child he had adopted. However, Zhao Jiaying was unhappy when she heard this, pouting and saying angrily, "Auntie, are you blind? I look exactly like my father, can't you see? I'm not an adopted child, I'm father's biological child." Yang Xiaoyun was dumbfounded at this, and asked incredulously, "How is this possible? Zichen, how come you suddenly have such a big child?" She didn't believe it, she just didn't believe it. And in fact, she didn't want to believe it. If Zichen has a child and the child has a mother, can she still marry Zichen? If she can't marry Zichen, how can she hold her head up and live as a human being for the rest of her life? She has no way out, she must marry Zichen, she must take the position of president's wife of the O group, she must. Zhao Jiaying doesn't care if she believes it or not, she continues to argue with her, "Why wouldn't my father have a child? My father is so handsome, it's only normal for him to have a child." Yang Xiaoyun looked at Lin Zhenju with a face full of grievances, hoping to get an answer from her. "Grandma, is what she said true? Is she really Zichen's biological daughter?" Lin Zhenju nodded, a little guilty, and said, "Yes, she is indeed Zichen's biological daughter. We only found out about this not long ago." Yang Xiaoyun suddenly burst into tears, stood up, and covered her face, saying, "I don't believe it, it's not true." Then she ran out sadly. In fact, she did it on purpose. She wanted to see if Zichen would chase after her. If he did, it would mean that he cared about her. Lin Zhenju was very worried when she saw Yang Xiaoyun running away sadly, afraid that something would happen to her. After all, they were the ones who had wronged her. Hurriedly, she said to Zichen, "Zichen, you go chase after her and make sure nothing happens to her, or else our sins will be great." Zichen was also a little worried. After all, they were in the wrong in this matter. Even if he would not be with her in the future, he should still make things clear. He put Zhao Jiaying down and said to her, "Engbao, be good. Daddy will be back in a little while." Then he chased after her. Zilong couldn't bear to watch anymore, and stepped forward and said, "Grandma, it's obvious that Yang Xiaoyun is just pretending. Why are you getting so worked up with my brother? Shut up, what do you know? Can't you see that Xiaoyun is crying so sadly? If you don't care, that's fine, but don't go around making snide remarks." Lin Zhenju was already worried, and now Zilong wasn't helping, but making things worse. She couldn't help yelling at him. Sure enough, when Zilong was yelled at by Lin Zhenju, he didn't dare say a word. Zhao Jiaying saw that Lin Zhenju was actually speaking up for Yang Xiaoyun, and immediately refused to do anything, standing on the same side as Zilong. "Grandma, that auntie is a bad woman. Engbao doesn't like her." "Engbao, why do you think that? Xiaoyun is not a bad woman, she is a good person, she even helped Grandma before." Lin Zhenju was afraid that Zhao Jiaying had misunderstood Yang Xiaoyun, so she hurriedly tried to explain. "She is not a good person, she wants to be Engbao's new mommy and compete with Engbao for daddy, she is a bad woman, Engbao doesn't like her." "Engbao, who told you all this?" Lin Zhenju didn't believe it. Zhao Jiaying knew all this at such a young age, so someone must have said something to her. Zilong thought something was wrong and hurriedly shook his head at Zhao Jiaying, telling her not to tell on him. But it was already too late. Zhao Jiaying pointed at him and answered very honestly. "It was Uncle Air who told me. He said she was a bad woman and that he didn't like her either." Zilong put his hand on his forehead. This ungrateful brat actually betrayed him. Lin Jinju heard that it was Zilong who taught her, and immediately gave a knife-like look, hating to kill him for talking nonsense in front of Zhao Jiaying. Zilong was scared by Lin Jinju's look and quickly said, "Grandma, I'll go see if my brother needs any help." After that, he ran out like an arrow. Kidding, if he doesn't run, Lin Jinju's look can devour him alive. Chapter 29, Make Things Clear with Yang Xiaoyun. Yang Xiaoyun had been running from the villa for a while, but she hadn't heard the sound of Zichan catching up. She wondered why he wasn't chasing after her, and slowed down to wait for him. Soon, Zichan's voice came, "Miss Yan, wait." Yang Xiaoyun was ecstatic. It seemed that Zichan still had feelings for her, and she had made the right move. Zichan quickly caught up with Yang Xiaoyun, who continued to pretend to cry and said with a grievance, "Zichan, you don't need to worry about me, just let me calm down by myself." After she finished speaking, she wanted to walk out, but Zichan stopped her. "Miss Yan, there is something I must make clear to you. Since there is no possibility of having an affair with her, then in the future, the way she addresses him will have to change." Yang Xiaoyun thought that Zichan was going to explain to her, and she was overwhelmed with joy. She said shyly, "Okay, go ahead. Yingbao is my biological daughter. I only found out about this not long ago. At first, I didn't believe it was true either, but we did a paternity test and it confirmed that she is indeed my biological child. Although I don't know how she came to be, the time I've spent with her has brought a lot of joy to our family, and I've grown to like her more and more. I even feel very fortunate to have such a lovely daughter. I have already missed her growth in the previous few years, so in the future I will make up for it and accompany her growth. There is something I must make clear to you. I have also spent some time with you, and in fact I feel that we are not suitable for each other, so there is no need to waste time." Yang Xiaoyun immediately panicked when she heard Zichan's words, grabbed his hand, and said excitedly, "Zichan, where exactly have I not done well enough? You tell me, I can change for you." Zichan let go of her hand and said seriously, "No, Miss Yan, you are very good, really very good, but we are not suitable for each other. I have a child, and you are still a young girl, you deserve someone better to love you. I don't care, Zichan, I don't care if you have a child, I just want to be with you. Ever since I first met you, I have fallen deeply in love with you, and there is no room in my heart for anyone else. Don't worry, I will treat your child as if she were my own, I will treat her well." Compared to the problem of Zichan having a child, Yang Xiaoyun is more afraid of losing Zichan and losing him as a strong backing. "This is not a matter of whether you care or not, the most important thing is my daughter. From the situation just now, my daughter does not like you, so I don't want to, and I won't let her suffer. So I hope you can understand the feelings of a father." Zichan did not say this to reject Yang Xiaoyun and use Zhao Jiaying as a shield, but because he really felt this way. Since he has now admitted that Zhao Jiaying is his daughter, he will dote on her in the future and never let her suffer any injustice. Zichan went from not wanting to admit that Zhao Jiaying was his daughter to now putting her first in everything and thinking of her interests in everything. It seems that Xiaoying Bao has successfully captured the heart of her CEO daddy. "Zichan, I won't let your daughter suffer. I know she probably doesn't like me very much right now. But I will work hard to make her like me. Please give me a chance, okay? As long as Zichan is willing to give her a chance and be with her, what does it matter if she has to do everything she can to make Zhao Jiaying like her? The worst that can happen is that after her position is secure, she can deal with Zhao Jiaying later. So you see, this person's heart is really bad and there is really no cure for it. 1 second you can try every means to please you, and the next second you can just kick you away." Fortunately, Zichan had foresight, otherwise Xiaoying Bao would have suffered in the future. "No need, my daughter will never like you. I've already said what I needed to say, so you don't need to be persistent. Okay, I'll have someone send you home in a bit." After saying this, he turned around and went back. He had just promised Zhao Jiaying that he would go back in a while, and he couldn't go back on his word this time. The reason why Zichan was so sure that Zhao Jiaying would not like Yang Xiaoyun was because he knew that Zhao Jiaying had a very good mother. If her own biological mother is still alive, and she wants another woman to become her new mother, then that person is either stupid or has a problem. And Zhao Jiaying is such a smart baby, so naturally she is not stupid. Zichan made things clear with Yang Xiaoyun today. No matter what happens to her in the future, it has nothing to do with him. After all, he doesn't owe her anything. To say that she had previously helped Lin Jinju with a small favor and owed this favor, but Zichan has already repaid it. He gave them a very good project for the Yang Group, which is also considered to have repaid this favor. And the reason he rejected Yang Xiaoyun, apart from the factor of Zhao Jiaying, is actually another reason, and that is her mother, Zhao Yunqi. Ever since he saw her photo last time, Zichen has been unable to forget her. A graceful lady, a gentleman admires her. After all, no one doesn't like beautiful people and things. What's more, Zhao Yunqi still owes him an explanation. Lin Zhenju was still in the living room, defending Yang Xiaoyun, saying how good she was, but Zhao Jiaying just couldn't hear it. Because she had already decided that Yang Xiaoyun was the bad woman. I won't listen. I won't listen. Great-grandma, don't keep defending her. If you keep defending her, Ying Bao will never talk to you again. After saying this, she turned her little head away, not looking at her, to show that the baby didn't want to hear anything more about that bad woman. In fact, in Zhao Jiaying's subconscious, she didn't think that Yang Xiaoyun was a bad woman, but that anyone who wanted to be her new mommy and compete with her for her father, Zichen, was a bad woman. Her purpose in coming to the O family was to get to know her relatives and to protect her mother from any woman who wanted to steal her father away. Lin Zhenju saw that Zhao Jiaying looked really serious, as if she was angry, so she didn't dare say anything more. After all, compared to Zhao Jiaying, Yang Xiaoyun was just an outsider, while Zhao Jiaying was her long-awaited great-great-grandson and blood relative. It was clear which was more important. All right, I won't talk about her. Ying Bao, don't be angry. Will you forgive me? It was only after hearing Lin Zhenju's words that Zhao Jiaying turned her little head and looked at Lin Zhenju, saying with a childish face, all right, since you know you were wrong, Ying Bao will forgive you. Zhao Jiaying was not stupid, and she would not be angry with her own grandma just because of an insignificant outsider. Besides, Lin Zhenju had already given her an excuse, so she naturally took it. Zhao Jiaying also thought about how her second uncle, Zilong, had been scolded by Lin Zhenju. He had only told her about these things for her own good, and she did not think her second uncle was at fault. So she said to Lin Zhenju, Grandma, please don't be angry with my second uncle, okay? He only told Ying Bao these things for her own good. Grandma is still so young and pretty, and getting angry will make you frown and wrinkle, and then you won't look good. Lin Zhenju was amused by Zhao Jiaying's words and couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. Okay, I won't be angry with Uncle Air, I'll listen to Ying Bao. You're the best, Ying Bao loves you the most. After saying that, she kissed Lin Zhenju on the cheek. At that moment, Zichen returned. Chapter 30 Yang Xiaoyun wants money. Ying Bao, Daddy's home. Zichen shouted at Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying heard Zichen calling her and ran over with her little short legs. Zichen picked her up in his arms. Lin Zhenju was still a little worried about Yang Xiaoyun, so she asked Zichen, how is Xiaoyun? Is she okay? Grandma, I've already made everything clear to her. As for what she thinks, it's no longer something I need to consider. Don't worry too much, we don't owe her anything. Even if she helped you before, I have already repaid that favor for you. Don't worry, I have already instructed the driver to take her home. He, Zichen, has done what needs to be said and done. Her, Yang Xiaoyun's, future has nothing to do with him. Holding Zhao Jiaying as he walked upstairs, he said, Ying Bao, shall we go upstairs and play some chess again? The little Ying Bao can already play chess with her own father, and Zichen's days are not so boring anymore. It feels pretty good to have a little opponent. Okay, Daddy, just go ahead and attack, Ying Bao is not afraid. Lin Zhenju let out a sigh. Yang Xiaoyun is such a good kid, but she is ultimately not destined to be with him. What a pity. I wonder if old Madame O, after learning Yang Xiaoyun's true colors, will still feel sorry that she is not going to be her granddaughter-in-law? Yang Xiaoyun returned home and angrily smashed everything in her room that could be smashed. Such a loud noise attracted the attention of the maid and the whole family. Yang Dapeng, his eldest sister Chenlan, Yang Xiaolin, Yang Jifan and the two maids hurriedly came up to check what had happened after hearing the noise. They opened the door and saw that the room was in complete disarray, with things smashed to pieces. Yang Xiaoyun was sitting on the bed, glaring angrily at the people who had come in. Chenlan, the eldest sister, exclaimed. Oh dear, what happened? You smashed everything up like this? Yang Dapeng also asked with concern, Xiaoyun, what happened? Tell Daddy, see if Daddy can help you solve it? Since Yang Xiaoyun and Zichen's dinner was secretly filmed and posted online, everyone thought she had hooked up with the rich Zichen. At the time, Yang Dapeng was overjoyed, thinking that he would soon become Zichen's father-in-law, and in that case, would his company be afraid of not getting any business? But Yang Xiaolin, who was jealous and envious, did not believe that Zichen would look at someone like her, so she fanned the flames in front of Yang Dapeng, saying that it was not true. Yang Dapeng listened to Yang Xiaolan's words and became doubtful. But then Yang, who had never had a cooperative relationship with the O Group, suddenly got a big project from the O Group. Upon inquiry, it was O Zichen who gave the order and designated Yang to do it. This confirmed the relationship between O Zichen and Yang Xiaoyun. In addition, O Zichen had never spread any rumors about his relationship with anyone, and when his affair with Yang Xiaoyun was announced online, he did not clarify it or take the news down. Now everyone in the Yang family, including Yang Xiaolan, who was the least willing to believe it, believed it. They envied Yang Xiaoyun even more and constantly cursed her behind her back, telling her to let O Zichen dump her quickly. Since that time, Yang Dapeng has treated Yang Xiaoyun like a deity, a complete 180-degree change from his previous attitude. Even Yang Xiaolan and her son and daughter-in-law, who had always kept her in check, have to grovel to her. During this time, she has been able to live a life of luxury, and it feels really good. She never wants to go back to the days of being stepped on and bullied at will, so she must firmly grasp onto the big tree that is O Zichen. O Zichen gave the Yang project because he wanted to repay Yang Xiaoyun for having helped Lin Jinju. And the fact that he didn't clarify or retract the photos of him having dinner with Yang Xiaoyun was because it didn't affect him in any way, so he didn't want to waste manpower and resources dealing with the news. In fact, at the time, he had also considered whether or not to try dating Yang Xiaoyun. But after spending some time together, he really felt that she wasn't the person he wanted, so today, because of Zhao Jiaying, he had completely made things clear with her. The Yang family knew that Yang Xiaoyun had gone to the O family today, and now that she was back looking furious, Yang Xiaolan thought to herself that maybe O Zichen had dumped her. If that was really the case, she would be waiting to see her laugh. She had been writing her hard for a while now, and she no longer wanted to put up with her. So she said sarcastically, "Dad, Xiaoyun just came back from the O family. Didn't she say she was going to dinner? Now she's back and throwing a tantrum without even eating dinner. Do you think she made President O angry and he dumped her?" As Yang Xiaolan said these words, she saw Yang Xiaoyun raise a mocking smile. Yang Xiaoyun clenched her fists in anger, hating the idea of going up to her and slapping her. Yang Dapeng was a little worried. If that was really the case, they would have to spit out the fat they had in their hands. And what he feared most was that Yang Xiaoyun had offended O Zichen. With O Zichen's ruthless tactics in the business world, it would be as easy as squishing an ant to bring down their small Yang group. So he asked Yang Xiaoyun fearfully, "Xiaoyun, it's not true what your sister said, is it? You offended O Zichen and he dumped you, right?" Yang Xiaoyun saw Yang Xiaolan and her son, a face waiting to see her laugh. If she answered yes, wouldn't she be giving them a chance to laugh at her? And her father Yang Dapeng is a snobbish person. During this time, he can treat her like an ancestor, and it's not because of O Zichen's relationship. If he finds out now that O Zichen doesn't want her anymore, do you think he will treat her like he does now? Yang Xiaoyun knew in her heart that it would definitely not be the case. At that time, Yang Xiaolan and her son and daughter-in-law would continue to trample on her and humiliate her. It can be said that her life would be even more difficult than before. After living a life of luxury for a while, she would never want to go back to the kind of life she had before, where she was trampled on and humiliated. Therefore, she absolutely cannot let her father know what happened at the O family today. The biggest obstacle now is that brat. As long as she gets rid of that brat, she and O Zichen still have a chance. And with Lin Jinju supporting her, by then, O Zichen will definitely be willing to marry her. So she adjusted her emotions and pretended to be indifferent as she said to Yang Dapeng, "Dad, of course not. In fact, I didn't go to the O family today. Zichen was away on business and wasn't home, so I didn't go over. I just lost my temper because when I went shopping, I liked a diamond necklace and couldn't afford it, so the shop assistant laughed at me. You know, I sometimes have to go to parties with Zichen, but I don't even have any decent jewelry, so..." When I heard that, Yang Dapeng let out a sigh of relief. As long as O Zichen hadn't dumped her, that was fine. "Oh, is that so? It's all my fault, I didn't consider this for you. Well, if you like any of the necklaces, I'll buy it for you." Yang Dapeng, who had always been very stingy with Yang Xiaoyun, was unusually generous this time. After all, you can't keep a child from going if you don't trap a wolf. "But I haven't decided yet. How about this, Dad? You pay for it and I'll buy it myself." "That's fine too. How much do you want?" Yang Xiaoyun didn't hesitate, raised one finger and said, 10 million. Chapter 31. What does sharp mean? Shenlan, the matriarch, was so angry when she heard this figure that she yelled. "What? 10 million? Your father runs a printing company? How can you say that?" Yang Xiaolin didn't want Yang Dapeng to give Yang Xiaoyun this money. In the past, when Yang Dapeng gave her money, the most he had ever given her was 500,000 yuan. If Yang Dapeng really agreed to give her this money today, she would definitely feel unbalanced. Yes, Dad, 10 million is not a small sum, and you just gave it to her. What if what she said isn't true? Yang Xiaolin, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm cheating Dad out of his money? Yang Xiaolin, whether or not you're cheating, you know best. Yang Xiaolin simply didn't believe her, saying that the jewelry was for accompanying Ozichin to the party, which sounded better than the truth. If she really wanted to accompany Ozichin to the party, she didn't believe that Ozichin wouldn't even prepare that for her. I'm telling you the truth, believe it or not. I know, you don't want Dad to give me money, you're actually jealous of me, jealous that I've got such a great boyfriend in Ozichin, and you're hoping every day that he'll dump me. But I'm telling you, even if Ozichin dumps me, he'll never look at you. Yang Xiaolin was caught off guard and suddenly couldn't think of anything to say. What do you mean, what? Isn't what I said the truth? Seeing that the two sisters were about to start arguing, Yang Dapeng shouted. Alright, stop fighting. Yang Dapeng scolded Yang Xiaolin, Xiaolin, this is your fault. Your sister has finally found such a good boyfriend, you should be happy for her, why are you being so petty? Apologize to her now. Dad, I didn't say anything wrong, why should I apologize to her? She doesn't deserve an apology. Seeing that Yang Xiaolin refused to apologize, Yang Dapeng became furious and shouted, what? Now I can't say anything? Shenlan was most afraid of Yang Dapeng getting angry, so she tugged Yang Xiaolin's hand and whispered, forget it, listen to your father, or we won't have a good life in the future. In order to take care of the overall situation, Yang Xiaolin had to give in, so reluctantly she said to Yang Xiaoyun, I'm sorry. Then Yang Dapeng came out to smooth things over and said, Xiaoyun, since your sister has already apologized, just forgive her this time. As for the 10 million you want, Dad will go back to the company tomorrow and ask the finance department to transfer it to you. Yang Dapeng thought about it and decided to give her the money. After all, her status was now different. She was Ozichin's official girlfriend and would become Mrs. O in the future. Spending money on her now was like an investment, and it would definitely pay off in the future. The project the O Group gave him this time also made him earn tens of millions, so that's why he agreed so readily to give Yang Xiaoyun the money. Yang Xiaoyun saw that Yang Dapeng had agreed to give her the money, so she put on a placating appearance and said very generously, okay, this time, on my father's behalf, I will forgive you this time, but it won't happen again. Yang Xiaolin saw the look of smug satisfaction on Yang Xiaoyun's face and was so angry that her lungs felt like they were going to burst. But she couldn't do anything about her, so she could only bear it. The room was trashed by Yang Xiaoyun, and the floor was a mess. She couldn't clean it up herself. She walked out of the room and told the maid, clean up my room. Yes, Miss Second. Yang Xiaoyun walked downstairs, and Yang Dapeng followed, saying with concern, Xiaoyun, you didn't eat lunch, did you? Tell them what you want to eat, and I'll have them make it for you. Anything is fine, thanks Dad. Yang Xiaoyun had planned to eat at the O's house at noon, but as a result of the incident, she had not eaten anything. Now she was indeed hungry, and she went downstairs to find something to eat, because only after eating would she have the strength to think about things. After returning and pondering for a while, she also figured it out. The biggest obstacle between her and Ozichin now was Zhao Jiaying. As long as she got rid of her, in the future, she and Ozichin could have as many children as they wanted. But getting rid of Zhao Jiaying, she couldn't do it herself, so she had to find someone to do it. And to find someone, she would definitely need a lot of money, but she didn't even have 200,000 yuan in savings. That was why she came up with such a lame excuse to cheat money. But she knew that her father would definitely give her the money, because he couldn't bear to lose his child and couldn't catch a wolf. If he wanted a bigger reward in the future, he had to invest in her now, because she was still everyone's recognized official girlfriend of Ozichin. Ozichin and Zhao Jiaying continued playing chess in the study, and in the end Zhao Jiaying defeated Ozichin by 2 wins out of 3 games. Ozichin had met his match this time, but he didn't feel frustrated. He was very happy and proud that his daughter was so outstanding, surpassing him. At lunch, Ozilong returned and took Zhao Jiaying to a corner, whispering to her. Ingbao, you little ungrateful brat, how could you betray me like that in front of grandma and get me scolded when your uncle has helped you so much? Uncle, Ingbao didn't mean it, don't be angry. You didn't tell me not to tell anyone, it was you who said it, so. She's such an honest and good girl, of course she wouldn't lie and told the truth. Humph, you still have the nerve to say that, haven't you always said you're very clever? Why were you so stupid and unobservant just now? What does sharp mean? Zhao Jiaying had never learned this word and could not understand its meaning, so she asked O Zilong in return. Sharp means that when Zhao Jiaying asked this question, O Zilong suddenly didn't know how to explain it, and even regretted saying the word, so that now he was at a loss for words. Oops, anyway, you remember, you can't betray second uncle in the future, understand? Otherwise, in the future, if there is anything, you can't even think of asking second uncle for help. Threat. This is definitely a blatant threat, and Zhao Jiaying will remember this lesson well. Uncle, Yingbao remembers, and will never betray you again. And this time, Yingbao also promised Tai Tai Nai Nai not to be angry with you, and she promised. She's such a capable little cutie, and she knows how to make up for her mistakes. Is Tai Tai Nai Nai really not angry with you anymore? When he thought about Lin Zhenju's eyes just now, which seemed to want to devour him alive, O Zilong still felt a little scared. Since he was young, he had never been afraid of anyone, except for his brother and grandmother. Of course it's true, how would Yingbao lie to you? If you don't believe me, I'll go ask Tai Tai with you. No need, I believe you. He wouldn't dare to ask. The table was already full of dishes, and Zhao Jiaying took O Zilong's hand and walked towards the dining room. Uncle, let's hurry up and eat, there's braised pork for lunch today. As she spoke, Zhao Jiaying's mouth watered, and her saliva almost dripped. Good, little glutton. Chapter 32, Hiring a Killer. At night, while sleeping, Zhao Jiaying once again hugged the yellow duck and brought Tang Yuan to knock on O Zichen's room door. Yingbao, are you going to sleep with Daddy again tonight? It's only been a few days since she slept with him last time, and she's already coming to him again. Zhao Jiaying nodded, wearing a cute little nightie, and stood in the doorway. This time, O Zichen didn't agree, and she didn't dare to rush in. Because last time, O Zichen told her that she couldn't just enter someone else's room without their permission, it was very rude. O Zichen saw Zhao Jiaying's cute and adorable appearance, and his heart was completely melted. He nodded to her, come in. After getting permission, Zhao Jiaying quickly rushed in, took off her shoes and climbed into bed, while Tang Yuan was still sleeping in the same place as usual. Daddy, starting today until Mommy comes back, Yingbao is going to sleep with Daddy. Zhao Jiaying said in a baby voice. Why? Zhao Jiaying doesn't seem like such a clingy child, so why is she suddenly pestering him to sleep with her? Because Yingbao doesn't want to become Cinderella. Cinderella? Who is she? What does she have to do with Zhao Jiaying? O Zichen asked with a big question mark, Yingbao, who is Cinderella? What does she have to do with you? Zhao Jiaying covered her face, surprised that she didn't even know who Cinderella was. She was indeed not a qualified father. So she patiently told O Zichen the fairy tale of Cinderella. After listening to it, O Zichen suddenly understood, and finally understood what Zhao Jiaying meant when she said she didn't want to become Cinderella. It seems that Yang Xiaoyun's visit to the family today made her mistakenly believe that she was going to marry Yang Xiaoyun and that Yang Xiaoyun would become her stepmother. And with her keen mind, she was even more afraid that Yang Xiaoyun, her stepmother, would abuse her, which is why she said she didn't want to become Cinderella. It seems that he didn't handle this well and caused Zhao Jiaying to worry. So he hugged her in his arms and said softly, Daddy promises Yingbao that I will never let Yingbao become Cinderella, but instead be a carefree little princess. Zhao Jiaying tilted her little head and looked at O Zichen with her big, round eyes, saying, Daddy, really? Yingbao really won't become Cinderella? Of course not. Daddy has never lied to Yingbao. Don't worry, Daddy will never marry Auntie Yang Xiaoyun, so she won't become Yingbao's stepmother. O Zichen told Zhao Jiaying his true thoughts. First, he had never planned to marry her, and second, he was trying to reassure Zhao Jiaying's young heart. He had heard about many children being abused by their stepmothers, and since he and O Zilong had lacked maternal love since childhood, he naturally knew the importance of maternal love for a child. If a child grows up without maternal love and is instead abused by the stepmother, it is no different from directly ruining her. He doesn't want his cute daughter to be ruined by others, so he must now take care of her with all his heart and accompany her while she waits for her mommy to come back. If her mommy is willing, he will marry her directly. Upon hearing O Zichen's words, Zhao Jiaying cheered up in bed and gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek. Daddy is the best, Yingbao loves Daddy the most. Although O Zichen told her that he would not marry Yang Xiaoyun, Zhao Jiaying was still not at ease. After all, her daddy is so handsome and outstanding, and he is also the boss. There are plenty of women eyeing him and scheming to get his attention. So before mommy comes back, she still has to keep an eye on O Zichen. Can she go to sleep now? O Zichen thought to himself, since she knows that he will not marry Yang Xiaoyun, she can sleep peacefully, right? Because it's getting late, and it's not good for children to go to bed too late. But Zhao Jiaying shook her head. Daddy hasn't told Ling Bao a bedtime story yet? Well, he forgot the most important thing, so it's no wonder the little one won't go to sleep. Zichen shook his head, got out of bed, and went to get a storybook. There was no other way. Now Zhao Jiaying was his ancestor, and he had to take good care of her. He opened the story of the 3 little pigs and started reading. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pig brothers who wanted to build their own houses. The eldest built a straw house, the second built a wooden house, and the youngest felt that a brick house was safer, so he built a brick house with great difficulty. Zhao Jiaying lay on the bed, listening and listening, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. But she quickly shook her head to wake herself up, because the story was so good that she had to hear it to the end before she could go to sleep. Zichen's voice continued. One day, a big gray wolf came to eat the little pigs. First, the wolf blew down the elder brother's straw house, then it rammed into the younger brother's wooden house, and finally, after trying many ways to get in, the wolf gave up its plan to eat the little pigs. Zhao Jiaying closed her eyes in peace after hearing the last 2 words and fell asleep. Soon after, her even breathing could be heard. Zichen covered her up, kissed her forehead lightly, then got out of bed and put the storybook away. He looked at the time, 9:45. It was still early for him, so he went to the study and dealt with some company emails. The next day, Yang Dapeng went to the office and immediately instructed the accountant to transfer 10 million yuan to Yang Xiaoyun's personal account. At around 10 a.m., Yang Xiaoyun's mobile phone received a message that the money had been transferred. With this money, she could do what she wanted. Without delay, she simply tidied herself up, put on her sunglasses, and drove out of the house. She went to the black market trading area in Bincheng, found a man named Chang Go, and handed him Zhao Jiaying's photo. I want this person dealt with. By dealt with, she meant dead by tomorrow. Chang took the photo and looked at it. It was a cute and pretty little girl. He hesitated a bit and asked, "What deep hatred does this child have with you that you want to kill her?" "You don't need to know that. Just tell me if you'll take the job or not." As for the reason, Yang Xiaoyun naturally wouldn't say, and as it involved Zichen, she would never let anyone else know. "Take it, as long as you can afford the price? Whoever hangs out here can't be bothered with money. As long as you can pay, you can do anything." "How much?" "Name your price." 5 million. Chang spoke directly. "Okay, deal." Yang Xiaoyun didn't hesitate, and very cheerfully agreed. 5 million to buy Zhao Jiaying's life, it's worth it. Because Mrs. O's position is worth many times more than 5 million, and Yang Xiaoyun is very confident that as long as Zhao Jiaying is gone, she will be able to marry Zichen smoothly. Chang didn't expect Yang Xiaoyun to agree so readily, and he regretted not asking for more. If he had known, he would have said 8 million. But now he can't raise the price, so he patted his thigh and said, "Quick, deal. Send me the photos and her information." Yang Xiaoyun sent Shangge Zhao Jiaying's photo in the school she goes to, and reminded him that it would be easier to get her at school. The reason she had Zhao Jiaying's photo and knew where she went to school was because she had bribed a servant in the O family, and the servant had secretly told her. After receiving the information, Xiangge patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee I will complete the task. Now please pay the deposit of 3 million first, and the rest after the matter is over." Yang Xiaoyun did not hesitate, picked up her phone and transferred 3 million directly to Brother Chang. "When will it be done?" Brother Chang replied, "It's hard to say, it depends on the situation, but don't worry, we'll get it done as soon as possible. We want to collect the balance as soon as possible too." "Okay, deal with it as soon as possible." Yang Xiaoyun didn't want to see Zhao Jiaying for even a moment longer, not even for an extra minute. "Don't worry, wait for our good news." Yang Xiaoyun saw that after explaining everything clearly, she quickly left the black market trading market, because this place was so chaotic that she didn't want to stay for even a minute longer. If it weren't for the need to find someone to settle Zhao Jiaying, she estimated that she would never set foot in this place in her life. Chapter 33, Sun Huayang is discharged from the hospital. May 8th was the day Sun Huayan was discharged from the hospital. Zhao Jiaying took the day off work to personally pick up Huayan's brother from the hospital. She woke up early that day. Zichen had to go to work, so naturally he wouldn't accompany her. In the end, Lin Zhenju accompanied her to the hospital, because she also wanted to meet the brother Zhao Jiaying often mentioned. When Zhao Jiaying and Lin Zhenju arrived at the hospital, Sun Dahai and Yang Xiuhua were already in the ward, helping Sun Huayang pack his things. Sun Dahai had taken the day off work to pick up his son, who was being discharged from the hospital that day. When Zhao Jiaying saw Sun Huayang, she ran over to hug him, cooing, "Brother Huayang, it's great that you're finally being discharged from the hospital. Yingbao missed you so much." Sun Huayang is 10 years old and 1.35 meters tall, so Zhao Jiaying is just at his shoulder height. Sun Huayang patted Zhao Jiaying's head and said gently, "Yingbao, I'm completely better now, so I won't need to be hospitalized anymore and I can play with you." "Yes." Zhao Jiaying took Sun Huayang's hand and introduced him to Lin Jinju. "Brother Huayang, this is Yingbao's great-grandmother." Sun Huayang bowed slightly to Lin Jinju and greeted her politely. "Hello, great-grandmother, my name is Sun Huayang, thank you for taking care of Yingbao and our family." During this time, Yang Xiuhua told him about what had happened recently and knew that the O family was a great benefactor of their family. So when he met Lin Jinju, he said thank you wisely. "Very good, you are a sensible and good boy." Lin Jinju felt a little sad when she looked at the thin and weak Sun Huayang. Such a young child, being tossed around by the disease, is really pitiful. Fortunately, the child has survived. "What a blessing!" she said to Yang Xiuhua, "Xiuhua, the child is too thin. After being discharged from the hospital, you must give the child some good nourishment. I will have someone send some supplements that nourish the qi and blood over to you later, so that you can give the child some good nourishment. You must not refuse, this is a token of my affection." Knowing that Yang Xiuhua is always polite, she had to be firm. Lin Jinju had already said it, so Yang Xiuhua had no choice but to nod to her. "Thank you, Grandma Pearl." Sun Dahai also came to Lin Jinju and bowed deeply to her, saying gratefully, "Madam, thank you for giving me such a good opportunity. Your family's kindness to us is truly beyond words for our family." Sun Dahai had always wanted to thank the O family in person, but he never had the chance. Today, he finally met Lin Jinju, so naturally he wanted to thank her in person. "You are too polite. Since you are Yingbao's relatives, you are also our family's relatives. As family, there is no need to beat around the bush. If you keep being so polite, it means you don't consider us family. As for work, I heard from Jianfeng that you work very hard and manage the food factory in an orderly manner. The performance has also increased by several points. Speaking of this, I should be the one to thank you. You are too kind. This is all I should do. I owe my current success entirely to you and President O." After taking over the food factory, Sun Dahai took care of everything himself, and in a short period of time, he understood all the business of the factory thoroughly. Then, based on the actual situation, he made corresponding adjustments, which caused the profit of the factory to increase by several percentage points. O Zichen was also very satisfied with his work ability. He was worthy of Zhao Jiaying's trust and did not disappoint everyone. Sun Dahai is also particularly friendly to the factory staff, and never yells at them, so everyone respects him very much and obeys his work arrangements. The discharge procedures were all completed, and Zhao Jiaying and Lin Jinju followed Yang Xiuhua and the others to their new home, where they took a look around and had dinner. During dinner, Lin Jinju thought about Sun Huayang's schooling and asked Yang Xiuhua, "Xiuhua, if there's anything you need help with Huayang's schooling after this, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." "Thank you, Grandma Pearl, we have already found a school, the second primary school near our neighborhood. It is close to home, so it will be convenient for Huayang to go to and from school by himself." After moving here, Yang Xiuhua has already consulted the school and explained Sun Huayang's situation in detail. After finally understanding the situation, the school decided to let Sun Huayang enroll and even helped him complete the enrollment procedures in advance, so that he can go to school directly after being discharged from the hospital. Good, now that the school has been found, Grandma can rest assured. After dinner, Zhao Jiaying played with Sun Huayang for a while before going home. Sun Huayang had just been discharged from the hospital and should not exert himself too much, he needed to rest more. Before leaving, Zhao Jiaying, acting like a little adult, told Sun Huayang, "Huayang brother, you must take care of your health. If you feel unwell in any way, remember to tell your auntie right away, okay? Yingbao, don't worry, I know. You take care too." Today is the first day of Brother Chang's operation. Since Zhao Jiaying took the day off, they kept watch in front of the school all day, but they never saw Zhao Jiaying's shadow. One of his subordinates said, "Brother Chang, do you think Miss Yang gave us the wrong information? We've been waiting all day, but we haven't seen a trace of that little girl. Why don't you call Miss Yang and ask?" "No rush, today is only the first day. Maybe the little girl didn't come today. Let's just observe for a few days. Those who want to achieve great things must avoid impatience and anxiety. Little brother, so what do we do now? Keep watching? Brother Chang, go back for now, come back tomorrow." The next day, they waited all day again, and finally saw Zhao Jiaying's figure when she got out of school. But soon Zhao Jiaying was picked up by Zilong, and Brother Chang and the others had to follow in the minivan. Zilong was driving a very high-performance Maybach sports car, and Xianga and the others couldn't catch up in their broken van. They quickly lost track of the people, so naturally they didn't know that Zhao Jiaying and the others had gone to the O group. This went on for several days, and not only were they unable to arrest anyone, they couldn't even lay a hand on Zhao Jiaying's hair. Originally, they had wanted to infiltrate the school and arrest the people, but St. Petersburg Elementary School was not so easy to get into. Even the cleaning ladies were strictly checked every day before they could enter. So the plan to infiltrate the school obviously didn't work. Judging from the current situation, they could only wait for an opportunity. During this period, Yang Xiaoyun urged a few times, saying that they hadn't finished yet. Chang patiently explained that there was no rush and that they needed to wait for the right opportunity, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. Chang and the others were not stupid. Without complete confidence, how could they act recklessly? This was about killing someone, not doing a good deed. They didn't want to be rich but not live to spend it. Chapter 34, A Happy Family of Three. That night, Zhao Yunxi, who was far away abroad, sent a message to Zhao Jiaying, asking how she was doing recently and if she had been obediently listening to Aunt Xiuhua. Zhao Yunxi sent a voice message, and Zichan was nearby at the time, so he naturally heard her speaking voice. He also sent some photos of Zhao Jiaying at work. The following is the content of the conversation between Zhao Jiaying and Zhao Yunxi. Zhao Yunxi, Yingbao, have you been well while I was away? Have you been a good boy and listened to Auntie Xiuhua? Zhao Jiaying, of course I have, Mommy. Yingbao has been a good boy. It's just that Yingbao misses Mommy so much. Zhao Yunxi, Mommy misses Yingbao too. Mommy promises Yingbao that she will finish her work here as soon as possible and go back, and never be separated from Yingbao again. Once she was abroad, Zhao Yunxi regretted it. She thought that by leaving Yingbao with Yang Xiuhua to look after, she could work and avoid Yang Jianhua without any worries. But she underestimated herself, because she really missed Yingbao too much. And since she was here, facing young children every day, she missed Yingbao even more. Zhao Jiaying, well, when Mummy comes back, Yingbao has a surprise for her. Zhao Yunxi, what is it? Can you tell Mummy now? Zhao Jiaying, not now. I said it's a surprise, so of course I can't tell you until you get back, otherwise it wouldn't be a surprise. The surprise is Zichan, but of course I can't tell Zhao Yunxi now, or I'll scare her. Zhao Yunxi, okay, then Mommy will finish work as soon as possible and come back. Just then, someone called out to Zhao Yunxi, because she had to go to work. Zhao Yunxi, Yingbao, Mommy has to go to work, so I can't chat with you now. I'll send you a message before I go back. Bye, baby. Zhao Jiaying, okay, Mommy, bye. Zichan listened to the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. Not only was she beautiful, but her voice was also so pleasant to hear. Looking at Zhao Yunxi's photos, Zichan felt like he was slowly falling in love with her, and couldn't wait to meet her in person. Zhao Jiaying once again looked through the photos Zhao Yunxi had sent her, and while looking at them, she asked Zichan, Daddy, do you think Mommy is pretty? Very pretty. These were his true words, not meant to make Zhao Jiaying happy, but looking at her hard-working appearance was really charming. Then do you like Mommy? Zhao Jiaying continued to ask. Zichan fell into deep thought, not knowing how to answer this question. To say that he liked her, he had never met her before, which seemed a bit shallow. If I say I don't like her, it seems like I'm being shallow, even though I actually do like her. Zhao Jiaying saw that he was not answering, so she shook his arm and asked coquettishly, Daddy, tell me, do you like Mommy or not? Zichan could see in Zhao Jiaying's expectant eyes that she really hoped he would answer yes. In front of his daughter, it didn't matter if it was shallow or not, just admit it boldly. I like you. Upon hearing Zichan's reply, Zhao Jiaying smiled contentedly, revealing two sweet dimples, just like Zhao Yunxi's smile, which melted his heart. That's great, since Daddy likes Mummy, then when Mummy comes back, Daddy can marry Mummy. By then, Yingbao will have a daddy and a mummy, and we'll be a happy family of three. Zichan could imagine that scene, it must be very beautiful, very sweet, and very happy. But then he thought of a problem. Yingbao, what if your mommy doesn't like Daddy? This is what Zichan is worried about. He likes Zhao Yunxi, but Zhao Yunxi may not like him. Daddy, don't worry, Mommy will definitely like you. Zhao Jiaying is so sure about this that there is no need to worry at all. Are you so sure that your mommy will like Daddy? Zichan was not so confident about this. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is the pursuit of gentlemen. A beautiful woman like Zhao Yunqi will naturally be liked and chased after by many people. And there is also a very strong rival, Yang Jianhua. With so many good choices, Zhao Yunqi may not end up choosing him. Of course, Daddy is so handsome, so outstanding, and the boss, so which woman wouldn't like him? After hearing Zhao Jiaying's words, Zichen's confidence returned a little bit. It seems that he still has quite an advantage. And he forgot the most important point, which is Zhao Jiaying. Between him and Zhao Yunqi, there is a daughter, and this daughter is the best bridge linking them. Right, Ingbao, you just said that Mummy is back and you want to give her a surprise. Can you tell Daddy what the surprise is? Zichen is also very curious about this surprise. What is it? Zhao Jiaying held up a finger and pointed at Zichen, saying, You. Me? Zichen asked back, pointing at himself. That's right, the surprise is Daddy. Why is the surprise Daddy? Zichen, who is usually very smart, was confused and really couldn't figure out what Zhao Jiaying meant. He realized that his brain had obviously become duller after getting together with Zhao Jiaying, and he often couldn't understand what she was saying. Zhao Jiaying also felt that Zichen was stupid, unable to understand such obvious things. My baby is so miserable, worrying herself sick over Daddy and Mummy. So she explained in a baby voice, Ingbao helped Mummy find a handsome and wealthy CEO husband, isn't that a surprise? Zichen suddenly understood, feeling that he had been teased by his daughter. He reached out and gave her a little nudge on the nose, and said softly, You really are a little imp. Zhao Jiaying smiled sheepishly. Without her little imp, how could her mother have married such a handsome husband, and how could her father have married such a beautiful wife? After all was said and done, it was all thanks to her little imp. Time passed quickly, and Zhao Jiaying had been enrolled at St. Petersburg Primary School for almost a month. She took a unit test, and this test made her completely famous at St. Petersburg Primary School. In the subjects of Chinese, mathematics and English, she scored 100 points in all three subjects, ranking first in the entire grade and outperforming her older brothers and sisters, successfully promoting herself to the youngest academic prodigy at St. Petersburg Primary School. Everyone praised her as a little prodigy, and for a time, Zhao Jiaying became the hottest figure at St. Petersburg Primary School. No student or teacher in the entire school did not know her. When they got home, Lin Zhenju and Zilom also praised Zhao Jiaying, saying that she had brought honor to the family and had the same bearing as her father when he was a child. You should know that when Zichen was young, he was also the talk of the school, and everyone called him the academic prodigy. Zichen was the only one who didn't praise Zhao Jiaying, but instead told her to be humble and not be arrogant. Zhao Jiaying took his words to heart and continued to study hard without becoming complacent about her good grades. One day, during recess, Zhao Jiaying felt the urge to go to the bathroom. She hurried to the bathroom, but for some reason, the women's bathroom was packed with people, all waiting in line to use the bathroom. There was nothing she could do, so Zhao Jiaying had to run up to the women's bathroom on the 4th floor to go. This is how the bathrooms in St. Petersburg are distributed: the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors are for women, and the 1st and 3rd floors are for men. Fortunately, the women's toilets on the 4th floor were not very crowded, otherwise Zhao Jiaying was afraid she would not be able to hold it in and would just pee herself. Although she is only 4 years old, it is normal for her to occasionally pee her pants. But she is already in elementary school, and if she really pees her pants, the shame of it going viral would be truly humiliating. After leaving the toilet, Zhao Jiaying was preparing to go back to her classroom. Walking down the corridor, Zhao Jiaying saw a super handsome guy coming towards her. She and her mother have one thing in common: they both like to look at handsome guys. In the past, she and her mother watched variety shows together and would gawk at the handsome male stars on TV. But the two of them also have one difference: when Zhao Yunqi sees a handsome guy, she just observes him from afar. But Zhao Jiaying likes to take the initiative, because only by doing so can the handsome guy become hers. Chapter 35, Zhao Jiaying wants to change classes. Zhao Jiaying walked with short little legs to the handsome boy and said sweetly, "Hello, little brother. My name is Zhao Jiaying. I want to be friends with you." But before Zhao Jiaying could finish speaking, the handsome boy simply ignored her and walked past her. Zhao Jiaying was dumbfounded and frozen in place. Since she had become the little academic star of St. Petersburg Primary School, no one in the school didn't know her and didn't want to be friends with her. Today, she was ignored by such a little hottie, and Zhao Jiaying's tiny self-esteem was frustrated. The next second, she turned around and looked at the little hotties departing back, exasperated, saying, "Humph, he actually doesn't care about me and ignores the existence of Ingbao. I must let you know how to conquer this song." A female classmate of the handsome guy witnessed the scene and came up to pat Zhao Jiaying on the shoulder, consoling her. Ying Bao, don't take it to heart. This Shen Linghao classmate is like this, he never makes friends with anyone, nor does he talk to anyone, so he wasn't targeting you. If he doesn't talk to anyone, does that mean he's mute and can't speak? Zhao Jiaying thought to herself, such a handsome young man, it would be a pity if he couldn't speak. The girl shook her head and replied, of course not, he can speak, he just doesn't speak to anyone. Which class is he in? Class 5-3, his name is Shen Linghao. At this point, the bell rang for class to start. I see, thank you sister, I'll go back to class now, bye. With that, she ran down the stairs on her short legs. The girl shook her head helplessly. Just now, when she saw Zhao Jiaying take the initiative to talk to Shen Linghao, she thought that the cute and adorable Ling Bao could impress him and make him speak. But she didn't expect it to be true. Shen Shuaba is not someone ordinary can approach. When she got home that night, Zhao Jiaying made a decision. During dinner, she said to Zichen, Daddy, I want to switch classes. Everyone was confused. They were doing well in their studies, so why did she suddenly want to switch? Lin Jinju asked, Ying Bao, you are doing well in your studies, why do you want to change classes? Oh Zilong, Ying Bao, is someone bullying you? Tell your second uncle, I will help you. Zhao Jiaying interrupted them. No, no one is bullying Ying Bao, they are all very nice to her. Oh Zilong, if that's the case, then why do you want to change classes? Oh Zichen, Ying Bao, changing classes is no small matter, are you sure you really want to do it? The number of places at St. Petersburg Primary School is limited, and moving classes around can affect the school's management. Although he, Oh Zichen, is a shareholder of the school, he can't just do whatever he likes. Zhao Jiaying nodded and replied seriously and firmly, yes, Daddy, Ying Bao has given this a lot of thought and is very sure that she wants to transfer. Thoughtful? Such a young kid actually knows this idiom. So which class do you want to transfer to? Class 5-3. Lin Jinju, Oh Zilong, and even Oh Zichen were shocked. This kid hasn't even finished 2nd grade, and now she's going straight to 5th grade. Lin Jinju, Ying Bao, you're only 4 years old, and you're going to 5th grade. Isn't that a bit too fast? And you haven't learned anything from 3rd or 4th grade, so if you go straight to 5th grade, you won't be able to keep up. It's not that she doesn't believe in Zhao Jiaying's ability to learn, it's just that she's really too young, and she's afraid that she'll get confused. Oh Zilong, yes, Ying Bao, the knowledge in 5th grade is very deep. If you haven't finished learning the 3rd and 4th grades, you definitely won't be able to keep up. By then, you, the top student in elementary school, will have become a bottom student. Starting 5th grade at the age of 4 is unacceptable to Oh Zilong. He used to start 5th grade at the age of 11. Compared to his little niece, he is really ashamed. Oh Zichen, Ying Bao, can you tell Daddy why you want to transfer to class 5-3? Oh Zichen doesn't believe that Zhao Jiaying would suddenly want to skip to class 5-3. There must be a reason, so he wants to find out. Because there's a little brother in class 5-3 who's annoying me, so I have to go conquer him. Zhao Jiaying doesn't hide anything, she tells the truth, and she doesn't think there's anything to hide. Lin Jinju, the grandmother, looks at her grandson and then at her granddaughter. So this little girl is transferring classes to go after a little boy. Oh Zilong whispered to Oh Zichen, brother, Ying Bao knows she likes young boys at such a young age. Is she not too precocious? Oh Zichen was also worried about this, and he didn't want his cute daughter to be cheated on so early. He coughed lightly and said, Ying Bao, Daddy doesn't agree with you transferring classes. You're still too young. It wasn't appropriate for you to be in 2nd grade in the first place. Now you suddenly want to skip to 5th grade, but you haven't learned the knowledge from 3rd and 4th grade, so you may not be able to keep up with the learning progress. So, Zhao Jiaying hurriedly got off the chair when she heard that Oh Zichen disagreed, and came over to him, shaking his arm and cooing, Daddy, it's not going to happen. Ying Bao will definitely be able to keep up with the learning progress. Ying Bao promises you that she will quickly learn the knowledge of the 3rd and 4th grades. So please, agree to let me transfer to the 5th grade 3 class? Oh Zichen knows that Zhao Jiaying's learning ability is amazing, and if she really wants to finish studying, she can. But he still can't agree. First of all, she is still too young, and secondly, it's ridiculous for her to chase after young boys. No, Daddy can't agree to it. You'd better listen to Daddy. Zhao Jiaying was not disheartened and continued to beg him, but Oh Zichen still refused, scolding her, Ying Bao, you can't be willful, or Daddy will be angry. Zhao Jiaying saw that Oh Zichen would never agree, so she went to beg Lin Jinju again, because Oh Zichen listened to Lin Jinju the most. As long as she agreed, Zichin would be helpless. However, Lin Jinju took the same side as Zichin this time and did not help Zhao Jiaying. She even persuaded her to listen to her father and not be willful. Then she went to ask Zilong for help, but he also did not help her and took the same side as Zichen and Lin Jinju. Zhao Jiaying saw that no one was helping her and cried, "You all don't love Yingbao anymore, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." After she finished, she ran back to her room crying. Tang Yuan saw her young master running away crying, and her rice in her pocket still unfinished, so she ran after him. Zhao Jiaying returned to her room, locked the door, and sat on the floor on the blanket, crying sadly. Tang Yuan saw her young master crying so sadly, walked over to her, rubbed against her, and comforted her. Zhao Jiaying hugged Tang Yuan, crying, "Tang Yuan, you're still the best. Daddy and they don't love Yingbao anymore, and Yingbao is so sad." Tang Yuan made a babbling sound to comfort her. Tang Yuan will always be by Yingbao's side, don't be sad. Chapter 36 Zhao Jiaying goes on a hunger strike. Lin Jinju was a little worried when she saw Zhao Jiaying crying so sadly. "Zichin, Yingbao is crying so sadly, will she be okay? And she hasn't even eaten yet." "Grandma, she'll be fine. She's just being a child. She'll come out when she's hungry. So don't worry about her, let's eat." Zichin felt that she was just being spoiled, which is why she was so willful. This was the perfect opportunity to teach her a lesson. Zilong didn't dare say anything either. When his brother was stubborn, there was no turning him around. This time, there was nothing he could do to help Zhao Jiaying. After dinner, Lin Jinju went up to persuade Zhao Jiaying to eat, but found that the door was locked and she couldn't get in, so she knocked on the door. "Yingbao, it's me, your great-grandmother. Let's discuss this slowly. Come out and eat first, I've saved your favorite braised pork for you." Soon, Zhao Jiaying's stubborn voice came from inside, I won't eat, if you don't agree to my demands, I won't eat again, I'll just starve to death." Zichin, who was standing nearby, also heard what Zhao Jiaying said. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Zichin was even more furious. He had never been threatened by anyone before. He didn't believe it, and he could still deal with a little brat today. "Fine, if you don't eat, you won't eat. You're the one who'll be hungry anyway. Grandma, let's go, ignore her." After saying that, he dragged Lin Jinju away. Hearing Zichin's words, Zhao Jiaying cried even more sadly. Her father really didn't love her anymore. However, she just silently shed tears, and she didn't cry out loud. She collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, when it was breakfast time, Zhao Jiaying still didn't come out. Lin Jinju continued to knock on the door, and Zhao Jiaying still said those words, if she didn't agree to her, she wouldn't eat and would rather starve to death. Zichin was not worried, but said, "Good, you have backbone, let's see how long you can last." After breakfast, she went straight to work, and Zilong was at his wit's end. Zhao Jiaying refused to come out to eat, so she didn't even go to school today. The teacher called the family to inquire about the situation, and Lin Jinju lied and said she was not feeling well and had taken a leave of absence. At noon, Lin Jinju knocked on the door again, but she got the same response. Lin Jinju was very worried. Counting lunch, she had already gone without food for 3 meals. Not only that, she hadn't even drunk a drop of water. She was really afraid that Zhao Jiaying would collapse. Zichin also called back to inquire about the situation. He said he wasn't worried, but in fact, he was still a little anxious. "How's Grandma? Did Yingbao come out to eat?" "No, as I said, she won't eat unless she gets her way." "Zichin, maybe we should just give up." Zichin knew what Pearl Lin was going to say and interrupted her. "No, Grandma, we can't keep indulging her like this. Just wait a bit longer, I think she'll come out tonight." But when Zichin and the others got back from work, Zhao Jiaying still hadn't come out, and now Zilong was getting worried. "No, Yingbao has not eaten or drunk for a day and a night. How can her body take it? Brother, I think we should coax her to eat first, and then slowly persuade her later." Zichin was also anxious now, saying, "Let's go up and take a look." Having not eaten or drunk for a day and a night, Zhao Jiaying was already so hungry that she felt dizzy. Tang Yuan was also hungry with her, but at least he had eaten last night, so he was slightly stronger than Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying didn't want Tang Yuan to starve with her, so she tried to open the door and let it go downstairs to eat, but she didn't take a few steps before she fainted on the floor due to lack of energy. When Tang Yuan saw Zhao Jiaying collapse on the floor, it immediately ran over to her and nudged her, but there was no response. So Tang Yuan hurriedly ran to the door of the room and used all its strength to bark wildly outside. Zichen and the others heard Tang Yuan barking furiously when they came up. Lin Zhenju thought something was wrong and immediately shouted inside, Ingbao, answer your grandma. But she didn't hear a response from Zhao Jiaying, just Tang Yuan barking furiously. Zichen, something's wrong, Ingbao must be in trouble. I'll get the keys and open the door. Grandma, there's no time, I'll kick the door in. Then I told Tang Yuan at the door to go away, or I would hurt it if I kicked the door open later. The clever Tang Yuan understood Zichen's words and shut up and walked over to Zhao Jiaying. With a loud bang, the room door was kicked open by Zichen. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Zhao Jiaying was lying on the ground motionless. Zichen quickly ran in, picked her up, and shouted at her, Ingbao. Zhao Jiaying opened her eyes dazedly for a moment, but quickly closed them again. Zilong, hurry up and call the family doctor over right now. Okay, brother. Lin Zhenju looked at the unconscious Zhao Jiaying and cried out of anxiety, crying and saying, Ingbao, wake up, don't scare your grandmother. Ingbao. The family doctor arrived quickly and examined Zhao Jiaying. There was nothing major wrong with her, so he gave her a bottle of glucose to replenish her energy. President O, madam, don't worry, Miss Sun is fine. She just fainted from hunger. As long as she gets some energy, she'll be fine. But Miss Sun has been hungry for so long, it's best to let her eat some liquid food and easily digestible things first, otherwise I'm afraid her stomach can't take it. Okay, doctor, we understand, thank you. Lin Zhenju heard that Zhao Jiaying was fine and instantly let out a sigh of relief, quickly thanking the doctor. Amitba, bless you, Buddha. Fortunately, Ingbao was fine, otherwise she would be too ashamed to face her ancestors. Half an hour later. Zhao Jiaying woke up and found herself lying in bed, with Lin Zhenju, Zichen and Zilong standing by her bedside. Tang Yuan had also become very hungry and was taken downstairs by the maid to eat. Seeing that she had woken up, Zichen lifted a bowl of preserved egg and pork congee, took a spoonful, blew on it gently, and brought it to her, saying softly, Ingbao must be starving. Here, daddy will feed you congee. Zhao Jiaying turned her little head to one side, not looking at any of them, and said very stubbornly, I'm not eating. You won't agree to what I want, so I'm not eating. Lin Zhenju was worried. She had just woken up, and if she didn't eat, she might faint from hunger again. She quickly coaxed her, Ingbao, let's eat first, and then we can discuss this matter when we're full, okay? Discuss? That means there's no agreement, so she has to insist. She's been hungry for so long, she can hold out a little longer. She said firmly, no, 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 no. Zichen was also a little helpless. Whose stubbornness did she take after? After thinking about it, she realized that she took after him. When she was young, no one could persuade him to do anything he had decided to do, and in the end everyone had to give in to him. This time, he had to give in to Zhao Jiaying. After all, she was his biological daughter, and he really couldn't bear to do it. P.S. Many readers have commented that Ingbao is too willful in this chapter, so I have taken their advice and will not repeat this plotline in the future. The plot will still be exciting, so I hope you will continue reading and not give up so quickly. If you have any good suggestions for the development of the plot, please let me know. I will try to make any changes that are appropriate. Once again, thank you all for your support of this book. Chapter 37, Grade 5-3. Zichen said softly to Zhao Jiaying, if you obediently eat this bowl of congee, Daddy will agree to transfer you to Grade 5-3. Zhao Jiaying turned her little head and asked incredulously with wide eyes, Daddy, are you serious? You really agree to transfer Ingbao to Grade 5-3? Really, so hurry up and eat the congee so you can regain your strength quickly. Zhao Jiaying was about to eat the porridge when she suddenly thought of a question. Daddy, you're not saying that just to trick Ingbao into eating the porridge, are you? After Ingbao finishes eating, you won't agree, will you? Of course not, don't worry. Zichen was a little speechless. He didn't expect his credibility in his daughter's heart to be so low now. Sad. Ingbao, your uncle will vouch for you. Your father dares not go back on his word, so eat quickly. Zilong was heartbroken when he saw Zhao Jiaying faint from hunger this time. Now that his older brother had agreed, he had no objection. Zhao Jiaying could be as willful as she liked. The children of the O family had the capital to be willful. Yes, Ingbao, Tai Tainan I can also testify for you. You're a good girl, hurry up and eat the porridge. Tai Tai Nai Nai and Air Shua both said this, so it must be true. Zhao Jiaying could finally put her heart at ease. Okay, I'll believe you this once. She took the bowl of porridge from O Zichen and gobbled it up. She was so hungry that she finished the bowl in no time. Lin Zhenju watched her eat so quickly and was afraid she would choke. She said, "Yingbao, eat slowly, no one is going to take it away from you." After Zhao Jiaying finished the bowl of porridge, she handed it to them and said with a lingering taste, "It's delicious, I want more." O Zichen served her another bowl, and Zhao Jiaying happily took it and started eating again. Seeing her enjoying her meal, O Zichen felt relieved. She can be as willful as she wants, after all, she is his daughter, and she definitely has the right to be willful. In the evening, O Zichen called the school principal Lin Haiba and told him that Zhao Jiaying would be transferring to the 5th grade 3 class. He didn't consult with him, but demanded as the majority shareholder of St. Petersburg Primary School that Zhao Jiaying be placed in class 5-3. Lin Haiba was somewhat helpless. Last time, he let Zhao Jiaying, who did not meet the age requirement, enroll in school, which was already not in line with the regulations, and now he is doing this to him again. But he couldn't refuse either, so he had to honestly make the arrangements. After all, the school was owned by the O family. In this way, Zhao Jiaying once again became a legend at St. Petersburg Primary School, skipping directly from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade. The next day, she went straight to class 5-3. Her homeroom teacher even arranged for her to sit next to Shen Linghao, so they would be classmates. After Zhao Jiaying sat down next to Shen Linghao, she waved at him, "Hi, little brother, we meet again. I'll be your classmate from now on, so please teach me more." After that, she gave him a teasing look, "I'll sit next to you every day and annoy you, so you can't ignore me or treat me like a nobody." Shen Linghao was also surprised. He didn't think that she would chase after him after he ignored her that day. He gave a meaningless smile, which was a bit interesting. Shen Linghao is the only son of Shin Changfeng, the chairman of the Shin Group. He was born with a brilliant mind and an IQ of 225. Because of this, he grew up to be aloof and unsociable, not fond of interacting with others. At the age of 6, he had already taught himself all the knowledge he needed for primary school. The reason he didn't skip grades like Zhao Jiaying was because his mother, Lu Lanes, wanted him to have a normal childhood, to play and learn with children his age. The sensible and filial Shen Linghao obeyed his mother's wishes, but when he arrived at school, he discovered that he was out of place with these people and couldn't communicate with them. Over time, he stopped talking to others and just did his own thing, ignoring everyone else. That's why the female classmate told Zhao Jiaying earlier that he never talks to anyone. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Jiaying is determined to conquer him. The Shin Group is one of the top 5 major enterprises in Bin City and has a cooperative relationship with the O Group. They also do complementary businesses for the two groups. The so-called complementarity is that the O Group produces a certain type of auto parts that only purchases from the Yang Group, and Yang exclusively supplies O. The same is true for the O Group, so the two companies are like brothers, joining forces to become the most powerful enterprise group in Bin City. In private, Shin Changfeng and O Zichen are also good friends. Shin Changfeng is older than O Zichen, so O Zichen respectfully calls Shin Changfeng big brother. O Zichen didn't know that the handsome guy Zhao Jiaying had a crush on was Shin Changfeng's son, Shin Linghao. What's more, he never imagined that his big brother's son would one day become his son-in-law. During recess, Zhao Jiaying would natter on and on, pestering Shin Linghao to talk. "Brother Linghao, why don't you say something? Brother Linghao, do you like braised pork? Yingbao really likes braised pork. When she bites into it, her mouth is full of oil and it's so fragrant. As she talks, her mouth is watering." Seeing her silly appearance, Shin Linghao is a little tempted to laugh, but also a little contemptuous. What a little foodie. Shin Linghao stands up and walks out, and Zhao Jiaying follows him like a piece of chewy candy. "Brother Linghao, where are you going? Can you tell Yingbao?" Since Zhao Jiaying transferred to their class, Shin Linghao has not said a word to her, and Zhao Jiaying just follows him around, chattering non-stop next to him. When they reached the door to the men's bathroom, Shin Linghao stopped, and Zhao Jiaying, wondering why he had stopped, asked curiously, "Brother Linghao, why aren't you moving anymore?" Shin Linghao still didn't say anything, but gave her a look. Zhao Jiaying looked in the direction of his gaze and realized that it was the men's bathroom, so she scratched her head embarrassedly and said awkwardly, "So it turns out that Brother Linghao needs to go to the bathroom. You go ahead, Yingbao won't go in with you." Shen Linghao suddenly had 3 black lines appear on his forehead. Did she want to go in with him to use the bathroom? After Shen Linghao came out of the bathroom, he found Zhao Jiaying still waiting for him at the door. Xin Linghao was a little speechless. How could she be like a piece of chewy candy, just not able to get rid of her? In this way, Zhao Jiaying accompanied Xin Linghao to the bathroom and then walked back to the classroom with him. Dear friends, if you think this book is okay, please take a moment to give it a 5-star rating. Thank you all for your support of the Genius Baby. Chapter 38 Zhao Jiaying gets caught. At lunch, Zhao Jiaying still sat with Xin Linghao and even offered him some spare ribs from her plate. Brother Linghao, these spare ribs are delicious, you should eat more. Xin Linghao is a germaphobe and never eats things that other people have picked up for him. Looking at the spare ribs that Zhao Jiaying offered him, he didn't know whether to eat them or not. He couldn't just pick them back up and offer them back to her, could he? Zhao Jiaying was eating with relish when she saw Xin Linghao frozen in place, not eating. In a baby voice, she asked, Brother Linghao, why aren't you eating? Xin Linghao looked at the spare ribs thoughtfully. The next second, Zhao Jiaying used her own chopsticks to pick up the spare ribs and put them directly into his mouth. Xin Linghao was dumbfounded by her actions. He thought he would be disgusted and vomit, but he didn't feel that way at all. He even found the spare ribs in his mouth very fragrant. After chewing a few times, he swallowed. Zhao Jiaying saw Xin Linghao eat the ribs, and with her mouth full of oil, she grinned at Xin Linghao and gave him a sweet smile, revealing 2 deep dimples. This smile warmed Xin Linghao's heart. He never expected this little girl to look so good and be so cute when she smiled. The ribs are delicious, aren't they? Ying Bao didn't lie to her brother. So Zhao Jiaying happily ate again. Seeing her eating so happily, Xin Linghao suddenly felt an appetite too, and his chopsticks moved. The scene of Xin Linghao eating the spare ribs that Zhao Jiaying had passed to him was captured by the students present, and they all whispered to each other. Unexpectedly, Shen Shuaba actually ate Ying Bao's spare ribs. It seems that Ying Bao's charm is still great. Isn't it? Ying Bao is cute and adorable, and who doesn't like her? If she is willing to pass food to me, I would be happy too. It seems that Shen Shuaba is still immortal, and he will eventually fall in love. Yes, I envy Ying Bao, she can actually eat and study with handsome Shen. Ying Bao is also very pretty, she is more than enough to go with handsome Shen. Yes, I like Ying Bao too. Shen Linghao and Zhao Jiaying didn't hear what everyone was saying, but even if they did, they wouldn't care. After lunch, it was time for a nap, so the students went back to their dormitories to sleep. If it weren't for the difference between the sexes, Zhao Jiaying would have liked to follow Xin Linghao and sleep with him. After spending a few days together, Xin Linghao realized that he didn't dislike Zhao Jiaying, and he actually enjoyed having such a little follower. The only downside was that he never spoke to her. Although Xin Linghao never spoke to her, Zhao Jiaying kept on chattering in his ear every day. Because she believed that one day, Xin Linghao would speak to her. Every day at school, as long as Xin Linghao was around, she could see Zhao Jiaying. The two of them were almost inseparable, and if they weren't both elementary school students, they would be mistaken for a loving couple. But that was only a matter of time. After waiting for a month and still not hearing any news about Zhao Jiaying's resolution, Yang Xiaoyun grew anxious and called Changgu. Changgu, what's the matter with you guys? It's been a month, how come nothing's been resolved yet? Miss Yang, it's not that we don't want to resolve it, it's just that the timing isn't right. Don't worry, we'll resolve it as soon as possible. Chang Ji's subordinate, boss, you tell me, if we keep waiting like this every day, when will we catch this little girl? Chang brother raised his hand and patted his subordinate's head, exasperated, and said, You ask me, who do I ask? Do you think I don't want to catch that little girl quickly? Do you think I'm comfortable waiting here for 10 hours a day? If it weren't for the high price of this order, he wouldn't want to wait here every day. Subordinate, so why don't we just go up there and grab her? Other than this method, his subordinates really can't think of any other way to catch the little girl. Changgu, let's wait a few more days. If there's still no suitable opportunity, we'll have to think of another way. Zhao Jiaying is picked up and dropped off every day by her uncle, O Zilong. He is very punctual and arrives every day before Zhao Jiaying walks out of the school gate, so Changgu and the others don't have a chance at all. They have also tried to chase after her, but they can't catch up at all, so they don't know where Zhao Jiaying lives either. They had also asked Yang Xiaoyun before, where Zhao Jiaying lived. Since they didn't have a chance to do it at school, would it be easier to do it near her house? But Yang Xiaoyun refused to tell them the address, saying that she didn't know, and told them to find a chance to do it at school. Yang Xiaoyun is not stupid. If they let them know that Zhao Jiaying lives in the O family manor, even if they lend them 10 guts and give them more money, they would not dare to take this order. So to this day, Chang and the others don't know that Zhao Jiaying is Zhou Zichen's daughter. Otherwise, they would never dare take Yang Xiaoyun's order. A big shot like Zhou Zichen is someone they can't afford to offend. On Monday afternoon, it was still Zhou Zilong who went to pick up Zhao Jiaying. As they passed a cake shop, he remembered that he hadn't bought the little one any cake for a long time. He looked at the time and saw that he still had time to pick up Zhao Jiaying after buying the cake. So he stopped the car and bought 2 cakes, intending to make Zhao Jiaying happy. However, on the way to school, there was a traffic accident ahead, and the traffic was blocked for more than 10 minutes. When school let out, Zhao Jiaying walked out of the school gate by herself as usual, but after waiting for 10 minutes, she still did not see her uncle's car come. At this time, the other students had almost finished walking, and Zhao Jiaying was the only one left at the school gate. Chang and his group, who had been standing not far from the school gate, saw their chance and told their subordinate to drive over and grab her. The security guard, seeing that Zhao Jiaying was waiting alone for Zhou Zilong, was worried that she was not safe on her own and so came up to her and said, Ingbao, your uncle may be delayed. Let's go inside the security office and wait. Okay, thank you, uncle. Just as the security guard was leading Zhao Jiaying inside, a sudden screeching noise came from the brakes. The security guard looked back and saw 3 masked men getting out of a van. He thought, this is bad, and quickly protected Zhao Jiaying as they ran towards the school. However, they were caught before they could even reach the school gate. But the security guard was no match for the 3 of them. The 2 big men beat the security guard up, and he fell to the ground injured. He watched as Zhao Jiaying was taken away in the van, shouting, Ingbao, Ingbao. Zhao Jiaying saw that the security guard had been beaten up and was injured trying to protect her, and cried out, Uncle, Uncle. Shen Linghao had just left the school gate when he saw Zhao Jiaying being taken away in the van. He shouted, Ingbao. The van drove off quickly. Shen Linghao saw the security guard lying on the ground and asked, Uncle, are you okay? Don't worry about me, save Ingbao. At this time, Shen Linghao's bodyguard and driver arrived. Shen Linghao quickly got into the car and could still see the van driving in front of him. Shiniquai, chase that white van in front. Okay, young master, hold on tight. Shiniquai stepped on the accelerator to the floor and quickly caught up. Chapter 39, Burying the Zhao Family Aliving. As soon as Shen Linghao's car had left, Zhou Zilong's car arrived. He saw the security guard lying on the ground and quickly got out to check on him. Little brother, are you okay? What happened? The security guard was very excited to see Zhou Zilong and grabbed his hand, barely able to make a sound. Young master, quickly go save Ingbao, she's been captured. What? You said Ingbao was taken away? Hearing the security guard's words, Zhou Zilong was extremely shocked. After saying those words, the security guard fainted because of his serious injuries. Little brother. Zhou Zilong took out his mobile phone and quickly dialed 120 for emergency assistance. Then he called Zhou Zichen and told him the bad news. What did you say? Ingbao was taken away? Hearing the news, Zhou Zichen was shocked and got up from his chair. He grabbed his jacket and walked out. As he walked, he said, Zilong, wait for me at the school gate, I'll be right there. And don't tell grandma yet, so she won't be too shocked. Brother, I got it, hurry over. Su Jianfeng came to deliver some documents to Zhou Zichen, and when he saw him hurrying outside, he asked, President, what's going on? Jianfeng, immediately notified the Public Security Bureau chief to go to St. Petersburg Primary School. Ingbao has been kidnapped. What? Ingbao was kidnapped? Su Jianfeng was also taken aback and hurriedly followed him. I'll go with you. Okay. The 120 quickly arrived at the entrance of St. Petersburg Primary School and sent the security guard to the hospital for treatment. Zhou Zilong, who stayed at the school, was also busy. He quickly checked the surveillance camera at the entrance of the school and found that several masked men took Zhao Jiaying away and got into a white van without a license plate. The security guard was injured while trying to protect Zhao Jiaying. Zhou Zichen and Su Jianfeng quickly arrived at St. Petersburg Primary School, and the director of the Public Security Bureau, Ma Lianyu, also arrived with a group of men. Upon seeing Zhou Zichen, he immediately saluted and greeted him respectfully, Colonel O. Well, let's go and get the situation first. Zhou Zichen, Su Jianfeng, and Ma Lianyu walked into the security room, where Zhou Zilong was waiting. Brother, you're here. Come and have a look. This white van is the one that took Ingbao away. Zhou Zichen looked at it for a moment. There was no license plate, so there was no way to find out who the owner was. Then they could only track its whereabouts through the sky eyes. Director Ma, please ask the traffic police to track the whereabouts of this white van. My daughter was taken away in this car. Just now, on the way here, Ma Liangyu received a call from Su Jianfeng saying that Zichen's daughter had been kidnapped. He was shocked. When did Zichen have a daughter? But that wasn't the point. The point was that his daughter had been kidnapped. If he couldn't successfully rescue his daughter, he wouldn't be able to keep his job as the head of the Public Security Bureau. Fortunately, technology is now so advanced that there are cameras installed at every intersection, so the white van's whereabouts were quickly tracked. However, it disappeared on Wenchang Road, because that road is relatively remote and not fully covered by the cameras. Colonel O, the cameras can only track the white van to the direction of Wenchang Road, and they cannot track it beyond that point. But don't worry, I have already arranged for personnel to patrol the two main roads linking to Wenchang Road and set up roadblocks. Once they find this white van, they will stop it immediately. Okay, we'll go check it out right away. So they quickly headed towards Wenchang Road. Although Zichen appeared very calm on the surface, in fact, he was particularly scared inside. Back then, he had broken into the enemy camp of terrorists alone and had never been afraid of facing a dozen or 20 terrorists alone. But now, just thinking about Zhao Jiaying calling out to him in fear in the hands of the villains, his whole heart trembled. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Zhao Jiaying, and even more afraid that when he found her, she would be a corpse. He kept urging Su Jianfeng, drive faster, faster. Yes. Su Jianfeng increased the throttle again. Shen Linghao and the others also lost Zhao Jiaying when they chased to the Wenchang Road section. There was a fork in the road ahead, and Shen stopped the car because he didn't know which way to go. Young master, we lost them. What should we do now? Shen Linghao quickly surveyed the surroundings and quickly made a choice. Take the left. Yes. The road on the right leads to the main road, and there are cameras there. Shen Linghao guessed that if they were kidnapping Zhao Jiaying, they would definitely choose a hidden road. Shen Linghao's guess was correct. After driving on the left road for a while, they found the white van in a small forest. Shen Linghao quickly said, "This is the place." After they got out of the car, they walked into the woods and soon heard Zhao Jiaying's cries for help. Chang and his men had already dug a pit here to bury Zhao Jiaying alive. After bringing Zhao Jiaying here, they threw her directly into the pit, and their subordinates picked up shovels and began to pour soil into the pit. The pit was a bit deep, and with Zhao Jiaying's height, she could not climb out at all. Zhao Jiaying was splashed with mud all over her body, face, and hair, but she could not resist and could only cry out there, "Help, Daddy, come save Engbao." Chang took out his phone and took a few pictures of Zhao Jiaying's disheveled appearance. "Little girl, it's useless to cry. No one will come to save you here in the middle of nowhere. If anyone is to blame, it's you for being born in the wrong family, offending the wrong people, and getting in the way of other people getting rich. We, too, are paid to take care of problems for other people. But don't worry, Uncle will burn you lots of joss paper later, so you'll have no worries about food and clothing when you go to the next world." Then he told his subordinate, "Hurry up, bury her. I'll send the buyer the photos and get the rest of the money." The subordinate was overjoyed to hear that he would be paid immediately and became even more enthusiastic, throwing soil into the pit. Zhao Jiaying, who was still in the pit, was very scared when she saw that the soil had already submerged her entire lower body and cried even more. Chang sent the photo he had just taken of Zhao Jiaying to Yang Xiaoyun, with a message saying, "This will be over soon. Please transfer the balance." Yang Xiaoyun received the photo and, seeing the miserable and helpless look on Zhao Jiaying's face, smiled triumphantly. Finally, she had gotten rid of this brat, and no one would be able to stand in the way of her and Zichen's good fortune in the future. Perhaps soon she would be able to become the envious Mrs. O. At the thought of this, she felt very happy and quickly replied to Changgu, "Well done, I'll transfer the money to you right away." Changgu soon received a message that the 2 million had been deposited, and with 5 million in hand, he could enjoy himself for a while. By this time, the soil had already reached Zhao Jiaying's chest, and in a little while, she would really be buried alive. Fortunately, Shen Linghao and Shen Yi also arrived. Shen Yi said to Shen Linghao, "Young master, stand to one side for a moment, I'll take care of these people." "No nonsense, hurry and save people." Shen Yi ran over like the wind, and kicked one of the men who was throwing mud at Zhao Jiaying's face. The man immediately flew a few meters, fell to the ground, and let out a scream. Chapter 40, Rescuing Zhao Jiaying. Xiangda, who was immersed in the joy of receiving the money, only reacted when he saw his kicked-away brother. Looking at the newcomers, there were only 2 of them, and one of them was a child about 1.6 meters tall. There were 5 of them, so they had the advantage no matter how you counted, so without fear, they yelled at Shin Linghao and Shin, "You brats, meddling in other people's business, today I'll take care of you all." Then he said to his younger brother, go and get them." Shin said to Shin Linghao, "Young master, you go save them, I'll take care of the others." "Good." Chang and the others rushed up together. Shin Linghao took this opportunity to quickly run to Zhao Jiaying's side. Zhao Jiaying saw Shin Linghao come to save her and cried out, "Brother, quickly save Yingbao, Yingbao is so scared, oh." Seeing Zhao Jiaying in such a miserable and frightened state, Shin Linghao felt a twinge of heartache. He comforted her, saying, "Yingbao, don't be afraid, I'll get you out of here right away." Unexpectedly, the handsome Shin Linghao speaking to Zhao Jiaying in such circumstances was a bit of a spoiler. Shin Linghao did not use a shovel to dig through the mud, for fear of injuring Zhao Jiaying's body, so he had to dig with his bare hands. The young master Shin, whose fingers were never dirty, dug with his bare hands to save his future daughter-in-law. If this had happened before, he probably wouldn't have believed it himself, but now he had really done it. This can only mean that the little Zhao Jiaying has successfully captured the heart of the handsome young man Shin. Fortunately, the mud that had just been poured down was not very tight, so Shin Linghao would not have to dig too hard. He quickly dug Zhao Jiaying's hand out, but there was too much mud underneath, so Shin Linghao could not pull Zhao Jiaying up at once, and had to continue digging. As for Chang and the others, they wanted to teach Shin a lesson because they had the advantage of numbers, but Shin knocked them all out with just a few kicks, so fast that they didn't know how he had done it. Shin is Shin Linghao's bodyguard, driver, and personal assistant, taking care of all of Shin Linghao's affairs. He has been with Shin Linghao for 5 years, and can be considered Shin Linghao's brother, friend, and even confidant. Shin Yi's real name is not Shin Yi, but Shin Linghao gave him the alias Shin Yi for convenience, and Shin Yi is happy with it. Chang and the others wanted to get up and continue fighting, but then an alarm sounded, and they panicked and fled in all directions. Shin Yi wanted to go after them, but Shin Linghao stopped him. "Shin Yi, don't go after them, come quickly and help us, rescue Yingbao first." "Yes, young master." Shin Yi quickly walked over and helped Shin Linghao dig the soil. The two of them naturally worked much faster, and soon Zhao Jiaying was pulled out of the pit. After emerging, Zhao Jiaying threw herself into Shin Linghao's arms and cried, her body trembling slightly with shock. Shin Linghao patted her back to calm her down. "Yingbao, don't be afraid, it's okay now, I'm here." Shin Yi saw that the usually cold young master actually had such a gentle and warm side, which showed that this little girl held a special place in the young master's heart. He must tell his wife about this when they get back. Shin Linghao picked up Zhao Jiaying's teddy bear and walked towards the outside of the small forest. Zhao Jiaying's 2 little legs swung back and forth on Shin Linghao back, and the white stockings were covered in mud. Chang and the others fled in all directions. Chang and one of his men ran into the small forest, while the other 3 stupid subordinates ran outside the small forest, where they were caught red-handed by the police who had arrived. The police quickly entered the woods to capture Chang Gu and his men, but they were a step too late and they managed to escape. Shin Linghao walked out of the woods with Zhao Jiaying in his arms. Zichan and the others arrived just in time and were a little surprised to see him. "Linghao, why are you here?" "Uncle O, why are you here too?" Shin Linghao quickly reacted. "Are you Zhao Jiaying's father?" "Yes, I am her father." "You saved Yingbao?" Shin Linghao nodded and said, "Fortunately, we arrived in time, otherwise." Zichan saw Zhao Jiaying lying in Shin Linghao's arms and called out to her, "Yingbao, daddy is here." Zhao Jiaying heard Zichan's voice, turned to look at him, held out her hands to him, and called out in a dazed voice, "Daddy." Zichan embraced her in one arm and her body was shaking. "Yingbao, what's wrong? Why are you shaking like that?" Shin Linghao said, "Uncle Yingbao must have been scared. She almost got buried alive just now." "Buried alive?" Zichan's face fell when he heard this, and a murderous aura emanated from his entire body. He wanted to dismember these people into 1,000,000 pieces for daring to do this to his daughter. But this was not the time to pursue this. The urgent task was to reassure Zhao Jiaying, or he was afraid that her young heart would be hurt again. He patted her back and said softly, "Yingbao, don't be afraid. As long as you have your daddy, no one will ever dare to hurt you again. And you also have your second uncle, who will protect you in the future." Speaking of this, Zilong felt a little self-blame. If he hadn't been unable to arrive at school in time to pick up Zhao Jiaying, she wouldn't be suffering like this now. These people are really hateful, actually targeting such a young child. They really have no humanity at all. Zhao Jiaying leaned against Zichan's chest, not as scared as she had been a moment ago, and suddenly remembered something. "Daddy, the security guard is hurt." He was beaten up by the bad man to protect Ingbao. Don't worry, Ingbao. Uncle has already called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. He'll be fine. At this time, Ma Liangyu, the director of the Public Security Bureau, walked over. Colonel O, I have just interrogated the 3 criminals we caught. They said they only attacked Miss O after receiving money. Ma Liangyu did not know Zhao Jiaying's name, but since she was O Zichen's daughter, she was also the O family's young lady. Did you find out who was behind this? O Zichen thought about the person who actually wanted his Ingbao dead, and he hated her so much that he wanted to dismember her body into a million pieces. No, these 3 criminals were hired on a temporary basis by someone named Chang'e. They did not know who the person behind this was, and it was always Chang'e who contacted the person behind this, so only he knows who the person behind this is. Director Ma, I don't care what method you use, you must arrest this Chang'e. I want to know who his backer is. Who actually wants my daughter dead? O Zichen asked himself. He has never acted against his conscience, and he has no idea who has such a deep grudge against him that they want his 4-year-old daughter dead. Therefore, he must find this person out, otherwise, Zhao Jiaying will still be in danger. He must not put Zhao Jiaying in danger again. Colonel O, don't worry, we will definitely do our best to arrest this Chang'e. Brother, I can also help. I can ask my friends in the underworld to help catch this Chang'e. O Zilong has not been idle over the years, and has made some friends in the underworld, and now is the time when they can be put to use. Zilong, I don't want you to get in touch with these people. Don't worry, brother, I'll just give them some money and ask them to help look for him. We all want to catch this Chang'e quickly so we can find out who's behind him. Otherwise, it will always be a threat to Ingbao's safety. Okay, after this, you can't get in touch with them again. Okay, I promise. Chapter 41, Make a Request. O Zichen hugged Zhao Jiaying and thanked Shen Linghao. If he hadn't arrived in time to save Zhao Jiaying, the person he would be hugging would be a corpse. Linghao, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't saved Ingbao, I probably wouldn't have seen her again. To thank you, you can make a request to Uncle O, no matter what it is. Uncle O will grant it. Yes, Linghao, your Uncle O is giving you this promise, which is not easy, so you must make the most of it. O Zilong said. The eldest son of the Shen family lacks nothing, but if there is something lacking, it is a young wife. But of course he cannot mention this now, because Zhao Jiaying is still too young. Uncle O, I haven't thought about it yet. Can I wait until I have thought about it and then mention it to you? Of course, it will always be valid. Shen Linghao patted Zhao Jiaying's head and said tenderly, Ingbao, I'm going to go home first. If you don't want to go to school during this period of time, I can come to your house and teach you to read, okay? After being so shocked, Shen Linghao thought that Zhao Jiaying probably didn't want to go to school for a while. He knew all the knowledge in the textbooks anyway, so it didn't matter whether he went to school or not. More importantly, he wanted to stay with Zhao Jiaying and accompany her through this difficult time. Zhao Jiaying naturally wanted Shen Linghao to come to the house and keep her company, but she had to ask O Zichen for permission. So she stared at O Zichen with big eyes and said, Daddy, can Linghao come to the house to study with Ingbao? Of course you can, Linghao can come to our house any time. Hearing that O Zichen had agreed, Zhao Jiaying looked at Shen Linghao happily and said, Brother is so nice, Daddy has agreed, so you can come to the house every day to keep Ingbao company. Zhao Jiaying gave Shen Linghao a sweet smile, revealing 2 deep dimples. Although her face was now dirty and disheveled, it could not hide her sweet smile at all. So cute, so adorable. Shen Linghao felt like he had already fallen, completely captivated by her. Today, in order to save Zhao Jiaying, Shen Linghao also got himself into a very messy and dirty state, but he didn't care at all. Normally, he would never come out of the bathroom without washing himself 8 or 10 times. When he got home, his mother, Lu Lianji, was shocked to see that he was covered in mud. Linghao, what's wrong? Why are you covered in mud? Shen Linghao didn't explain. Mom, I'm going to go take a shower first. If Shen Linghao didn't say anything, Lu Lanes had no choice but to ask Shen. Shen, what's going on? How did the young master get himself into such a state? Her son was a neat freak and loved cleanliness, and she knew that he would never get himself into such a state at any time. He must have gotten into this mess today because something happened. Shen didn't hide anything either, and told Lu Lanes everything that had happened today. After listening, Lu Lanji was first angry. These people are simply detestable, actually doing such cruel things to such a young child. Then she asked Shen, is Xiaoying Bao okay now? Shen also told Lu Lanji Zhao Jiaying's name. She is fine, but she was shocked and more or less mentally hurt, and it is estimated that it will take some time to heal. Shani knew that Zhao Jiaying was shocked when she saw her shivering and shaken. But it is understandable. In the face of such a thing, it is possible that adults would be shocked, let alone her as a young child. What a poor child, having to go through this at such a young age. You just said that Ling Hao likes her, is that true? Over the years, her son has been a loner, never communicating with others or making friends with anyone. As her mother, she was worried that he had developed autism. Now, upon hearing Shani say that Xin Ling Hao feels differently towards Zhao Jiaying and likes her, Lu Lianji is ecstatic, proof that her son is still normal. Well, it seems like it. I've never seen the young master so nervous and gentle with someone before. So I guess he must like Miss Yingbao. And the young master also said that starting tomorrow, he's going to stay at the O family's to keep her company until she's willing to go to school. Lu Lanji thought to herself, if this Zhao Jiaying can change her son, it might not be a bad thing. If that's the case, she must help her son keep Zhao Jiaying. Okay, I understand. In the future, if there is anything about young master, you must tell me immediately. You are tired today, go rest. Yes, madam. Zichen carried Zhao Jiaying home. Lin Jinju saw that Zhao Jiaying was covered in mud and in a terrible state, so she hurried up to ask. What happened to Yingbao? How did you get into this state? What happened? Zhao Jiaying didn't say anything as she slumped in Zichen's arms, and she didn't look at Lin Jinju. Grandma, I'll take Yingbao upstairs to take a bath and change clothes first. Then he said to the housekeeper, Auntie Lu, bring Yingbao and my meals to my room later. Okay, young master. Zichen carried Zhao Jiaying upstairs. Lin Jinju wanted to ask what had happened, but Zilong held her back and whispered. Grandma, Yingbao was kidnapped today. What? Kidnapped? Lin Jinju was shocked and screamed. Shoo! Zilong pulled her and made a gesture to keep quiet. Grandma, keep your voice down. What happened? Tell me quickly. Zilong knew that he couldn't hide it from her, so he told Lin Jinjin everything that happened today, in great detail. After listening, Lin Jinjin was furious. These heartless people actually dared to do this to our Yingbao. How come God didn't take these scumbags away? As she spoke, Lin Jinjin cried sadly. Oh, my poor Yingbao, at such a young age, you have to go through all this suffering. Zilong reassured her, Grandma, don't be sad. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and Yingbao is safe and sound. Don't worry, my brother has already asked the Public Security Bureau to arrest the criminal. They will definitely catch him and find the person behind this. Seeing that Zhao Jiaying was safe and sound, Lin Jinju let out a sigh of relief. Amitba, bless you, Buddha. Zilong, you must find this culprit and never let him hurt Yingbao again. Don't worry, Grandma, we will definitely catch the culprit. How dare he hurt our Yingbao, we will definitely not let him go. Lin Jinju wiped the tears from her face and asked, Can I go up and see Yingbao now? Lin Jinju thought about how Zhao Jiaying had just returned and didn't even look at her or speak to her. She was obviously scared and really wanted to go up and see how she was doing. Grandma, let's not go yet. Yingbao has been through a lot of shock today. Let my brother stay with her for now. Lin Jinju nodded with concern. This was the only thing to do. Chapter 42 Zhao Jiaying has a nightmare. Zichen carried Zhao Jiaying back to her room, gave her a bath, and changed into some clean clothes. It was the first time he had bathed his daughter, and he got himself all wet and messy. He was drenched to the skin. So he said to Zhao Jiaying, Yingbao, Daddy's clothes are wet, so I'm going to take a shower first. You wait for Daddy in bed and be a good girl. Zhao Jiaying looked like a Barbie doll who had lost her soul. She nodded expressionlessly. Zichen was a little worried when he saw her like this, but in his current state, he couldn't not take a shower. So he quickly got into the bathroom and washed himself as quickly as he could. When she came out, she found that Zhao Jiaying was not in bed, but was sitting on the bay window of the windowsill, staring straight outside. Zichen walked over softly and sat down next to her. Yingbao, what are you looking at? The stars. Zhao Jiaying pointed at a star in the sky with her finger. Zichen looked in the direction of her finger and indeed saw a big, bright star. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Zhao Jiaying say, Mommy said that this big, bright star is Grandpa. In the future, whenever I miss him, I can just look at this star and it will be just like seeing him. Well, Yingbao, do you miss Grandpa? Parents always like to compare the dead to stars and tell their children that the stars are someone, and that whenever they miss that person, looking at the stars is like seeing that person. Zhao Jiaoying also believes this. No, Yingbao almost went to see her grandfather today. Yingbao saw her grandfather smiling happily at her, and Yingbao would also be very happy to see her grandfather. But Yingbao also doesn't want to part with daddy, mummy, uncle, and great-grandma so soon. After saying this, she turned to look at Ozichin and said with some sadness, "Daddy, you said that Yingbao didn't go to see her grandfather. Will her grandfather be angry with Yingbao?" Ozichin naturally knew what Zhao Jiaying meant by going to see her grandfather. It seemed that today had indeed frightened her, and she had come to understand the meaning of death. Ozichin picked her up and placed her on his lap, sitting her down and reassuring her, saying, "No, your grandfather loves you so much, how could he be angry with you? You're still so young, and your grandfather definitely wants you to stay with your mommy and daddy and be a healthy and happy child. Look at the stars twinkling, they're actually grandpa smiling at Yingbao, so he definitely won't be angry with you." After Zhao Jiaying heard what Ozichin said, she looked at the star again. Indeed, it was twinkling, and daddy hadn't lied to her, so grandpa really wasn't angry with her. So she folded her hands together and said to the star, "Thank you, grandpa, for not being angry with Yingbao. Yingbao promises grandpa that she will listen to daddy and mummy in the future and be a good and obedient child. Grandpa, you must take care of grandma in heaven. If you have time, remember to visit Yingbao's grandparents, they are in heaven too." Although Zhao Jiaying had never met her grandparents, she still missed them, which made Ozichin very happy. At this time, Mrs. Lu knocked on the door to deliver dinner. "Young master, dinner for you and Miss Yingbao is ready." Ozichin opened the door, took it, and carried it to the coffee table in the room. "Yingbao, you must be hungry, come and eat." Zhao Jiaying has a strong ability to self-regulate. Although what happened today was a big blow to her, she quickly recovered. Because she once said that she was an indestructible cockroach. "Oh, here it comes." Seeing the delicious food that looked so appetizing, Zhao Jiaying forgot everything and happily started eating. And at this hour, she was indeed hungry, and ate 2 full bowls of rice. If it weren't for Ozichin, who was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable after eating too much, she would have continued eating another half bowl. But Ozichin was relieved to see her enjoying her meal. At first, he was worried that because of this incident, she would not want to see people, talk, or even eat. Fortunately, his lively and adorable Yingbao had not been lost. In the evening, Ozichin slept with her because he was worried that she would have nightmares. Sure enough, what doesn't work well works ugly, and in the middle of the night, Zhao Jiaying really had a nightmare. In her dream, a few bad uncles grabbed her and threw her into a pit. She desperately tried to climb out of the pit, but she was too short and couldn't reach it. Then piles of mud were thrown at her, covering her head, face and clothes. She cried and screamed, but no one came to save her. "No, no, help, help, daddy is going to save Yingbao, Yingbao is so scared, Yingbao is going to die, oh no." Ozichin was awakened by Zhao Jiaying's cries, and quickly got up to check on her. Zhao Jiaying was still struggling in her nightmare, covered in sweat and crying non-stop. Seeing this, Ozichin whispered her name, "Yingbao, Yingbao, daddy is here, don't be afraid." Zhao Jiaying heard Ozichin's voice and suddenly woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw Ozichin, she got up and threw herself into his arms, still in a daze. "Daddy, there were bad men trying to catch Yingbao. They threw her into a big pit and poured mud over her. Yingbao was so scared, she thought she was going to die." Zichin hugged her and patted her back to calm her down. "It's okay, Yingbao's home now. Daddy's here, and no one will ever hurt you again." Feeling safe in Zichin's arms, Jiaying quickly fell asleep. However, not long after Ozichin put her down to sleep, Zhao Jiaying was once again haunted by nightmares. In the end, there was really no other way, and Ozichin had to sleep holding her. As a result, the next day, Ozichin woke up with a panda eye, because he had hardly slept at all last night. Holding Zhao Jiaying, he simply could not sleep, but thankfully, Zhao Jiaying slept soundly in his arms and did not continue to have nightmares, so it was not in vain that he held her all night. After Zhao Jiaying woke up, she seemed fine, as if she had forgotten the nightmare she had last night. Seeing Ozichin's big dark circles under his eyes, she curiously asked, "Daddy, why have you become a national treasure?" Everyone knows that the national treasure is the giant panda, and its most eye-catching feature is its dark, panda-like eyes. Zhao Jiaying immediately thought of the national treasure giant panda when she saw Ozichin's panda eyes, so she compared him to a giant panda. "It's okay, Daddy just didn't sleep well last night, it's fine." Ozichin didn't mention Zhao Jiaying's nightmare last night, for fear of touching a sore spot. When something like this happens, it's normal to have nightmares at night, and it's expected to get better after a while. Chapter 43, Daddy becomes a national treasure. After going downstairs, Zhao Jiaying greeted Lin Jinju and Ozilong as sweetly as usual. Good morning, great-grandma and uncle. Lin Jinju was overjoyed when Zhao Jiaying greeted her and said excitedly, Good morning, Ying Bao. You're. She just wanted to say that you're fine? She was stopped by Ozilong, and she realized that she couldn't ask that question, so she decisively shut up. Good morning, Ying Bao. Ozilong responded with a smile. Grandma, what were you going to say? Zhao Jiaying couldn't help but ask, seeing Lin Jinju about to speak. Nothing, Grandma just wanted to tell Ying Bao to come eat breakfast. Come on, Grandma has them preparing Bao's favorite scallion pancakes, come and eat. Ozilong put Zhao Jiaying in her baby seat, and Zhao Jiaying happily began to eat. Lin Jinju and Ozilong were relieved to see that Zhao Jiaying was eating so happily, thinking that yesterday's incident had not affected her too much. At this time, Ozichan also came downstairs. He yawned and walked to the dining room. Lin Jinju couldn't help but ask when she saw his tired face. Zichan, you look so tired. Did you not sleep well last night? But it makes sense to think about it. After what happened to his daughter yesterday, it would be strange for him to sleep well. Grandma, Daddy had insomnia last night, so he's become a national treasure today. National treasure? When Ozichan heard this, black lines appeared on his forehead and his eyebrows furrowed. Why did you say that again? It's not because he held her all night long last night and couldn't sleep. Otherwise, how could he become a national treasure today? Okay, he's also been infected by Zhao Jiaying and thinks he's a national treasure too. Ozilong burst out laughing, and Zhao Jiaying's analogy was just perfect. Zhao Jiaying can even make jokes about her father, which shows that their lively and adorable Ying Bao is back. Lin Jinju couldn't help but laugh too, and said to Ozichan, if you didn't sleep well, go get some sleep after breakfast and don't go to work today. Grandma, I'll be fine, don't worry. Missing a day or two of sleep is no big deal. In the past, when he was on a mission in the army, he once only slept 5 or 6 hours for 3 days, and he got through it just fine. The four sat down at the table for breakfast. As they were eating, Mrs. Lu came over. Madam, Master Ling Hao of the Shins is here. Upon hearing that Ling Hao was here, Zhao Jiaying immediately got up from her chair and ran excitedly outside. It was Ling Hao who had come to find Ying Bao. Lin Jinju saw her run so fast and said worriedly, Ying Bao, you slow down, or you'll fall. Then she said to Zilong, Zilong, you go quickly and see what's going on. Okay, Grandma. Zilong quickly followed. Zhao Jiaying had just run out of the front door of the villa when she saw Xin Linghao, and sweetly called out, Brother Linghao, you didn't lie to Ying Bao, you really came to find Ying Bao. Xin Linghao patted her head and replied tenderly, Brother said he would come, and he will definitely come. HM. Seeing Zilong, Xin Linghao politely said hello, Uncle O, good morning. Linghao is here, come on in. Zhao Jiaying took Xin Linghao's hand and happily walked towards the villa. In the dining room. Zichen, Linghao is here. Is Ying Bao not going to school? Today is Tuesday, school is still in session. Not for now. Until we find the culprit, Ying Bao will be safer at home, and that way we can all rest easier. And Linghao will be here to keep her company, so she won't be lonely at home. The security system at the O Manor is very comprehensive, so I don't think the culprit would dare to come to the house and take Ying Bao. Therefore, it is safest for Zhao Jiaying to stay at home for the time being. Ling Hao is a good boy. Yesterday, I really have to thank him for saving Ying Bao. Grandma will thank him in person later. By saving Zhao Jiaying, Ling Hao not only became her benefactor, but also the O family's benefactor. Therefore, it is only right for Lin Jinju to thank him personally. Brother Ling Hao, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let's go eat together. Grandma Lu has made a lot of delicious food today. Zhao Jiaying likes to eat, and she also likes to share it with the people she likes. Okay. Walking into the dining room, Xin Linghao was the first to say hello. Good morning, great-grandma, Uncle O. Good. Linghao hasn't had breakfast yet, come over and eat with us. Ying Bao has just eaten too, she hasn't eaten much. Lin Jinju waved at him. Then she said to Mrs. Lu, quickly get Master Linghao a set of cutlery. Thank you, grandmother. Xin Linghao sat down at the seat next to Zhao Jiaying, and as soon as Zhao Jiaying got to the table, she enthusiastically started to help him. Brother, this pancake is delicious, you should try it. Brother, this fried rice is especially fragrant. Brother, this fried dough stick is also very delicious. Before long, Zhao Jiaying had filled Shen Linghao's bowl to the brim, to the point where he felt a little embarrassed. Yingbao, don't need to pick so much, brother will pick if I want to eat, you eat your own too. Zhao Jiaying looked at the bowl, which was almost full, and stopped. She said, brother, you eat first, and we'll pick after you finish. Zichen was a little jealous when he saw this. His own father had never been treated so well. It seems that a girl is not to be kept when she grows up, and at a young age she already knows to side with her future man. Lin Zhenju, Linghao, help yourself to whatever you like, don't be polite, just make yourself at home. Thank you, grandmother, I won't be polite. Naturally, the future father-in-law's home is treated as your own home, so there's no need to be polite. Linghao, I want to thank you, grandmother, for saving Yingbao for our family yesterday, otherwise she might have had to bury her child. If that had really happened, Lin Zhuzhen felt that she might not have been able to bear it. Now she can sit with Zhao Jiaying and watch her happily eating, she really feels comforted. Grandma, you're being serious. In a situation like that yesterday, no matter who it was, they would have helped. Not to mention that Yingbao is so cute, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to her either. This is really true. If such a cute little daughter-in-law were to disappear like this, handsome Shen would probably cry himself to death. Zhao Jiaying happily laughed when she heard Shen Linghao praise her cuteness, and sweetly said, brother Linghao is also very handsome. Yingbao likes you the most, and when Yingbao grows up, she will definitely marry you and be your bride. Cough cough. Zichen, who was drinking water, suddenly choked on Zhao Jiaying's words. Who did this girl learn from, to be talking about marriage at such a young age? Clearing her throat, she said, Yingbao, you're still young, this is not the time to discuss this. When is the right time to discuss it? At least not until Yingbao is 18 and has completed her coming-of-age ceremony. So Yingbao should eat well now to grow up quickly. Shen Linghao told her directly. What is the coming-of-age ceremony? Zhao Jiaying didn't understand, but she did understand 18 years old. Excitedly, she said, okay, then Yingbao will eat more in the future, so she can grow up quickly and marry brother Linghao. Hearing this, Zichen was speechless. Is she that eager to get married? Zichen said that his heart as an old father was a little hurt. Shen Linghao was not embarrassed by this topic, because it was something that had to be faced sooner or later. But he could see that his elders seemed unable to accept that Zhao Jiaying was discussing this topic at such a young age, so he changed the subject. Uncle O, how is the security guard doing? Yesterday, we were in such a hurry to catch the car that took Yingbao away that we didn't have time to call an ambulance for him. Shen Linghao remembered that Uncle Security was lying on the ground yesterday, unable to move, so he must have been seriously injured. If it wasn't for the emergency situation, he would not have left Uncle Security there. Zhao Jiaying heard Uncle Security's name and remembered that he was beaten by the bad man because he was protecting her yesterday. Her heart was sad and she anxiously asked, Daddy, is Uncle Security okay? He was beaten by the bad man because he was protecting Yingbao. It's all Yingbao's fault. As she spoke, Zhao Jiaying burst into tears. Seeing Zhao Jiaying cry, Lin Zhenju immediately felt distressed and comforted her, saying, Yingbao, don't cry. It's not your fault, it's the fault of those bad uncles. Yingbao, don't worry, the security guard is fine. Uncle Lin called an ambulance in time to take him to the hospital. Daddy will also go to the hospital to see him later. Zichen felt that the security guard had been injured protecting Zhao Jiaying, and as Zhao Jiaying's father, there was nothing wrong with visiting him in person. And he should also say thank you to him in person. I want to go too, I want to go to the hospital to see the uncle, Yingbao wants to say thank you to the uncle in person. Then I'll go too, I want to go and see how the security guard is doing. Shen Linghao said. Okay, then let's go together later, now let's finish eating breakfast first. Chapter 44, Visiting Uncle Security. VIP ward of Yunshan Hospital. The security guard was lying in the hospital bed, with his mother by his side. There were obvious traces of tears on her face, as she had obviously been crying. After all, her son was less than 30 years old. This time, the security guard was seriously injured, with multiple fractures and 2 broken ribs. It was clear how vicious those people were. Zichen, Zhao Jiaying, and Shen Linghao arrived at the hospital and saw that the security guard was lying on the hospital bed, unable to move, with multiple parts of his body covered in gauze. When the security guard saw Zichen and the others, he tried to sit up to say hello, but this caused him to strain his wounds, and his face looked a little unpleasant. Seeing this, Zichen immediately stopped him. Little brother, just lie there, don't get up. Seeing that Zhao Jiaying had returned safely, the security guard let out a sigh of relief, but he still felt guilty for not protecting her and letting her get captured. He quickly apologized to O Zichen. Mr. O, it's all my fault. I didn't protect Yingbao, and she got captured by the bad guys. It's not your fault. In that situation, you did your best. We're sorry that you got hurt, and thank you for trying so hard to protect Yingbao. Although Zhao Jiaying was eventually captured, the security guard did indeed have the merit of protecting her. No one can ever take that away from him. Zhao Jiaying looked at the security guard's bandaged wounds, walked over to his bed, took his hand, and said sadly, "Uncle, does it hurt a lot?" "It's all Yingbao's fault." "It's Yingbao who got you hurt." "No, it's not Yingbao's fault, and Uncle doesn't feel any pain. As long as Yingbao comes back safely, Uncle doesn't feel any pain at all." Hearing these words, the security guard's mother's tears in her eyes flowed again unconsciously. Obviously, her son, from yesterday until now, has been in so much pain that he couldn't sleep. Now, in order to reassure Zhao Jiaying, he is even enduring the pain and saying that he doesn't feel any pain. Zhao Jiaying also knew that her uncle was lying to her. She could tell from the look on his face that he must be in a lot of pain, but he was just trying to reassure her. Her tears could no longer be held back. "Uncle, oh no. Yingbao, don't cry. Uncle is really fine, don't worry." O Zichen regretted bringing Zhao Jiaying along. Not only had he touched on a sore subject, but he had also affected the security guard's emotions, making him agitated. So he must hurry and take Zhao Jiaying away, lest he affect the security guard's recovery. "Okay, Yingbao, we should go back. Uncle is in the hospital, and the doctors and nurses will take good care of him. He will get better soon." Zhao Jiaying stared at O Zichen with wide eyes, her eyes brimming with tears, and asked, "Really? Uncle will get better soon?" "Of course it's true. Ask Linghao if you don't believe me." Zhao Jiaying turned her head to look at Shen Linghao again, and with tears in her eyes, she looked at him and asked, "Brother Linghao, is what Dad said true?" Shen Linghao felt a little sad when he saw her sad and upset, and reached out to wipe the tears from her face to comfort her. "Yes, it's true. As long as Yingbao is fine, Uncle will get better soon. So Yingbao, don't cry. If you're sad and upset, it will affect Uncle's recovery." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiaying realized that her sadness and unhappiness was not good for the security guard's recovery. She immediately wiped away the tears on her face and replaced them with a smile, saying to the security guard, "Uncle, Yingbao is not crying or sad anymore, so you must get better soon, okay?" "Okay, Uncle will definitely get better soon." Not wanting to continue disturbing the security guard's rest, Zhao Jiaying followed O Zichen out of the hospital room. The hospital fees for this time were paid by O Zichen. In addition, O Zichen also asked the group's finance department to transfer 3 million yuan in cash to the security guard's bank account. He was injured quite seriously this time, and even after being discharged from the hospital, it would still take a long time for him to recover. After all, it was because of Zhao Jiaying that he was injured, and O Zichen had to ensure his future. Walking out of the hospital entrance, Zhao Jiaying asked O Zichen, "Daddy, are you coming back with us?" "Daddy is not going back yet. I have to go to the company to deal with some things. You and Linghao go back first, and listen to your brother, okay?" Zhao Jiaying nodded obediently. O Zichen looked at Shen Linghao. "Linghao, do you need me to send 2 bodyguards to escort you?" "Uncle O, that's not necessary, Shen Yi is enough." O Zichen also knew Shen Yi's skills, and an ordinary person, even if there were 10 or 20 of them, would not be his match. With him protecting Shen Linghao and Zhao Jiaying, there is nothing to worry about. "Okay, let's go then." A dilapidated house in a village in the western part of the city. Brother Chang and his subordinate were sitting at a folding table drinking. The more they drank, the angrier they became, and they smashed the bottle directly. With a pop, the sound of the bottle breaking on the ground. "Yang Xiaoyun, this bitch, this time I really got screwed by her. The kidnapping of Zhao Jiaying has made him the police's most wanted criminal. Not only that, but the underworld is also looking for him, and O Zilong has even put a reward of 10 million yuan on his head. 10 million yuan is no small sum, so many people in the underworld are looking for Changgu. The reason Changgu still has a place to stay is because a man named Hao Zi helped him find it. He once owed Hao Zi his life. And Rat is a man of loyalty and friendship, which is why he risked his life to help him this time. If it had been someone else, they would have already told Ao Zilong about the news and gone to collect the money, living a carefree life with 10 million. Wouldn't that be nice? Although Kong Kong made 5 million from this job, he regretted it, because with this kind of money, he might not have a life to spend it in. It was all his fault for being careless and not investigating Zhao Jiaying's identity thoroughly before taking the job. If he had known that Zhao Jiaying was Zhou Zichen's daughter, he would never have taken the order, even if he had been offered 100 million. Zhou Zichen is someone who is not unknown to him. Apart from being the successor of the O Group, he also has another, even more powerful identity. He is a colonel in the South China military region. Although he no longer stays in the military region has specially retained his military status because of his outstanding military achievements. If necessary, he can still mobilize the army of the military region. Therefore, in Bin City, everyone knows that you cannot offend Zhou Zichen or offend the people of the O family. Because of his identity as the successor of the O Group, he is enough to easily deal with people who offend him, not to mention the support of the military region behind him. Changge now knows Zhao Jiaying's identity, but it's too late to regret it. Now he can only find a way to leave Bin City, so that he will have a chance to survive. Zhao Jiaying and Xin Linghao returned to the O family. Xin Linghao began to teach Zhao Jiaying the knowledge of the 3rd and 4th grades, because she only had the foundation of the 2nd grade and suddenly jumped to the 5th grade, so she didn't understand many things at all. So he took this time to give her some good supplementary tuition. Fortunately, Zhao Jiaying was very smart, with a strong ability to understand and an excellent memory. After he had explained a lot of knowledge once, she was able to understand and remember it. So Xin Linghao didn't have to work too hard teaching her, and instead felt a sense of pride. He never imagined that his future daughter-in-law would also be someone extraordinary. Chapter 45, Paranoia. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Xin Linghao originally wanted to go to the guest room to rest. Although Zhao Jiaying was only 4 years old, there was still a difference between the sexes, and it was not good to sleep together after all. However, Zhao Jiaying took his hand, looked at him with pleading eyes, and said pitifully, "Brother Linghao, Yingbao is afraid and doesn't dare to sleep alone." The implication was that she hoped Xin Linghao would sleep with her. After the kidnapping incident, even the strongest person will have a shadow in their heart, not to mention Zhao Jiaying, who is just a 4-year-old child. On the surface, she seems like a normal person, like nothing happened, but now she is afraid to be alone, especially when she sleeps. Seeing Zhao Jiaying's pitiful appearance, it really makes me feel sorry for her, and Xin Linghao really can't bear to refuse her. Convince yourself with a strong reason, this is a special period of time, so you can be treated specially. Okay, then I will sleep with you. Zhao Jiaying immediately gave him a sweet smile and showed 2 deep dimples when she heard that Xin Linghao was willing to sleep with her. Xin Linghao was now defenseless against her smile. Oh my god? How cute can you get? After Zhao Jiaying fell asleep, of course there was another problem, and she was haunted by the nightmare from last night. In the end, Xin Linghao, like Zhou Zichen, held her in his arms while she slept. Holding her, she slept peacefully. However, Xin Linghao was a bit miserable. Although he was holding a 4-year-old Zhao Jiaying, he was only 11 years old after all, and his strength was limited. Holding Zhao Jiaying motionless for more than 2 hours, when Zhao Jiaying woke up, his arms were numb. In the afternoon, after Zhou Zichen returned, Xin Linghao told him about Zhao Jiaying's condition. Zhou Zichen said that she had been like this since last night, and he had also slept holding her the whole night, without sleeping himself. That's why she became the national treasure Zhao Jiaying called her today. Uncle O, I think Yingbao has post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's best to see a psychologist. Don't look at Xin Linghao as just a primary school student, he really knows a lot. Xin Linghao has a super powerful brain, and he likes to read books. He can remember what he has read after just reading it once. After spending the whole day at the O's, since Zhou Zichen and the others have returned, he can go home with peace of mind. Linghao, I'll go home first. Zhao Jiaying heard Xin Linghao say he was leaving, and took his hand, reluctant to let him go. Zhao Jiaying still wants to have dinner with Linghao. No, my parents are still at home waiting for me to come home for dinner, so I'll go home and come back in the morning. Okay, see you then. Although Zhao Jiaying is reluctant, she thinks about Linghao's parents and how they also want to have dinner with him, so she can't be so selfish as to monopolize him. After dinner, Zhou Zichen called Qi Muzhen and asked him to come over. Xin Linghao was right, Zhao Jiaying was likely suffering from agoraphobia. It wasn't that he was afraid of having to hug her to sleep at night, but that if she went downstairs for a long time, her condition would get worse and worse. Qi Muzhen was a famous psychiatrist and also a good friend of Zhou Zichen. He hurried over after receiving Zhou Zichen's call. During the phone call, Zhou Zichen asked him to come over and help his daughter with her medical condition. Qi Muzhen was shocked and thought that Zhou Zichen had adopted a child. After seeing Zhao Jiaying, he no longer thought that she was an adopted child, but definitely a biological child, because she looked exactly like Oh Zichen. But when did Oh Zichen get married and have a child? He has no idea. Zichen, you're not being honest. When did you get married and you didn't tell me? Don't you know if I got married or not? If I were to get married, would I not invite you, Dr. Chidi? Are you stupid? Qi Muzhen thought about it for a while, and it seemed to make sense. Given his friendship with Oh Zichen, there was no reason for him not to be notified of the marriage. If you're not married, then how did you get this daughter? We'll talk about that later. Right now, you have to help me take a look at her. Whenever she goes to sleep, she has nightmares. Oh Zichen told Qi Muzhen every detail of Zhao Jiaying's abduction and being buried alive. After listening, Qi Muzhen talked to Zhao Jiaying for a while and gave her a psychological test. The final result: mild delusions of persecution. This mild delusions of persecution is basically the same as a phobia. The patient has been hurt before, so they are afraid of being alone, and even more afraid of sleeping alone. After sleeping, they are prone to nightmares. There is a saying that what you think about during the day you will dream about at night. Zhao Jiaying behaves normally when she is with other people, but in her subconscious mind she is still thinking about being kidnapped. So this scene will continue to appear in her dreams, so she has nightmares as soon as she goes to sleep. Oh Zichen was a little worried when he heard the results and asked Qi Muzhen, "Is it serious? Is there a radical cure?" Oh Zichen doesn't want his daughter to live in a nightmare forever. It's not serious, and I can't say for sure if there's a complete cure. I can only say that I'll try to improve her current situation. But I think Yingbao is a very optimistic person, and she should be able to get over the shadow this incident has cast on her. If there's no cure, it means that this situation may arise again in the future, and Oh Zichen became even more worried. Qi Muzhen saw Oh Zichen's expression of disappointment and patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, it's really not serious. As long as she doesn't suffer any more severe shocks in the future, she'll be fine. Trust me. So what should I do now? Do I need to take medicine? Oh Zichen thought about it for a while, and decided to just deal with the current situation first, and worry about the future later. He believed that Zhao Jiaying was a lively and cheerful person, and she would definitely get over this. No need for medicine, I'll get you a bottle of aromatherapy oil that helps you sleep. Light some of it when she goes to bed at night. You can also play some light music that makes people feel happy. At first, she might still have nightmares, but you can hold her hand while she sleeps so she feels more secure. And try to make her life a little happier every day. After a while, the nightmares will gradually disappear. Okay, I understand. Thanks for coming all this way today. I won't see you out. After saying that, he took the aromatherapy oil that Qi Muzhen had given him and went back to the room, because he still had to bathe Zhao Jiaying from the previous time. Qi Muzhen shook his head helplessly. This was obviously someone who would be used up and then kicked aside. But he knew that he was going through a special period, so he forgave him. Oh Zichen followed Qi Muzhen's method, lit the aromatherapy oil, played some comfortable soft music, and before going to sleep, he told Zhao Jiaying an interesting story, and Zhao Jiaying laughed out loud. After listening to the story, Zhao Jiaying fell asleep quickly. At first, she slept uneasily and would kick and struggle desperately. Oh Zichen held her hand and patted her back lightly. Gradually, Zhao Jiaying calmed down and slept soundly. Oh Zichen didn't sleep at all last night. After seeing Zhao Jiaying fall asleep, he fell asleep himself because he was really tired. Fortunately, Zhao Jiaying slept more soundly tonight and didn't make a fuss in the middle of the night. Oh Zichen finally got a good night's sleep, otherwise when he woke up the next day, Zhao Jiaying would say he was a national treasure again. For several days in a row, Zhao Jiaying slept peacefully and no longer had nightmares after following the method that Qi Muzhen had suggested. Oh Zichen, the heart of an old father, finally let go of his worries. That night, when Shen Changfeng was eating at home, he saw Shen Linghao eating and smiling unconsciously. Shen Changfeng noticed that during this period, Shen Linghao had been in a particularly good mood every day after he returned home. He had also become more cheerful, and would often smile to himself when he was thinking about something. Shen Changfeng found this very strange. Mom and Dad, I'm full, you enjoy your meal. Okay. After Shen Linghao left the table, Shen Changfeng leaned over to Lu Lanji and whispered. Wife, do you feel that Linghao has become happier and more cheerful recently? Hearing Shen Changfeng's words, Lu Lanji was not the least bit surprised. She ate her rice slowly and answered his question in a soft voice. You're just noticing it now? I've seen it for a long time. If you've seen it, why didn't you tell me? Shin Changfeng said this with a somewhat urgent tone, slightly reproachful. Lu Lanji was displeased. She immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, glared at Shin Changfeng, and said angrily, "You didn't ask me, so how would I know that you didn't know?" When Shin Changfeng saw that Lu Lanji was angry, he immediately deflated. Immediately, he put his arm around her shoulders and admitted defeat in a soft tone. Yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. My dear wife, don't be angry. Then he picked up Lu Lanji's bowl and chopsticks, placed them in her hands, and picked her favorite dish for her. My dear wife, don't be angry, come on, eat. Lu Lanji took the bowl and chopsticks, gave a knowing smile, and said, "That's more like it." Lu Lanji continued to eat slowly. Shin Changfeng was really curious about the recent huge changes in his son Shin Linghao, so he asked Lu Lanji in a soft tone. Wife, do you know what has caused your son to change so much? Take a guess. Lu Lianji did not tell him directly, leaving him with a sense of suspense. He recently got first place in an exam? Lu Lianji gave him a blank stare. Isn't that a given? The nickname academician Shin was not given to him in vain. Ever since entering St. Petersburg Primary School, he has always ranked first, never dropping below the top, and no one has ever surpassed him. Chapter 46, Oh Laodi's Daughter. Did he win a prize in some competition? Lu Lanji continued rolling her eyes. Is that all you can think of that has to do with studying? Can't you think of anything else? Shin Changfeng felt a little helpless. Shin Linghao is just a primary school student. If you don't want to think about studying, what else can you think of? Isn't it? What is it then? Honey, don't keep me in suspense. I can't guess, so just tell me. Lu Lanji finished eating, put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, and wiped her mouth with a paper towel. Then she looked at Shin Changfeng, who looked confused, and didn't tease him. She said directly, Linghao has a favorite girl. When Shin Changfeng heard this answer, his mouth opened into an O shape, extremely surprised, and he couldn't believe it. Wife, you're not joking with me, are you? Linghao is only 11 years old this year, and he hasn't even graduated from elementary school, and he already knows what it means to fall in love? What do you know? The affection between children is simply affection. It's not as complicated as you say. But what Linghao likes now might be the daughter-in-law he wants to marry in the future. Lu Lanji really thinks so. Shin Linghao has been alone all these years, without any friends and never communicating with others. So he probably hasn't been happy all these years. Now it's rare to have someone who can make him so happy and care about him so much, and it's not impossible that she will become his daughter-in-law in the future. So who is this little girl? What's her name? Shin Changfeng was also very curious about what kind of girl could make his cold and aloof son like her. Guess. Lu Lanji gave these 2 words again. Shin Changfeng was a bit speechless. Why did she want him to guess again? She obviously knew that he couldn't guess, but she still wanted to be mysterious. However, he didn't dare to say this. If he did, he guessed he would only be able to sleep on the sofa tonight. Wife, I really can't guess, so just tell me. Lu Lanji thought for a moment, and indeed, Shin Changfeng could not guess who this person was. Because she hadn't thought of it at first either, that Zhao Jiaying was Zhou Zichen's daughter, so she didn't beat around the bush. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, you definitely won't guess who this person is either. Her name is Zhao Jiaying, and she is Zhou Zichen's daughter. Wait, wife, just now you said, who is she the daughter of? Shin Changfeng seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his hearing, and couldn't help but ask again. Zhou Zichen, the president of the O Group, is the one who has been calling you buddy and always calling you big brother. This time I told you in great detail, did you hear me clearly? Shin Changfeng heard her clearly, but he couldn't believe it. Who is Zhou Zichen? He is his good buddy, but he didn't know that he actually has a daughter? This is impossible, right? If he got married, his big brother would definitely know about it, so is this child. A child that Zhou Zichen adopted? Lu Lanji held up a finger and said firmly, of course she's not adopted, she's his biological child. Shin Changfeng still didn't believe her and said, how do you know she's his biological child? Have you seen their paternity report? Lu Lanji was furious that he would dare to question what she had said. She angrily retorted, why don't you go and adopt a child that looks exactly like you and show it to me? Lu Lanji's words left Shin Changfeng speechless, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. So, is she really your biological daughter? She's even more beautiful than a pearl. Although I haven't seen the child, Shani said that she really looks exactly like Ozichin, and is a very pretty and cute little girl. Otherwise, do you think your son would be so happy every day after coming home, if he wasn't spending every day at the O's house with this little girl? After hearing this, Shin Shangfeng fell into deep thought, and suddenly slapped his thigh, and with a whoosh, stood up from his chair. His unexpected action scared Lu Lanji, who quickly covered her chest and said, "What are you doing? You scared me." Seeing that Lu Lanji was scared, Shin Shangfeng went up to her and patted her back to calm her down. "I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean to. I just suddenly thought that this guy is so unfair. He has a beautiful daughter and didn't even tell me. I want to ask him for clarification and take a look at the child. This could be his future daughter-in-law, so of course he wants to meet her." But Lu Lanji stopped him. "Hey, don't go this weekend. You can't go see Ozichin now, and you definitely can't go see the child." "Why? Is the child an illegitimate child, something to be ashamed of?" "Because something happened to the child recently." Lu Lanji told the story of Zhao Jiaying's abduction. "Not to mention that you want to meet the child, I want to meet him too. If it weren't for this incident, I would have already gone to the O family to meet my future daughter-in-law." Shinny said that the child's emotions have been unstable recently, so it is better not to meet strangers. Shin Shangfeng, "I see, what a poor child, having to bear all this at such a young age, it is really hard for her. So just wait a little longer, since she is Ozichin's biological daughter, he will definitely announce her identity later, and it will not be too late for us to meet her then. If she is the daughter-in-law destined to be with the Shin family, then sooner or later she will be able to meet her. It's not a big deal to wait a little while longer. The most important thing now is the child's physical and mental health." At first, I wanted to call Ozichin and ask for clarification, but after hearing Lu Lanji say that, Shin Shangfeng gave up on the idea. Right now, the most important thing is the child's physical and mental health. We can talk about everything else later. Before long, it was the weekend. On this day, Yang Xiaoyun made some snacks and went to the O family in high spirits. She thought, since Zhao Jiaying was already dead, Ozichin would definitely be very sad. People are most vulnerable when they are sad. If she could be by his side and keep him company at this time, she was sure she could quickly win his heart and make him fall in love with her. With Lin Jinju's support, she would definitely be able to marry Ozichin and become the Mrs. O she had always dreamed of. Unfortunately, she was too happy too soon, because Zhao Jiaying was not dead at all. And she never paid attention to current events, so she didn't know that the hitman she hired to kill someone had now become the police's most wanted criminal. Entering the O family villa, Yang Xiaoyun sweetly called out to Lin Jinju, "Grandma. It's Xiaoyun, come over and sit down." Yang Xiaoyun saw that Lin Jinju didn't look well, so she pretended to be concerned and asked, "Grandma, I don't think you're feeling well, is something wrong?" Lin Jinju let out a deep sigh and replied, "Yes, there's been something going on at home recently, so I haven't been sleeping well." Yang Xiaoyun was overjoyed when she heard Lin Jinju say that something had happened at home. This Changgu is really good at his job, and it was worth the 5 million she spent to hire him for this job. Now she can finally rest assured that her biggest worry has finally been removed. "Grandma, no matter what happens, you have to take care of your health. If you get sick, Xiaoyun will be very sad. This is the best time to win people over, so how can she let go of such a good opportunity? So she must show her concern and worry about Lin Zhuju." Sure enough, Lin Zhuju was very relieved. She took Yang Xiaoyun's hand and patted it, saying, "Xiaoyun, you are a good child, you have a heart. But don't worry, Grandma will be fine, just get through this period of time." The speaker's meaning is completely different from the listener's, and Yang Xiaoyun, upon hearing Lin Jinju's words, became even more convinced that Zhao Jiaying was dead, and was overjoyed. Dear friends, this book has already released 100,000 words. If you think it's okay, please take the trouble to give it a review. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47, Yang Xiaoyun's Fear. At this moment, Ozichin came in, wearing a black sports suit, looking particularly energetic and handsome. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes went wide when she saw Ozichin, and she secretly gloated in her heart, "This is her future husband, so handsome." "Zichin, you're back." Ozichin heard the voice and looked inside. "Yang Xiaoyun? Didn't I make it very clear to her last time? What's she still doing here?" Yang Xiaoyun stood up and was about to walk over to Ozichin when suddenly a panting voice sounded, "Daddy, you're running too fast, Ingbao can't catch up." Yang Xiaoyun suspected she had heard it wrong. Wasn't Zhao Jiaying already dead? Why was she still hearing her voice? The next second, Zhao Jiaying's short figure walked in and stood next to Zichen. Yang Xiaoyun was extremely surprised when she saw her and, panicking, covered her mouth, almost shouting out. She's dead, isn't she? How come? Did Chang trick her? Zhao Jiaying also saw Yang Xiaoyun in the room, her face full of hostility. This is the evil woman who wants to take her mommy's place. So she opened her arms to Zichen and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, give me a hug." Zichen naturally knew what Zhao Jiaying was thinking, so he picked her up in one go and said dotingly, "Ingbao is all sweaty, Daddy will take you upstairs to take a bath." Great! This morning, Zichen took Zhao Jiaying for a run, because exercise is also a great way to improve physical and mental health. Yang Xiaoyun just stood there dumbfounded, as Zichen didn't greet her, didn't even give her a glance, and walked upstairs with Zhao Jiaying in his arms. Lin Xinju saw the father and daughter leave Yang Xiaoyun hanging, and went up to comfort her. "Xiaoyun, don't be offended, this Ingba was kidnapped some time ago, so she's not in a good mood recently and doesn't like to meet strangers. Her father needs to consider her emotions, so he can only stay with her." Yang Xiaoyun finally understood that what Lin Xinju meant by something going on at home recently was that Zhao Jiaying had been kidnapped, not silenced. But she had clearly seen the photo of Zhao Jiaying in the pit, buried alive. No, she had only seen Zhao Jiaying in the pit, but not completely buried, so did that mean Zichen had arrived in time to save her? Yang Xiaoyun's mind became more and more confused as she thought about it, not knowing which part of the process had gone wrong. So she had to ask Chang'e to clarify. Now that Zhao Jiaying was still alive and well in the O family, had her 5 million yuan gone down the drain? Lin Xinju saw that she had been standing there in a daze without saying a word, so she called out to her, "Xiaoyun, are you okay?" Yang Xiaoyun came back to her senses when she heard Lin Xinju calling her. "Grandma, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first and come visit you again some other day." And quickly walked outside. Lin Xinju looked at her leaving with some emotion in her heart. What a good girl. Yang Xiaoyun picked up the phone and quickly dialed Chang'e's number as she walked out of the O family manor. But on the other end of the line, a formulaic little girl's voice came over the phone. "The number you have dialed has been turned off." It's actually turned off. Yang Xiaoyun was so angry that she raised the phone in her hand and wanted to throw it on the ground. But at the moment she was about to let go, she realized that it was a new phone that she had bought not long ago, so she didn't want to throw it away. She dialed Chang Ji's phone number again, but she still heard the same thing: "The number you have dialed has been turned off." Son of a bitch, he actually lied to her. Now she really had lost 5 million for nothing. Zhao Jiaying was still alive and well, while she had lost 5 million for no reason. 5 million. That's not a small amount of money. If her father finds out that the money wasn't used to buy jewelry, he'll skin her alive. More importantly, now that Zhao Jiaying is still alive, she can't get close to Zichen. If her family finds out that Zichen doesn't want her anymore, will she ever have a good life? Her half-sister Yang Xiaolin is taking advantage of the situation to step on her and humiliate her. She dares say that her life will only be more difficult than before. She absolutely cannot go back to the kind of life where she is trampled on at will, absolutely not. Therefore, Zhao Jiaying must be eliminated. Yang Xiaoyun once again went to the black market trading market, because she needed to find someone to get rid of Zhao Jiaying again. She didn't believe that Zhao Jiaying would be so lucky to escape death every time. Entering the black market trading market, Yang Xiaoyun walked towards the shop where she had previously found Chang'e, which specialized in taking orders for this kind of business. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a conversation between two men inside. "Man 1, you think Chang'e is in big trouble this time, daring to kidnap Colonel O's daughter. Now he's in deep shit, with people from both the black and white worlds looking for him. Man 2, but I heard that the buyer offered 5 million for him to kidnap Colonel O's daughter. 5 million, the buyer is really generous. Don't you think she has a deep grudge against Colonel O, that's why she's willing to pay so much? Man 1, I don't know if the buyer has a grudge against Colonel O, I just know that although Chang made a lot of money this time, unfortunately, he may not live to spend it. Man 2, that's true. This time, the second young master of the O family has put a reward of 10 million on Chang'e's head. We just want to know who the buyer behind him is. Man 1, yeah, if we knew who the buyer was, we could collect the reward from the second young master of the O family. Man 2, don't even think about it. Something that good is never going to happen to you. Yang Xiaoyun panicked when she heard the two men's conversation. Fortunately, she hadn't gone in, or she would really be in the tiger's mouth. She wrapped herself more securely with a silk scarf, afraid that the people here would find out that she was the one who had hired someone to kill Zhao Jiaying. She quickly walked out of the black market trading market and drove away as fast as she could. Yang Xiaoyun returned home and immediately locked her room door, her whole body still in shock. Zichen is looking for the buyer behind the scene. If he finds out that the buyer is her, that she is the one who wanted his daughter dead, not only will she not be able to marry into the family smoothly, Zichen will definitely not let her go. At the time she did this, she never thought about the consequences, and now she is starting to be afraid. She knows that Zichen is not a soft-hearted person, and her end will be very, very miserable. Yang Xiaoyun walked around the room in a panic, wondering what to do. What should she do now? She quickly calmed down. Since things had come to this, there was no point in being afraid. As long as Chang was not caught, Zichen would never know that she was behind it all. So she had to get rid of him before Zichen found out. She took out her phone, found the man's number, and dialed. Chapter 48, Shopping at the Mall. After taking a shower, Zichen and Zhao Jiaying went to the study. It was the weekend, and Shen Linghao had to accompany her mother Lu Lanji back to her grandmother's house, so he did not come over. In the study, the father and daughter played chess again. After 2 rounds, Zhao Jiaying won decisively, and said proudly, "Great, Ying Bao has won again, are you convinced, Daddy?" "Yes. Ying Bao is amazing, and I'm convinced that you'll lose if you play against her." Zichen's chess skills, which he was once so proud of, were completely defeated in front of Zhao Jiaying. It is true that the student has surpassed the master, and he has no choice but to admit defeat. "Daddy, why is that bad ant coming again?" The bad ant refers to Yang Xiaoyun. Ever since she found out that she was coming to steal Zichen, she has been convinced that she is a bad woman. But Zhao Jiaying was right. Yang Xiaoyun was indeed a bad woman. She wanted her dead, so wasn't she bad enough? Daddy didn't know either. Maybe she was here to see Tai Tai. As long as she wasn't here to see him, he didn't have a problem with her visiting Lin Jinju. Did Tai Tai like her that much? Zhao Jiaying knew Lin Jinju liked her when she saw how warmly Lin Jinju treated her. Tai Tai was only treating her well because she had helped Tai Tai before. Although Zichen told Lin Jinju that the favor she owed had already been paid off, Lin Jinju is a person who values friendship and loyalty. You must remember a favor for 1,000 years, so she has always remembered her kindness. Zichen saw that Zhao Jiaying has recovered quite well over this period of time, and she hasn't had nightmares at night. Today happens to be the weekend, so he suggested taking her out for a stroll to clear her mind. "Ying Bao, Daddy thinks the weather is quite nice today, so how about taking you out for a stroll? Does Daddy like going shopping?" Zichen was a little helpless when he was asked this question. He was a big boss, usually dealing with a million things every day, and when he had time, he wanted to sleep a little longer, so where would he like to go and go shopping? But if he answered directly that he didn't like it, Zhao Jiaying would definitely not want to go. But he wanted to take her out for a walk, see the outside world, and come into contact with some new things. This would only do her good, not harm. In order to trick Zhao Jiaying into going out, Zichen had to lie. "I like it. Daddy loves shopping, so can Ying Bao go out with Daddy today?" Zhao Jiaying thought for a moment with her big, dark, round eyes. Usually, Daddy accompanies her to do the things she likes, and it seems that she has never accompanied Daddy to do the things he likes. So today, she will reluctantly accompany Daddy. "Okay, I'll go with Daddy," Zhao Jiaying replied crisply. To be honest, she didn't really like shopping because it was tiring, and her short legs couldn't walk far. Zichen led Zhao Jiaying downstairs. Zhao Jiaying saw that Yang Xiaoyun was no longer there, and secretly rejoiced in her heart. The evil woman had finally gone. She ran up to Lin Jinju and said in a babyish voice, "Grandma, Daddy and I are going shopping. Do you want to come with us?" "No, Grandma is old and doesn't like the hustle and bustle outside. You go ahead. She's an old woman, so she won't go out with the young people and join the fun. She's more comfortable at home, cutting flowers and plants and reading magazines." Zhao Jiaying suddenly thought of Zilong again. "Daddy, where's Uncle Air? Is he going out with us?" Zichen picked Zhao Jiaying up in his arms and walked towards the outside of the villa. The driver was already waiting by the fountain. "Don't worry about your uncle, he's busy. He is busy with his little girlfriends, so he won't have time to keep you company." However, Zichen did not say this, for fear of hurting Zhao Jiaying's feelings and giving her a good impression of Zilong. Zichen took Zhao Jiaying to Tianhuan Square, one of the major shopping malls in Bin City, which mainly sells mid to high-end goods. It was the weekend, so the mall was very crowded, so Ozichan deliberately sent 2 bodyguards with them to protect Zhao Jiaying's personal safety. This was Zhao Jiaying's first time shopping in a mall. She used to live in a poor neighborhood, where there were no big malls, and the biggest thing there was a small supermarket, which her mother had taken her to a few times. After Yang Xiuhua took care of her, she often took her to the market to buy food together, so the place Zhao Jiaying shopped most was the market. Everything in the mall was particularly novel to Zhao Jiaying, so she couldn't help but look here and there. Soon, she was attracted to the toy store not far ahead, and broke away from Ozichan's hand and ran up with short legs. Ozichan was puzzled, but quickly followed. "Daddy, look, this little yellow duck is so big, even bigger than Ingbao?" Zhao Jiaying saw a little yellow duck doll, and this store was a little yellow duck specialty store, so everything sold inside was related to little yellow ducks. Ozichan saw Zhao Jiaying's passionate gaze at the little yellow duck and asked softly, "Does Ingbao like it?" Zhao Jiaying nodded frantically. Yes, Ingbao likes little yellow ducks the most." Ozichan vaguely remembered that the first time Zhao Jiaying came to the O group to find her, she was carrying a little yellow duck school bag. But after spending so much time with her, he had never noticed that she liked little yellow ducks. It was his dereliction of duty as a father. "If Ingbao likes it, then we'll buy it." "Really? We can really buy it?" Mummy Zhao Yunxi told her that children shouldn't fight over toys, and she's always remembered that. But she really likes it so much, so she has to ask Ozichan for permission. Of course it's true, Ingbao's room is almost ready to be decorated, but it's empty now, so we can buy a lot of little yellow duck products to fill it up for Ingbao, okay? Okay. With Ozichan's permission, Zhao Jiaying excitedly took his hand and walked into the little yellow duck store. In the end, they bought a lot of little yellow duck stuff, including little yellow duck pillows, little yellow duck towels, little yellow duck sweat towels, little yellow duck cups, little yellow duck toothpaste and toothbrushes, little yellow duck pajamas, and little yellow duck bedding. And of course there was that little yellow duck plushie that Zhao Jiaying had fallen in love with at first sight, which was even bigger than her. With so many things, they couldn't possibly carry them all. After paying, Ozichan left the address of the O Manor for the store clerk, asking them to deliver the things there. The store clerk was overjoyed. Having sold so many things today, her commission for this month would double. More importantly, the money today was a windfall. She wasn't even supposed to be on duty today, but the other clerk had to take leave at the last minute, so she had to fill in. She was quite unhappy about it at first, but now she was very glad that she had come, otherwise this high commission would have been out of her reach. Chapter 49, Zhao Jiaying goes to the toilet. Ozichan and Zhao Jiaying left the little yellow duck store and continued shopping. Ozichan took her to a children's clothing store, where the clothes were all very nice. Zhao Jiaying tried on a few princess dresses, which she really liked. The princess dresses made Zhao Jiaying look even cuter and more adorable, and the shop assistant couldn't help but praise her, "You're really cute, and the clothes look even better on you." The salesperson didn't mean to flatter her, but it was the truth. She had never seen a child wear clothes so well. "Thank you, sister," Zhao Jiaying said crisply, thanking her. Ozichan also thought that the clothes were good, and they made her daughter look more spirited. So he bought dozens of pieces at once, which stunned the salesperson. Although they were children's clothes, this was a brand store after all, and the clothes were not cheap. It was the first time the shop assistant had seen parents buying dozens of items at once. Ozichan took out his gold card and swiped it, and the shop assistant took it with both hands and said enthusiastically, "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." After paying, he still left an address for them to deliver the clothes. After Ozichan and Zhao Jiaying left the store, the two employees discussed in whispers. "Did you see that? That little girl is so cute, and I didn't realize her daddy was so handsome and generous. How come other people's lives are so good? Hey, this is the same person, but different lives. You can't envy them. Let's get back to work." Ozichan and Zhao Jiaying continued shopping for a while, when suddenly Zhao Jiaying said to Ozichan, "Daddy, I want to go to the bathroom." "Okay, Daddy will take you." Ozichan took Zhao Jiaying by the hand and instinctively walked towards the men's toilet, but just as they reached the door, Zhao Jiaying stopped. "Ingbao, what's wrong? Don't you need to go to the toilet?" "Daddy, this is the men's toilet, and Ingbao is a girl, she needs to go to the women's toilet." Ozichan almost forgot, this is his daughter, not a son. This is embarrassing, he is a man, he can't go into the women's toilet, so how can he take her there? Zhao Jiaying seemed to have seen his dilemma and said, "Daddy, Ingbao can go to the girls' toilet by herself. At school, she went to the toilet by herself, so she will be fine going by herself now." Can Ing Bao go by herself? Oh Zichen asked worriedly. Of course, Ing Bao is no longer a 3-year-old child, she knows how to go to the toilet. She is clearly not yet 4 years old. But there is no other way now, she has to go by herself. Okay, Ing Bao, go by yourself. Daddy will wait for you at the door. Okay. Zhao Jiaying hurriedly ran into the women's bathroom. But after a while, she hurriedly ran back out again. Oh Zichen was a little taken aback. Can a child go to the bathroom so quickly? But he couldn't help but ask. Ing Bao, did you finish going to the bathroom so quickly? Zhao Jiaying shook her head, no. The toilet is full of toilets, Ing Bao can't reach them, so she can't poop. The toilets at St. Petersburg Primary School are all squat toilets, and Zhao Jiaying can squat down to go. But the toilets here are all sit-down toilets, and Zhao Jiaying is not tall enough to sit on them. Hearing this, Oh Zichen wanted to cry. He suddenly realized that he couldn't do without a woman by his side, because he couldn't even solve his daughter's toilet problem. Zhao Jiaying covered her bottom and anxiously said, Daddy, what should I do? Ing Bao can't hold it in anymore, she's about to pee. Oh Zichen is also at a loss for what to do. This is more difficult than handling a contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Does he really have to hold Zhao Jiaying and rush into the women's toilet to help her go to the toilet? Just then, 2 young girls who looked like middle school students walked over. They were also going to the toilet. Seeing Zhao Jiaying's flushed face and Oh Zichen's helpless expression, they guessed what was going on. They walked up to Zhao Jiaying and whispered, Little sister, are you going to the bathroom? Can I take you there? Zhao Jiaying was overjoyed to have someone to help her and quickly nodded, yes. Thank you, sister. Oh Zichen was instantly relieved to see that someone could help Zhao Jiaying go to the bathroom. Through this incident, he realized that he must find Zhao Jiaying some female bodyguards. After all, men and women are different, and there are some things that only women can do that he cannot. So after returning home, the first thing he did was hire someone. The kind young ladies held Zhao Jiaying on the toilet seat while she went to the bathroom, and then helped her down and flushed the toilet. After she finished urinating, she felt much more relaxed. If everyone knew that she, Zhao Jiaying, had almost died from holding her urine in, they would laugh at her to death. So once again, she thanked the 2 young ladies, Thank you, sisters, if you hadn't helped me, I would have definitely been unable to hold my urine in. You're welcome, it was nothing, and we're very happy to have been able to help you. Well, goodbye, sisters. Zhao Jiaying waved goodbye to them and walked out of the women's toilet. After Zhao Jiaying left, the 2 little girls discussed her. This little girl is so cute and adorable. Yes, look at her big, round eyes and long, curled eyelashes, just like a Barbie doll. I think she is the real version of Barbie doll. I think so too. Oh Zichen saw Zhao Jiaying come out and anxiously asked, How is Ing Bao? Did she go to the bathroom? Well, I'm done, and I feel much better now. Zhao Jiaying didn't want to continue shopping because she was a little tired and her stomach was empty, so she wanted to eat something. Daddy, Ing Bao is tired and doesn't want to shop anymore. Okay, then Daddy will take you to eat cake and take a break, okay? Oh Zichen remembered that Zhao Jiaying seemed to like eating cake very much, because every time Oh Zilong brought her cake, she was especially happy and ate it with great relish. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Jiaying immediately beamed when she heard that there was cake to eat. Oh Zichen and Zhao Jiaying went to a cafe and sat down. He ordered a chocolate cake and a mango cake for Zhao Jiaying, remembering that these were her 2 favorite flavors, while he ordered an Americano for himself. The cakes were ready-made, so they were quickly served. Zhao Jiaying picked up a fork and happily began to eat. As she ate, Zhao Jiaying thought of Xin Linghao. The cake is delicious, but it's a pity that Linghao didn't come, otherwise he could have eaten this delicious cake with Ing Bao. Since meeting Xin Linghao, Zhao Jiaying always thinks of him first when there is something delicious. Oh Zichen felt a little jealous, thinking that his old man's position was not secure. Chapter 50, I like Brother Linghao. Ing Bao, do you like Brother Linghao very much? Zhao Jiaying nodded and replied, Yes, very much. Can you tell Daddy why you like Brother Linghao? Oh Zichen knew that he shouldn't be jealous of a little kid, but he was still a little curious. Because Brother Linghao is handsome, he studies well, and he even saved Ing Bao's life. At first, Oh Zichen heard Zhao Jiaying say that she liked Xin Linghao because he was handsome, and he was also good at his studies. But then he heard her say that he had also saved Ing Bao's life. He couldn't say anything, because it was only natural to like someone who was good-looking and accomplished in every way, and who had also saved your life. Seeing as Shen Linghao had once saved Zhao Jiaying's life, he didn't feel jealous of him. After they finished eating, Zichen took Zhao Jiaying home. On the way home, Zhao Jiaying fell asleep in the car. When they arrived home, Zichen carried her to her room and put her to bed. It was already past 3 p.m. When Zichen went downstairs, Lin Zhenju was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine. Ying Bao fell asleep? Lin Zhenju asked. Yes, she got tired from shopping and fell asleep on the way home. It was the first time she had gone out for so long and walked so much, so of course she was tired. Lin Zhenju patted the sofa next to her, inviting Zichen to come sit down. It seemed that she had something to tell him, so Zichen walked over. How was it? Did she have a good time shopping? She wasn't afraid of strangers outside, was she? Lin Zhenju had been worried that the kidnapping incident would cast a shadow over Zhao Jiaying and that she would be afraid of meeting strangers in the future. Grandma, don't worry, Ying Bao actually has a pretty good psychological constitution. This incident was a big blow to her, but she recovered quickly. If it weren't for someone with a particularly strong psychological constitution, they would probably have been scared silly or scared out of their mind by something so big. Zhao Jiaying also had nightmares for a while, but she has now fully recovered. Zichen is quite proud of this. She is worthy of being his daughter and has the same bearing as he did in the army back then. It's good that she's fine, and I'll be relieved when she's okay. Lin Zhenju continued, by the way, Zichen, recently, a lot of people have been calling Grandma. They all know that Ying Bao is our family's child and they all want to meet Ying Bao. Grandma wants to know what you think. Are you going to tell everyone about your relationship with Ying Bao? Lin Zhenju thought about this. Since they are the family's bloodline, naturally everyone needs to know. If Zhao Jiaying's identity is made public, no one will dare bully her in the future. After all, in Bin City, everyone has to give the family face to a certain extent. But Zichen is Zhao Jiaying's biological father after all, so this matter should be decided by him. I have already thought of this matter. Next week is Ying Bao's 4th birthday. I want to hold a party at home, first to celebrate Ying Bao's birthday, and second to take this opportunity to introduce Ying Bao to everyone, so that everyone knows that Ying Bao is my biological daughter, Zichen. In fact, he had already started planning this when he found out that Zhao Jiaying was his biological daughter. However, not long ago, Zhao Jiaying was kidnapped, and her emotions were affected. Zichen was afraid that if the banquet was held at this time, Zhao Jiaying would be afraid when she met too many people, which would make her emotions even more unstable. However, it seems that Zhao Jiaying has recovered well, so the banquet can be held as scheduled. That's great. Since we're going to have it, let's make it a grand affair so that everyone in Bincheng knows that Zhao Jiaying is our family's child. In the future, if anyone dares to take advantage of her or do anything to hurt her, they'll be crossing paths with the family, and we won't let it go. Lin Zhenju spoke with the air of Shidajuan, a woman of strength who was not to be outdone by men. She wanted to tell everyone that anyone who dared bully Zhao Jiaying in the future was asking for trouble. Don't worry, Grandma, I will definitely make the banquet a success. Well, there's not much time left. Write the invitations in the next 2 days and send them out. As for how the venue should be decorated, you can ask a wedding company to take care of it. Well, I will arrange everything. Zhao Jiaying woke up and went downstairs by herself. She saw Lin Zhenju and Zichen talking about something. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she walked over and asked in a baby voice, Daddy, Grandma, what are you talking about? Zichen saw that she looked like she hadn't slept, so he sat her on his lap. We were talking about Ying Bao's birthday. Next week is Ying Bao's 4th birthday. Daddy and Grandma are discussing holding a birthday party at home to celebrate Ying Bao's birthday. What do you think? Zhao Jiaying tilted her little head and looked at Zichen, her round, big eyes twinkling as she asked, Will Linghao come? Now, no matter what the matter is, the first person Zhao Jiaying thinks of is Shen Linghao. It can be seen that Shen Linghao's place in her heart has surpassed many people, perhaps even putting Zichen in his place. Yes, Linghao will definitely come. Zhao Jiaying continued, Aunt Xiuhua, Brother Huayang and Uncle Dahai, will they be coming too? Of course they will be coming. Not only them, but also many uncles, aunts and other relatives will be coming to celebrating Bao's birthday. When she thinks back to her birthdays in previous years, she was only accompanied by her mother, Aunt Xiuhua, Brother Huayan and Uncle Dahai. Auntie Xiuhua would prepare a table full of delicious food, and everyone would gather around and have a happy meal. After the meal, Mum would take out the birthday cake she had bought in advance, light the candles, and everyone would sing happy birthday together. Then Zhao Jiaying would make a wish and blow out the candles. Zhao Jiaying's happiest moment was always eating the cake. Although only a few people celebrated her birthday back then, she had a very happy time. This year, she will have daddy, uncle, great-grandma, Ling Hao, and many uncles and aunts to celebrate with her, so she will definitely have an even more enjoyable time. So Zhao Jiaying clapped her hands and said happily, yes, Ying Bao is going to have a birthday party and celebrate her birthday with everyone. Lin Zhenju was very happy to see Zhao Jiaying so happy. Having lived to her age, she didn't really have any more wishes. She just hoped that her descendants would be able to live happily without any disasters, so that she would have no regrets when she left in the future. On Yingbao's birthday, Tai Tai will make sure Yingbao is dressed up pretty, so that everyone knows that Yingbao is our family's little princess. Chapter 51, Why invite them? Zhao Jiaying clapped her hands and answered crisply, okay, Yingbao can wear a princess dress that day. Daddy bought Yingbao a lot of princess dresses today, and they are so pretty. Okay, as long as Yingbao is happy. At this moment, Zilong returned, hiding something behind his back. Yingbao, guess what your second uncle has brought you back? Zilong had a mysterious look on his face, but Zhao Jiaying didn't feel any sense of mystery. She had long since guessed that what her uncle had brought her was cake, because her uncle only ever brought her cake, and there was nothing new about it. Uncle, you don't need to guess, it must be cake. Zilong also felt that it was a bit boring, and he didn't expect Zhao Jiaying to guess it right away. He took it out from behind his back. Yingbao is really smart, you guessed it right away. Your uncle brought you cake, are you happy? Are you happy or not? Normally, she would be very happy because there was cake to eat. But today, her father, Zichan, had already taken her out to eat, and the cake had not yet been fully digested. But if she said she wasn't happy, would her uncle, Zilong, be sad? Would he buy her cake again next time? Just as Zhao Jiaying didn't know how to answer, Zichan walked over, took the cake from Zilong's hands, and placed it on the coffee table. Yingbao has already eaten cake today, so let's put it aside for now. Come, follow me to the study, I have something to tell you. After saying this, he took Zilong and walked towards the study. Zhao Jiaying instantly let out a sigh of relief. She was being too hard on him. In the study on the second floor. Next week is Yingbao's birthday. Grandma and I have decided to hold a birthday party at home to celebrate her birthday and announce her identity to everyone. In the next 2 days, you go and deliver the invitations to the guests. As the president of the group, Zichan usually has a million things to do every day, and doesn't even have much time to rest. Naturally, he won't personally deliver the invitations. Zilong is usually quite idle, and he is also a member of the O family, so it is most appropriate to ask him to deliver the invitations. Okay, brother, have you invited all the prominent families in Bin City? Well, you should also invite the Yang family. The Yang family is Yang Xiaoyun's family. Their current wealth is not considered a prominent family. They can only be considered a second-rate family, and they are not considered people from high society. If it were before, they would not be qualified to attend such a banquet. However, because of Yang Xiaoyun's relationship, Zichan personally invited them. Zilong was puzzled, brother, why did you invite them? You know that Yingbao doesn't like Yang Xiaoyun, and you invited them to Yingbao's birthday. Aren't you afraid that Yingbao will be upset? It's for Yingbao that I invited them. Why? Zilong couldn't understand anymore. Zichan explained carefully, think about it, before everyone mistakenly spread rumors about me and Yang Xiaoyun, I wanted to take Yingbao's birthday as an opportunity to clarify the misunderstanding with everyone. It's also a good way to show Yang Xiaoyun and the Yang family my true feelings. So that's it. Zilong finally understood. This is good, too. It will make this Yang Xiaoyun know when to quit and stop dreaming about his brother. He doesn't like Yang Xiaoyun at all, and he doesn't want his brother to be with her. He always feels that Yang Xiaoyun is not as innocent as she seems. Brother, I understand. I will deliver the invitation personally. Well, there is also the issue of security. On the day of the banquet, we must ensure the safety of the guests and Yingbao. We must not let anyone take advantage of the banquet to do anything. His biggest worry is still Zhao Jiaying's safety. After all, the culprit behind the scenes has not yet been found, and he is afraid that someone will take this opportunity to sneak in and harm Zhao Jiaying. Brother, don't worry, this time I will personally select trustworthy people to be in charge of security, and I will definitely not let anything happen at this banquet. Speaking of security, Zichan also thought of something else. Right, Zilong, there's one more thing, you hire 2 female bodyguards for Yingbao. Oh Zilong was a little taken aback. Female bodyguards? All the bodyguards in the O family are men, and they have never hired female bodyguards before, because women are not as strong as men after all. And there is another problem with female bodyguards: they have their periods every month, and if they have to go on a mission, then it would be embarrassing. So this is why they have never thought of hiring female bodyguards before. Today, Oh Zichin suddenly wants to hire female bodyguards, so there must be a reason. Brother, why do you suddenly want to hire a female bodyguard? Didn't you say that female bodyguards are no good? Oh Zichin had no choice but to tell the embarrassing story of taking Zhao Jiaying to the bathroom today. After hearing it, Oh Zilong burst out laughing. Ha ha, brother, you're so funny, you're killing me. Hearing Oh Zilong make fun of him, Oh Zichin suddenly frowned, his brows knitted together, and he said with a serious expression, "Is that funny? It seems that you don't want your bonus this month?" Oh Zilong immediately admitted defeat. Brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have laughed at you. This is indeed a very serious problem. I will immediately go recruit people tomorrow and promise to hire 2 female bodyguards to protecting Bao's safety to your satisfaction. Even though Oh Zilong is the second young master of the O family, Oh Zichin only gives him a fixed amount of money every month, which will be gone once it is spent. Although he also has shares in the group and receives a considerable annual dividend, Oh Zichin has never allowed him to touch this money and has always kept it for him. He said that he would only return the right to use it to him after he gets married. The reason Oh Zichin did this was not because the O family was reluctant to let Oh Zilong spend money, but because he didn't want Oh Zilong to become a cynical second-generation master. Therefore, the money that Oh Zilong receives every month is considered the reward for his work. It's not particularly large, but it's actually not small either, and it's more than enough for him to spend. Well, remember one thing: the character and combat strength of the female bodyguard are very important, and it doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Brother, I know, I will definitely find a candidate that will make you satisfied. Although women's physical fitness and combat effectiveness will be slightly inferior to men, Oh Zichin believes that there are also outstanding women. So as long as they can afford the price, they will definitely be able to find someone who will satisfy them. Next, character is also very important. If you hire someone with a bad character, you will put Zhao Jiaying in danger. In case someone offers her a high price to do something to harm Zhao Jiaying, it would be really hard to prevent it. Therefore, in order to ensure Zhao Jiaying's personal safety in the future, hiring someone to protect her is also an important matter that should not be taken lightly. Chapter 52, The O Family's Invitation. The next day, Oh Zilong went to the Yang family with the invitation. Yang Dapeng's family was flattered and warmly received Oh Zilong. Young Master Oh, I don't know what it is that has made you come to my humble abode in person. If there is anything I can do for you, just let me know, and I, Yang, will be the first to rush over. My brother asked me to come over to deliver an invitation. Our family will be hosting a banquet at home next week, and we would like to invite your family to attend. After finishing, he handed the invitation to Yang Dapeng, who took it with both hands and was overwhelmed with emotion. To be able to attend the banquet hosted by the O family is such a great honor, and it's all because of Yang Xiaoyun. And Oh Zilong personally came to deliver the invitation, which shows that Oh Zichin attaches great importance to their family, Yang Xiaoyun. Yang Dapeng thought to himself, could it be that this banquet is to announce the marriage of Oh Zichin and Yang Xiaoyun? Yang Dapeng took the invitation and couldn't wait to open it to see what kind of banquet it was going to be. To see if it was the same as he thought. As a result, when he opened it, it said, inviting the Yang Dapeng family to attend the banquet hosted by the O family on July 25th. It did not specify what kind of banquet it was. Yang Dapeng asked in trepidation, may I ask, what kind of banquet is being held this time? Yang Xiaolin saw Oh Zilong and her eyes went straight. Although Oh Zilong was not as outstanding as Oh Zichin in every way, just his status as the second young master of the O family was enough to make Yang Xiaolin look at him differently. If she can win his favor and marry into the O family, she will marry into a top family and live the life of the rich and famous that everyone envies. In order to get Oh Zilong's attention, she specially served him tea and said flirtatiously, young Master Oh, please enjoy your tea. Unfortunately, Oh Zilong didn't even look at her, walked past her, and answered Yang Dapeng's question. You will know when you get there. Since the invitation has already been delivered, I won't disturb you anymore. I hope that the Yang family will be punctual. As he said this, there was an ambiguous smile on his face. Of course, we will be there on time. It is such an honor to be invited to the O family banquet, how could they not be punctual? After he finished speaking, Oh Zilong left the Yang family, and Yang Dapeng personally saw him out the door. Yang Xiaolin was left holding the cup of tea, feeling awkward. Yang Xiaoyun put her arms around her, held them in front of her chest, and sneered, sarcastically saying, "Some people, really shameless, they come to us on their own. It's a pity that no one else even looks at her, what a big shame." Yang Xiaolin heard these words and glared at Yang Xiaoyun viciously, angrily saying, "Yang Xiaoyun, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about me?" "Yes, it's you," Yang Xiaoyun said without fear. Yang Xiaolin was so angry that she almost splashed the tea in her hand in her face, but her mother Qianlan stopped her in time. Today, Ozilong personally delivered the invitation, making it clear to Qianlan that they could not afford to offend Yang Xiaoyun, because she had the strong backing of Ozichan. "What? You still want to splash me with tea? Go ahead, try it." Yang Xiaoyun's arrogant eyes seemed to say, "You dare to splash me? Let's see how she deals with her." Qianlan grumbled and apologized to Yang Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, your sister didn't mean it. You're a big person, so don't hold a grudge against her." Yang Xiaoyun snorted, "If there's a next time, I'll show you." After saying that, she walked arrogantly past Yang Xiaolin and her mother, deliberately bumping Yang Xiaolin with her shoulder. After Yang Xiaoyun left, Yang Xiaolin said to her mother with a grudge in her heart, "Mom, why did you stop me just now? Look at the way she looks down on everyone. I should have let me splash the boiling hot tea in her face. It would be best if she was disfigured." "If she is disfigured, do you think Ozichan will still want her?" Qianlan held her back, made a shushing gesture, and whispered, "Keep your voice down. If Yang Xiaoyun hears you, you'll be in trouble." Yang Xiaolin, "Mom, I..." Qianlan patiently told her, "Xiaolin, I know you're aggrieved, but things are different now. Yang Xiaoyun now has Ozichan as her backer, and we can't afford to offend her, so just bear with it." Yes, Yang Xiaolin knew exactly who Ozichan was. The man she most wanted to marry in her life was also the man she could least afford to offend. Now this man has fallen for the woman she hates most, Yang Xiaoyun, and now has to grovel to Yang Xiaoyun. She really can't swallow this, but there's nothing she can do about it, so she can only bear it. The only thing she can do now is curse Yang Xiaoyun and curse her to be dumped by Ozichan soon, so that she can trample her underfoot and humiliate her. They really are sisters. Although they were born from the same father but different mothers, they share the same blood and are both malicious people who cannot bear to see others do well. Yang Dapeng was overjoyed when he returned from seeing off Ozilong, because he guessed that this banquet was definitely related to Yang Xiaoyun. As soon as the O family announced the marriage of Yang Xiaoyun and Ozichan, he would become the father-in-law of Ozichan. By then, would his company still lack business? Soon, the Yang family will be able to hold their heads high and enter the upper class, where everyone will envy them. This Xiaoyun has done the Yang family proud, and perhaps soon she will marry into the O family and become a veritable wife of a wealthy family. Upon hearing Yang Dapeng's words, Yang Xiaolin's face showed her displeasure, and she sneered, "Dad, don't get too excited. Just because the us are hosting a banquet, it doesn't mean it's related to Yang Xiaoyun." Yang Xiaolin actually wanted to say that it might just be empty joy. Sure enough, Yang Dapeng didn't like what she said, and Ozilong's personal visit to the family made him even more certain that it was Yang Xiaoyun's good deed. So his expression immediately became serious, and he scolded Yang Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, you're wrong to say that. Your sister has finally found such a good family in the O family, and you should be happy for her. But instead of blessing her, you can't stand to see her well, and you're kicking her when she's down. If you keep this up, Dad is going to get angry." Bless her? She, Yang Xiaoyun, is worthy of it? She just wants to curse her. But now in front of Yang Dapeng, she can't show it because the Yang family is still ruled by Yang Dapeng, and if she angers him, she won't have a good time. So she can only obediently promise him, "Dad, I know, I won't be so petty in the future." Yang Dapeng nodded with satisfaction when he heard Yang Xiaolin's words. That's right, they are family, and they should be happy for Xiaoyun. Yang Dapeng walked towards the kitchen, muttering, "Today is really a day to be happy. I have to ask the maid to prepare a few more dishes that Xiaoyun likes." Chapter 53, Paying Homage to the O Ancestors. Yang Xiaolin saw Yang Dapeng's back and her heart became even more angry. Yang Dapeng had never scolded her before, but now because of Yang Xiaoyun, he had repeatedly rebuked her. "Yang Xiaoyun, you'd better pray that you really marry into the O family, otherwise Yang Xiaolin will make you look bad for sure." Yang Xiaoyun returned to her room, feeling a little uneasy. Why would the O family suddenly hold a banquet at this time? Could it be that they wanted to announce something at the banquet? She was really intrigued. She really didn't want to wait until the day of the banquet to find out what it was. So she called Lin Zhenju. She believed that because of their relationship, if she asked, Lin Zhenju would definitely tell her. The phone was quickly connected. Hello, Xiaoyun. Lin Jinju spoke first. Yang Xiaoyun, Grandma, have you been feeling better lately? Lin Jinju, Grandma is doing well, thank you for asking. Yang Xiaoyun, Grandma, today Mr. Oershio came to the house to give us the invitation, saying that we are invited to the banquet hosted by the us. Lin Jinju, oh, yes, your family should remember to come early. Yang Xiaoyun, yes, we will definitely be there on time. Grandma, is there something that the us want to announce at this banquet? Lin Jinju, oh, Xiaoyun is really clever, you've guessed it. As expected, Yang Xiaoyun went straight to the point. Grandma, what is it that you want to announce? Can you tell me in advance? Lin Jinju, it's something good, you'll know when you come. Grandma still has things to do, so I'll hang up now. Remember to come. Okay, goodbye, Grandma. After the phone call, Yang Xiaoyun wondered what good thing Lin Jinju had just said. With Lin Jinju's affection for her, could the good thing she was talking about be her good thing with Ozichin? Is she going to take this opportunity to announce her marriage to Ozichin? But didn't Ozichin reject her last time? On second thought, she knows that Ozichin listens to Lin Jinju the most, so if Lin Jinju insists that Ozichin be with her, Ozichin will definitely listen to Lin Jinju. Therefore, it is very likely that this banquet is to announce her good news with Ozichin. Thinking so, Yang Xiaoyun was so excited that she would soon marry Ozichin and marry into the O family as Mrs. O. However, Yang Xiaoyun's good news and Lin Jinju's good news were completely different. Wait until that day, Yang Xiaoyun was slapped hard in the face, and see if she will still feel so good about herself. It was July 25th in the blink of an eye. On this day, the O family started bustling around early in the morning. The people from the wedding company also came to the O manor early in the morning to set up the venue. The chefs were also busy preparing the food for the guests. Today is the O family banquet, so there is no room for error. Everyone is busy doing their own job, working diligently. According to the O family custom, the person whose birthday it is should offer incense to the ancestors of the O family and pay homage to them. Today, Zhao Jiaying got up early and put on a light purple princess dress. The maid braided her front hair into 2 pigtails and put on a small platinum crown. She looked very charming and cute, like a little treasure, and everyone who saw her liked her. Lin Jinju was overjoyed to see Zhao Jiaying looking so cute, and picked her up and kissed her. Grandma, is Yingbao pretty today? Zhao Jiaying asked in a crisp voice. Yes, our Yingbao is pretty every day. Zhao Jiaying was also full of joy. Ozichin nodded with satisfaction, and Ozilong gave Zhao Jiaying 2 thumbs up. He praised, Yingbao is really so cute and pretty today, even your uncle is bowing down at your feet. Zhao Jiaying didn't understand the latter part, but she did understand the former. Thank you, uncle, you're also very handsome today. The little one knows how to return a favor. You praised me, so I should return the compliment. At that moment, the housekeeper, Mrs. Liu, walked out. Madam, Master, the things for the ancestral hall worship are all ready, you can take Miss Yingbao over now. Okay, I got it. Lin Jinju replied. Ozichin picked up Zhao Jiaying and walked towards the ancestral hall. Yingbao, Daddy is taking you to the ancestral hall to pay respects to our ancestors. Remember to say hello to them, okay? Zhao Jiaying nodded obediently and said in a baby voice, yes, Yingbao knows. The O family ancestral hall was a small detached building at the back of the villa, dedicated to the ancestors of the O family. Entering the ancestral hall, Zhao Jiaying looked around. This was the first time she had worshipped the ancestors of the O family, and also the first time she had entered the ancestral hall, so she was a little curious. After walking to the back of the hall, Zhao Jiaying pointed to the ancestral tablets in front of her and asked, Daddy, are those our ancestors? Although Zhao Jiaying had never seen an ancestral tablet before, she had seen them on TV, so she knew that each tablet represented a deceased ancestor. Yes. Ozichin pointed to a few ancestral tablets and told Zhao Jiaying, this one is Daddy's father, Yingbao's grandfather, that one is Daddy's mother, Yingbao's grandmother, and the other one is Daddy's grandfather, Yingbao's great-grandfather. There are so many ancestors in the O family that Ozichin doesn't know many of them, so he only told Zhao Jiaying about the ones he knows best. For him, they are also the people who were once closest to him. After Zhao Jiaying got down on the ground, he bowed very politely and said in a baby voice, hello, great-grandpa, grandpa, grandma, my name is Zhao Jiaying, you can call me Yingbao. Today is Yingbao's birthday, and it's also the first time she's met you. Although Yingbao hasn't met you before, she will always remember you in her heart. Hearing Zhao Jiaying's words, Lin Jinju felt even more gratified, and said to the tablet of her husband's grandfather Ozichin, old man, you see how sensible our little great-grandson is. If you knew, you could rest in peace. Lu Sa lit incense for them, and then gave Lin Jinju, Ozichan, Ozilong, and Zhao Jiaying each 3 sticks of incense. Then the 4, the grandfather and the 3 grandchildren, knelt down on the mat in front of the ancestral tablet. Lin Jinju spoke first. Lin Jinju, the 7th generation head of the family, today brings the 9th generation descendants Ozichan, Ozilong, and the 10th generation descendant Zhao Jiaying to pay their respects to the ancestors. Today is the 10th generation descendant Zhao Jiaying's birthday, and I hope that the ancestors will bless Zhao Jiaying, so that she will have no disasters and live a happy life. As Lin Jinju's voice fell, the 4 members of the family bowed to their ancestors 3 times in succession. Afterwards, everyone inserted the incense they were holding into the incense burner. Zhao Jiaying was not tall enough, so Ozichan picked her up and inserted it. Chapter 54, The Shen's Marriage Proposal. After the worship ceremony was complete, the 4 left the ancestral hall and returned to the villa. It was already past 9 a.m., and the guests would soon be arriving, so they had to get ready in advance. It was almost 10 o'clock when the first guest arrived, Shen Linghao and his parents, Shen Changfeng and Lu Lanji. The reason they arrived so early was that they couldn't wait to meet their future daughter-in-law. Zhao Jiaying saw Shen Linghao and immediately ran over to him, saying sweetly, "Brother Linghao, you're here. Look, isn't Yingbao pretty today?" After that, she lifted up the hem of her skirt with both hands and twirled around in front of them. Shen Linghao petted Zhao Jiaying's head and said fondly, "Very pretty. Yingbao is pretty every day." Lu Lanji couldn't help smiling when she saw this. She never imagined that her cold and aloof son would have such a tender side and be so good at flattering his own little wife. Zhao Jiaying noticed the 2 adults behind Shen Linghao and said politely, "Hello, auntie and uncle. You must be Linghao's parents. My name is Zhao Jiaying. Welcome to Yingbao's birthday party." Lu Lanji had noticed Zhao Jiaying as soon as she entered the door. She was very cute and pretty, and she was also very polite. She finally understood why her son went to the O family every day. Not to mention that her son liked her, she herself liked her very much. She picked up Zhao Jiaying in her arms. "Yes, Yingbao, I'm Shen Linghao's mother. I'm very happy to meet you." Shen Changfeng handed Zhao Jiaying the gift in his hands and said softly, "Yingbao, I'm Shen Linghao's father. I'm very happy to meet you. This is a birthday gift from your aunt and me. Happy birthday to you." "Thank you, uncle." Zhao Jiaying took the gift, politely said thank you, and gave Shen Changfeng a sweet smile, revealing 2 deep dimples. Seeing Zhao Jiaying's sweet smile, Shen Changfeng finally understood why his son's iceberg had melted. Because Zhao Jiaying's smile could literally warm everything. After Lu Lanji put Zhao Jiaying down, she leaned over to Shen Changfeng's ear and whispered, "Honey, I'm going to take this daughter-in-law for myself. You have to go with Ozichan today and make her yours. Otherwise, if we miss out on Xiaoying Bao, our son will definitely be a bachelor in the future." Why is Lu Lanji so anxious to set up her son? It's not that she has no confidence in her son, and that if he misses Zhao Jiaying, no other girl will like him. It's just that she knows her son too well. Once he meets someone he likes, he'll like them for life. If he misses Zhao Jiaying, she dares to say that he'd rather be single for the rest of his life and grow old alone. Zhao Jiaying is obviously a sought-after commodity, so settling down early would give them peace of mind. Shen Changfeng also had this in mind, so he gave Lu Lanji an okay sign. At this time, Ozichan walked over and greeted them politely. "Big brother and sister-in-law are here, come on in and sit." The group entered the living room, where Lin Jinju was sitting on the sofa. Mr. and Mrs. Shen Changfeng spoke first to say hello. "How is your health these days, madam?" "I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Come and sit down." After Shen Changfeng and Lu Lanji sat down, Lu Lanji nudged him, indicating that he should talk about what had just happened. While there were still other guests, it was a good time to talk. Another concern was that if Zhao Jiaying was also liked by others, and if they spoke about it in advance, wouldn't they be beaten to the punch? Shen Changfeng understood, and immediately spoke to Ozichan and the others in front of everyone. "Madam Zichan, I have something I want to tell you." "Go ahead, big brother." "It's just that I think our Linghao and your Yingbao are quite a good match, so I want to propose a marriage to you today and set the 2 children's marriage." Shen Changfeng didn't say much, and got straight to the point. Lin Jinju, Ozichan and Ozilong were a little taken aback when they heard Shen Changfeng's words. Their daughter Yingbao was only 4 years old today, and she was already getting engaged? Ozichan replied, "Big brother, isn't this marriage being arranged too early? Linghao is only 11 years old, and our daughter Yingbao is only 4 years old. He is not opposed to the marriage, and he understands Mr. and Mrs. Shen Changfeng. If Yingbao really marries into their family in the future, she will definitely not be treated badly. It's just that his daughter has only just been recognized, and she has been betrothed so soon. It feels like he is going to marry his daughter off tomorrow, and he really can't bear it. It's not early, and as you know, children grow up quickly. The sooner it's settled, the more at ease we elders will be. Your son Ingbao is so popular, if we don't settle it early, he might be taken by someone else. Zichen didn't know what to do. Looking for help, he glanced at Lin Jinju, who immediately understood and expressed her thoughts. Changfeng, Lanji, we know that your son Linghao is a good boy, and he treats Ingbao well. In the future, if Ingbao marries him, she will definitely not be wronged. But this is after all Ingbao's own life matter, and we can't help her make a decision, so we should let her make her own decision when she is older. Lu Lanji immediately thought, that's easy, we just ask Ingbao for her opinion. Then she asked Zhao Jiaying, Ingbao, tell your aunt, do you like Linghao? Zhao Jiaying didn't even think about it, and without hesitation she replied, I like him, Ingbao likes Linghao the most. When she first wanted to transfer to Class 5-3, she did so because of Xin Linghao, and she even went on a hunger strike with her father to protest. How could she not like him? Lu Lanji was very satisfied with Zhao Jiaying's reply and continued to ask, so Ingbao wants to marry brother Linghao in the future and be his bride? Yes, Ingbao wants to marry brother Linghao and be his bride. Shen Linghao's lips curled slightly upon hearing Zhao Jiaying's words. He knew that apart from coming to Zhao Jiaying's birthday party, his parents had also come to discuss his future marriage, which was why he had not said anything just now. He would see if they could settle down. If not, he still had a final bargaining chip. It was that when he had saved Zhao Jiaying, Zichen had given him a promise that he would agree to whatever request he made. But now it is probably not necessary, because Zhao Jiaying has already agreed personally. Lu Lanji happily patted Zhao Jiaying's head and said, Good, Ingbao is really good. Old lady, Zichen, now that Ingbao has agreed to this marriage herself, I think you should also support her decision, right? Equals. I'm going to worship the mountain today, so I'm a bit busy and won't reply to each one. I wish you all a happy holiday. Chapter 55, The O Family Banquet. Lin Jinju and Zichen looked at each other. In the end, Zichen replied, since it is Ingbao's own choice, I, as her father, naturally respect her decision and I have no objections. It's just that my eldest brother, sister-in-law, and Ingbao's mother are still abroad. I think we should wait until her mother returns and ask her opinion. Xin Linghao is a person of what kind, Zichen naturally knows very well, and for him to become his son-in-law in the future, he also has no objection. But Zhao Yunxi, after all, is Zhao Jiaying's biological mother. If her opinion is not sought, and the marriage is arranged for Zhao Jiaying without her knowledge, he is afraid that when she returns, she will blame him for selling her daughter so early. In that case, it is indeed necessary to consult the opinion of Ingbao's mother, so let's wait until she returns. Auntie, Ingbao can make her own decisions about her own affairs. Mummy will support Ingbao too. In other words, Zhao Yunxi's opinion doesn't need to be asked. Hearing what Zhao Jiaying said, Zichen put his hands on his forehead. In that case, since Ingbao has no objection, let's settle this matter first. After saying that, Lu Lanji took out a fine nephrite pendant necklace from her bag and hung it around Zhao Jiaying's neck. Ingbao, this is a necklace passed down in our Xin family. Today, Auntie is giving it to you. You must take good care of it, understand? Zhao Jiaying looked at the pendant around her neck and really liked it. She said sweetly, yes, Auntie, Ingbao knows, I will definitely take good care of it and never lose it. What a sensible child. Lu Lanji stroked Zhao Jiaying's head. The younger daughter-in-law, the more she looks at her, the more she likes her. Since Zhao Jiaying herself had no objections, the marriage was set in stone. As for Zhao Yunxi, she would be explained to and apologized to when she returned. Shen Linghao saw that the matter was settled and took Zhao Jiaying outside. Brother, shall we go out and play? Yes. The elders chatted in the living room. Around 10 o'clock, all the invited guests had arrived. No one dared to be a diva at the O family's banquet. They only arrived early, never late. In addition, Zichen also invited journalists from the news media, in order to expose Zhao Jiaying's identity to the media, so that everyone in Bin City knows that Zhao Jiaying is his Zichen's biological daughter. Journalists, carrying long guns and cannons early in the morning, guarded the O Manor, afraid of missing any breaking news. The Yang Dapeng family arrived at the O Manor at 10:15. As the car pulled into the Ojia Manor parking lot, Yang Dapeng and his family were stunned. The parking lot was full of all kinds of luxury cars, and their Mercedes-Benz SUV looked shabby in comparison. Yang Dapeng sighed, no wonder they are the super tycoons of Bin City. Everyone who came to the banquet today is either rich or noble. It seems that he has to ingratiate himself with these rich people at today's banquet. But then he thought, no, as long as his daughter Yang Xiaoyun's marriage to O Zichen is announced at the banquet today, then he will be the father-in-law of the president of the O group, and then it will be others who have to ingratiate themselves with him. Thinking this, Yang Dapeng was extremely pleased, and it was finally time for him to raise his head and let his hair down. After they parked the car, they followed the signs to the garden of the O Manor, as the banquet was being held there. From the parking lot to the garden, everyone in the family, except Yang Xiaoyun, was stunned. This O family manor is really too big. It took 10 minutes just to walk from the parking lot to the garden, and they hadn't even explored the rest of the place yet. Yang Xiaolin was even more envious and jealous. The thought that Yang Xiaoyun might become the hostess here in the future made her grind her teeth in anger. What kind of dog shit luck did Yang Xiaoyun have to land on such a big tree as O Zichen? When they reached the garden, a waiter showed them to their seats, which were in a prime location. Many guests had already taken their seats. Their seats were arranged in a relatively forward position, which made them feel that O Zichen valued their family, Yang Xiaoyun, and therefore loved them as well. Yang Xiaoyun was also a little pleased with herself, and stood up to say to Yang Dapeng, "Dad, you guys sit down first, I'll go in and say hello to Zichen's grandmother. There are a lot of guests here today, and the villa won't let too many people in, so the people who can go inside are people who have an extraordinary relationship with the O family." And by Yang Xiaoyun doing this, she is trying to show in front of her and Yang Xiaolin's mother and daughter that she herself has an extraordinary relationship with the O family. Yang Xiaoyun entered the living room of the villa, where Lin Zhenju, O Zichen, and others were chatting with Mr. and Mrs. Shin Changfeng and a few close friends. Yang Xiaoyun saw this and, without knowing how to avoid it, walked straight up to them, acting like the mistress of the house. "Grandma, Zichen, so you're here. I didn't see you outside, so I thought you must be here, so I came in to say hello." When the others saw Yang Xiaoyun come in, they got up one after the other, because they had heard about Yang Xiaoyun and O Zichen before, and thought she was here to see O Zichen, so they left of their own accord. "Old Madam, President O, the banquet is about to start, so we'll be going out first." Mr. and Mrs. Shin Changfeng, although they didn't know what was going on between Yang Xiaoyun and O Zichen had never mentioned it, and they had never asked. But now that this scene was unfolding, it was quite embarrassing for them to stay, so they also sensibly left for the garden. "It's Xiaoyun, come over and sit down." Lin Zhenju waved at her, and Yang Xiaoyun quickly walked over. But as soon as she sat down, O Zichen stood up and said to O Zilong, "Zilong, the banquet is about to start, you come with me and see if the guests are all here." "Okay, brother." The two brothers quickly walked out of the villa. Yang Xiaoyun was first stunned, then smiled knowingly, because she felt that O Zichen was embarrassed to face her, because they would be announcing their relationship in a moment. "Grandma, is Zichen nervous?" "Nervous?" Lin Zhenju didn't understand why her daughter should be nervous on her birthday, but she misunderstood Yang Xiaoyun's meaning. She replied, "Maybe. Today's banquet is very important, so it's normal for him to be a little nervous." Hearing Lin Zhenju's words, Yang Xiaoyun's heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, she was thinking the same thing. So, is it true that she and O Zichen's marriage will be announced today? So she looked at Lin Zhenju and shyly said, "Grandma, I'm also quite nervous." Zhao Jiaying's birthday party, and O Zichen, as her father, would be understandably nervous. But what was there for Yang Xiaoyun to be nervous about? Lin Zhenju thought about it, and perhaps she had never attended such a banquet before, and was nervous because it was her first time. So she reassured her, "There's nothing to be nervous about, just treat it like a normal family gathering." Yang Xiaoyun was completely relieved when she heard Lin Zhenju say that, thinking that things were developing as she had hoped. She was overjoyed, and soon she would become the envy of everyone as the mistress of the O family and the wife of O Zichen. Unfortunately, joy can give rise to sorrow. Later, when she found out that things were not as she had hoped, she wondered if she would be so angry that she would want to jump into the river. Lin Zhenju stood up. The guests were almost all here, and O Zichen and O Zilong had also gone out. As the matriarch of the O family, she cannot stay in the house all the time. She needs to go out and greet the guests, showing her propriety as the head of the family. "Xiaoyun, let's go out, the banquet will start soon." "Okay, Grandma." Yang Xiaoyun went up to help her in a very conspicuous manner. She helped Lin Zhenju out, and needless to say, others would know that she, Yang Xiaoyun, has an extraordinary relationship with the O family. Chapter 56, Revealing Zhao Jiaying's Identity. Yang Dapeng's family sat down and heard the conversation of some guests behind them. Alas, do you think that the O family suddenly held such a banquet today to announce something at the banquet? The other one said, I guess so. Didn't President O have a scandal with Yang Xiaoyun from the Yang group before? The reporters even took pictures of them dining and dating outside several times. So is it possible that they want to announce their marriage to everyone today? It's possible. I just saw that the Yang family is here, so I guess they really want to announce their marriage. It seems that the Yang group is going to turn over a new leaf. With the powerful backing of the O group, they can't afford to offend them in the future. Yang Dapeng was listening to their conversation in front of him, and the more he listened, the happier he became. Yang Xiaolin, on the other hand, became more and more jealous as she listened, and she was so jealous that she felt like exploding. However, another person said, "What is it? We'll find out later. Don't just guess here." 10:30. All the guests are seated and the banquet begins on time. O Zilong, the host of the banquet, takes the lead and goes on stage. Dear guests and friends, welcome to take time out of your busy schedules to attend the banquet hosted by the O family today. I think you must be very curious as to why the O family is hosting a banquet on this day. Can anyone guess? O Zilong teases the guests in the audience. All the guests at the banquet received the same invitation as Yang Dapeng's family, and it did not specify what kind of banquet it was, so none of them knew what kind of banquet the O family was holding. Mr. and Mrs. Shen Changfeng knew that it was Zhao Jiaying's birthday, and Shen Linghao had told them in advance. Hearing O Zilong's question, someone in the audience replied, "Is something good going to be announced?" O Zilong snapped his fingers, bingo! President Xiao is so clever, he guessed it right away. Yes, today is indeed a good day for our family. The protagonist of this good event is my brother. Without further ado, let's invite my brother O Zichan to come up to the stage to make the announcement. As soon as O Zilong finished speaking, there was a round of applause from the audience. Yang Xiaoyun was both excited and nervous, as she was about to announce the good news about her and O Zichan. O Zichan walked onto the stage, took the microphone from O Zilong, and bowed to the guests before speaking. Thank you all for attending today's banquet. My brother O Zilong was right to say that I do have some good news to announce. Yang Xiaoyun's heart started racing with excitement at hearing this. Soon, O Zichan would announce the good news about them. She could already see it, many people congratulating her, many people fawning over her, groveling to her. Recently, there have been rumors that I have a daughter. Today, I want to tell everyone that this is not a rumor. I, O Zichan, do have a daughter, and today is my daughter's 4th birthday. I am hosting this party at home today to celebrate my daughter's birthday and to announce my daughter's identity to the public. As soon as O Zichan finished speaking, Zhao Jiaying walked up from the audience and stood next to O Zichan. O Zichan crouched down and whispered to her, "Ingbao, go say hello to your uncles, aunts, and everyone." As soon as Zhao Jiaying took the stage, she immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the reporters were even more eager to take pictures of her. Zhao Jiaying took the microphone from O Zichan and said in a baby voice, "Hello everyone, uncles, aunts, and everyone. My name is Zhao Jiaying, I am my father's biological daughter, and I thank you all very much for coming to Ingbao's birthday today." There was a lot of discussion in the audience. It turned out that this was the purpose of the O family's banquet. Previously, I heard from others that Mr. O had a daughter, but I didn't believe it. Now that I see this little girl, I completely believe it. She and Mr. O are practically carved from the same mold. Yes, and this little sister is so cute and pretty, and she is also very polite. President O is really blessed. This little girl doesn't have the surname O, so does she have her mother's surname? But why didn't her mother show up? Yang Xiaoyun was completely confused. Wasn't she going to announce her relationship with O Zichan? Why had it turned into a birthday party for the brat? Could it be that they would announce their relationship later? A sharp reporter heard that Zhao Jiaying's surname was Zhao, not O, and asked the fearless question, "May I ask Mr. O why your daughter doesn't have your surname, but her mother's?" Zhao Jiaying, who was holding the microphone, answered the question directly. "Uncle, you're very clever. You're right, Ingbao takes her mother's surname." Seeing that Zhao Jiaying had answered his question, and O Zichan had not stopped her, the reporter seized the opportunity to continue asking. "Little girl, can you tell me, is your mother here today?" Zhao Jiaying is not afraid of strangers and replied in a baby voice, "My mother is not here. She went to work abroad and will be back in a while." Another reporter also asked, "President O, is the mother the little girl is talking about your wife?" O Zichan was about to speak, saying that he couldn't answer this question today, but Zhao Jiaying, who was holding the microphone, immediately answered for him. Uncle, I'll answer this question for my father. My mommy's name is Zhao Yunxi. She's my father's wife and my father's favorite woman. Yang Xiaoyun's face turned green with anger when she heard Zhao Jiaying's words. What nonsense is this brat talking? Oh, Zichen obviously isn't married, so where did he get a wife from? Yang Xiaolin, however, was extremely pleased, because today, Yang Xiaoyun had finally been slapped in the face. Without the support of Zichen, she would see how arrogant and cocky she could be in the family in the future. Let's go back and see how Yang Dapeng deals with her. Sure enough, Yang Dapeng's face didn't look good either. Wasn't the marriage between Yang Xiaoyun and Zichen supposed to be announced today? Why did a daughter suddenly pop up, and there was also a wife? Zichen also felt like he had been tricked by Zhao Jiaying. When did he suddenly have a wife? However, he could not deny it, because he could not publicly slap Zhao Jiaying's face. So he remained silent and did not offer an explanation. However, in everyone's eyes, his failure to deny it was a disguised admission of the matter. So another reporter continued to ask, President O, so what your daughter said is true, right? But wasn't there a rumor before that you and Yang Xiaoyun, the younger daughter of the Yang group, were a couple? Photos of you having dinner and going on dates together were even circulated online. Chapter 57, Clarifying the Rumors. Evading the important and dwelling on the trivial, Zichen did not answer about Zhao Yunxi, but instead answered about Yang Xiaoyun. Regarding this rumor, I feel it is necessary to clarify today. Previously, I did go out to dinner with Miss Yang Xiaoyun a few times, but we are just casual friends, nothing more. So everyone, stop making wild guesses. Yang Xiaoyun's face instantly turned pale when she heard Zichen's words. How could this be? Why did things turn out like this? Yang Xiaolin looked at the rich expressions on Yang Xiaoyun's face and revealed a sneering smile, snorting, You, Yang Xiaoyun, have come to this. Just sit back and wait, and watch her make a fool of herself. The guests were also talking among themselves, and Yang Dapeng's face instantly sank. Shame on you. Today, they have simply disgraced the Yang family. He thought Yang Xiaoyun had found a good match, but she didn't mean it. He thought he would become the father-in-law of Zichen today and would be able to live a life of being fawned over by others, but he never imagined. He now really wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. The reporters wanted to ask something else, but Zichen didn't give them the chance, and he picked up Zhao Jiaying and walked off stage. Zilong saw this and quickly went up to save the situation. Today's QA session is over. Our family has prepared delicious food for everyone. I hope everyone can enjoy their meal. In the time that follows, please feel free to eat and drink. After he finished speaking, Zilong quickly went off stage to find his girlfriend. Today, Zhao Jiaying is the protagonist, and she has plenty of people to keep her company, so he is happy to relax today, and it is nice to spend time with his girlfriend. Zilong's girlfriend is called Kaier, and she is a first-tier car model in China. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a superb figure. At the beginning, there were countless people chasing after her, and the reason she looked at Zilong was simply because she looked at the O group behind him. The reason for being involved in the entertainment industry is simply to marry into a wealthy family and become the envy of everyone as the wealthy family's wife. Zilong has been talking to her for almost a year, but has never brought her home, because her grandmother Lin Jinju said that she doesn't like people in the entertainment industry, saying that the entertainment industry is very chaotic, and how many of the people who mingle here are good? Being with him is nothing more than coveting his money. However, Zilong believes that Kaier is sincere with him, because he chased after her for a long time before she agreed to be with him. However, what Kaier was playing was the tactic of playing hard to get, and the silly Zilong fell for it. The reason why he chose to bring her back today was because Kaier said she wanted to come to Zhao Jiaying's birthday party. Attending the birthday party was just an excuse. She knew that many people from high society and reporters would be attending the party today. And her ultimate goal was to let everyone know that she was Zilong's girlfriend. Zilong was particularly naive, thinking that Lin Jinju was in a good mood today and would agree to his and Kaier's affair later when she was happy. Zilong came to Kaier's side, put his arm around her slender waist, and Kaier said sweetly, Zilong, aren't you going to take me to say hello to Grandma? If you don't make your presence felt today, when will you do so? Grandma is chatting with Mrs. Chen and the others right now, so let's go give Ingbo a present first, and then we'll go find Grandma later. Okay, whatever you say. In front of Zilong, Kaier is like a meek little kitten, very obedient. This made Zilong very satisfied, and he couldn't get enough of her. After Zichen and Zhao Jiaying came down from the stage, the guests flocked up to them. Naturally, they didn't come empty-handed to the O family's banquet, and although they didn't know what kind of banquet it was beforehand, they had prepared gifts in advance. Now they were presenting Zhao Jiaying with gifts to celebrate her birthday. Zhao Jiaying was overwhelmed by the gifts she was receiving for the first time, and she was so happy that she kept thanking her uncles and aunts. These gifts were not ordinary gifts, but all kinds of expensive diamonds, jewelry, and so on. There were so many gifts that Zhao Jiaying could not carry them alone, and in the end, several servants helped carry them into the villa. After giving Zhao Jiaying her gifts, the guests went off to chat with each other. Everyone who came to the banquet today was either rich or important in Bin City, and today was the perfect opportunity to cultivate relationships, so how could they let go of such a good opportunity? After the guests left their seats, the venue was left with only Yang Xiaoyun's family, as they were humiliated by what Zichan had just said. Yang Dapeng, who had originally wanted to use this opportunity to network with other people, was now sitting in his chair, feeling extremely embarrassed. Now it was a case of if you don't go, you're not leaving. If they left, they would offend the O family and be seen as disrespectful of the host family. If they didn't leave, they would be left here, being the butt of everyone's jokes. There are not many people here now, and Yang Xiaolin finally gets the chance to humiliate Yang Xiaoyun. She walks up to Yang Xiaoyun, puts her arms around her chest, looks down on her, and starts to mock her. TSK, what did President O say just now? Yang Xiaoyun and I are just casual friends, nothing more. Yang Xiaolin laughs a few times, covering her mouth, and then says, Yang Xiaoyun, didn't you say that O Zichan is your boyfriend? Why didn't you stand up for yourself when O Zichan denied it just now? I told you O Zichan wouldn't look at someone like you, and it turns out you were just being delusional. Yang Xiaoyun kept her head down, afraid to look at Yang Xiaolin. Now that she no longer had O Zichan as a backer, she no longer dared to be so arrogant in front of them, and could only clench her fists and endure it. But Yang Xiaolin had no intention of letting her off the hook, and continued. Now you've humiliated yourself, but you've also humiliated your father and our Yang family, and you've become a laughingstock to everyone. You deserve to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Xiaolin raised her hand and tried to slap Yang Xiaoyun in the face. I've put up with Yang Xiaoyun for so long, and today I'm going to take my revenge. But before her palm could fall, it was grabbed by Yang Dapeng, who yelled, That's enough. Don't you still feel ashamed? There are guests here, are you sure you want to continue acting like this? Yang Xiaoyun saw Yang Dapeng protecting her and thought that he was helping her out of filial piety. She was quite moved. Yang Xiaolin also thought that Sun Dapeng was protecting Yang Xiaoyun and said with reluctance, Dad, at this point, you're still helping her? You forgot that not long ago, Yang Xiaoyun lied to you and said that she was buying jewelry to accompany O Zichan to the party, but now, as you can imagine, she definitely didn't use the money to buy jewelry. Yang Xiaoyun was also a little panicked when it came to the 10 million. She had indeed cheated Yang Dapeng at the beginning. She thought that as long as she got rid of Zhao Jiaying, she would be able to sit firmly on the throne of Mrs. O, and then she could return the money to Yang Dapeng. But now, the money was gone, Zhao Jiaying was not dead, and the throne of Mrs. O that she had longed for was gone. Chapter 58, Recovering 10 Million. Yang Xiaolin didn't mention this, and Yang Dapeng almost forgot about it. At first, he thought that Yang Xiaoyun and O Zichan were in a relationship, and the 10 million would be an investment for her. But now that they clearly aren't in a relationship, the 10 million can't be given to her for nothing, so he must ask for clarification. Xiaoyun, is what Xiaolin said true? You didn't use the 10 million to buy jewelry? Dad, Yang Xiaoyun stammered for a long time, unable to say a word. Yang Xiaolin continued to fan the flames. Dad, you see, I told you she was definitely lying to you. You mustn't let her get away with it so easily, you must make her hand over the 10 million. 10 million yuan is not a small sum, and now that we know Yang Xiaoyun and O Zichan have no relationship, she doesn't deserve to keep the money. She has already spent 5 million of the 10 million. Now she is being asked to hand it over, but where will she find the money? So she looked to Yang Dapeng for help, hoping that she would not hold it against her for the sake of their father-daughter relationship. After all, it was because of her that the O Group had given the Yang family a project, which had earned them at least tens of millions of dollars. But Yang Dapeng had let her down after all. What about father-daughter affection? In his eyes, there is only profit. When you are no longer of any value, do you think he will still treat you like a treasure? Since this 10 million is not what you said it was, then I want it back. Yang Dapeng said this with a tone that was devoid of any warmth, very cold, as if Yang Xiaoyun was a person who had nothing to do with him. This is human nature. Selfish people value money above everything else. Yang Xiaoyun couldn't believe it. For a while, her father had doted on her, allowing her to feel some fatherly love. But the origin of this fatherly love was that she could bring benefits to the Yang family. Now that she knows she is of no use to them, they have cut off this love completely. But she knows that she can't turn her back on Yang Dapeng now, and she will have to rely on him to survive in the future. As long as she survives, there will be hope. So she prayed to Yang Dapeng, "Dad, I've already spent half of this money. Can I just give you back 5 million? No." The answer was clear and decisive, without hesitation, and very cruel. "If you don't give me back all of this 10 million, you can never stay in the Yang family again." Yang Xiaoyun was completely panicked. If she was kicked out of the Yang family, how would she survive? Although she has not been well received in the Yang family over the years and has suffered from discrimination, she has lived a life of comfort and luxury. If she leaves the Yang family, she has no skills and no qualifications, and she may not even be able to find an office clerical job. By then, she will have to work as a waitress in a restaurant, serving dishes. How can she be willing to be a waitress serving dishes? If she stays in the Yang family, she still has a chance to marry into a second-rate family. Although a second-rate family is not as good as a wealthy family like the O family, it is still considered a wealthy family, which is better than working for a living. But if she is kicked out of the Yang family, she will really have no chance at all. So she promised Yang Dapeng, "Dad, I will pay you back the money, but I hope you can give me a few days." After all, 10 million is not a small amount of money, and it does take some time to raise it, as long as the money can eventually be returned. So he readily agreed with Yang Xiaoyun, "Fine, I'll give you 5 days. If I don't see the money after 5 days, don't blame me for not caring about our father-daughter relationship." Yang Dapeng didn't want to keep sitting there either. Since things had come to this, he might as well lose face. He went out to meet other dignitaries, because after today, there might not be such a good opportunity again, so he had to seize the moment. Chenlan naturally went with Yang Dapeng. Yang Xiaolin and Yang Jifan also went out to find food. Since they were here, they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet the second generation of rich and powerful people. In the end, only Yang Xiaoyun was left alone, and Yang Xiaoyun couldn't sit still either. She had to go find Lin Jinju. Because now only Lin Jinju could help her. 5 million was just a small amount for Lin Jinju. If she asked her to borrow it, she would definitely lend it to her. Yang Xiaoyun saw Lin Jinju sitting at a white table and chair in the distance, chatting with a few other ladies, so she walked in the direction Lin Jinju was in. As she passed by a few young ladies, she heard them talking about her, so she slowed down. Yang Xiaoyun had really lost face this time. She was the first person to have a scandal with O Zichen, and I envied her good fortune that she was actually liked by an ultimate hunk like O Zichen, but I never imagined that he didn't even look at her. Isn't that right? I said at the time that a man like President O would never look at someone like Yang Xiaoyun, someone with no money, no looks and no figure. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. But O is the flower, and Yang Xiaoyun didn't say the rest, but everyone understood what she meant and burst out laughing. Now that I know that President O and Yang Xiaoyun are not together, I feel much better. President O is still the male god in our hearts. The male god is indeed a male god, but he is already in love and has now given birth to such a cute and beautiful daughter. Right, President O's daughter is really cute and adorable, and her mother must be very beautiful too, right? If she can catch the eye of President O, she must be pretty. Look at how pretty the little girl is. Apart from her genes from President O, she must have inherited her mother's genes too. Look at her smile, with those 2 deep dimples, so sweet and charming. Her mother must have dimples too. O Zichen has no dimples, so they concluded that Zhao Jiaying must have inherited her dimples from Zhao Yinshi. And in fact, that was the case. But anyway, I dare say that this little girl's mother must be younger and prettier than Yang Xiaoyun. President O is with such a beautiful woman, I'm not too sad, because I also know that I'm not worthy of President O, just watch from afar. Several other women teased her, I didn't expect that you still have a good sense of self-awareness. Of course, you think I'm Yang Xiaoyun, who has no self-awareness at all. She's like that, but she still dares to covet our male god, President O. She's simply not self-aware, and she's been slapped in the face today. The spoiled rich girls amused themselves, not noticing Yang Xiaoyun, who had been listening to them from a short distance away. Chapter 59 Zhao Jiaying is pushed into the water. But even if they knew, they were not afraid of offending her. Things are not as they were in the past. In Yang Xiaoyun's current position, she is not their match. Yang Xiaoyun's entire face sank, and she clenched her fists in anger. If this happened before, she would have just walked up to them and slapped them a few times. But now she can't, because without Ozichin as her backing, she can't afford to offend anyone. Yang Xiaoyun adjusted her emotions, trying hard not to get angry, and prepared to continue walking in the direction where Lin Zhenju was. But just then, she saw Zhao Jiaying not far away, playing with a few children, having so much fun and smiling so brightly. A child's innocent smile is usually pleasing to the eye. But Yang Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of irony when she saw Zhao Jiaying smile. The humiliation she had suffered today was all because of Zhao Jiaying. If it weren't for her, she would have already been firmly seated on the throne of Mrs. O today. Everything was her fault. She won't let Yang Xiaoyun have an easy time, and she won't let Zhao Jiaying have an easy time either. Yang Xiaoyun suddenly had a wicked idea. Instead of going to Lin Zhenju, she went to the O family maid, Xiaolan, because she needed her help with something. Most of the guests who came to Zhao Jiaying's birthday party today brought their own children, and some of them were about the same age as Zhao Jiaying. Knowing that Zhao Jiaying is the daughter of the O family, many people let their children get close to Zhao Jiaying to get acquainted. Zhao Jiaying is the type who gets along well with others, and she quickly became friends with the children and had a great time playing. Xin Linghao was originally with Zhao Jiaying, but after the children arrived, he found that he was out of place with them and was really embarrassed to ask Zhao Jiaying not to play with them and stay with him. So he went off by himself to find a quiet place, sat there with headphones on, listening to music while reading a book. Zhao Jiaying had a great time playing with the children and didn't notice at all that Xin Linghao had quietly left, until the maid Xiaolan came to find her. "Miss Yingbao, Master Linghao is looking for you." "Master Linghao? He's not with me." Zhao Jiaying looked around and realized that Xin Linghao had long since disappeared. "Where is Master Linghao now? I'll go and find him." The maid Xiaolan pointed in a direction for Zhao Jiaying. "Master Linghao is waiting for you by the lotus pond over there." "Okay, thanks, Xiaolan." Zhao Jiaying said thank you in a baby voice, then ran with short legs towards the lotus pond. Tang Yuan was having a great time eating at the venue, and when he noticed Zhao Jiaying leave, he followed after her. Zhao Jiaying ran to the lotus pond, but failed to find Xin Linghao's whereabouts. She was about to shout his name when she suddenly felt someone push her from behind. She fell into the lotus pond with a splash, and then struggled in the water, shouting, "Help!" Yang Xiaoyun watched Zhao Jiaying fall into the water, looking extremely miserable. She was overjoyed and thought to herself, "Shout all you want, this place is so far away from the venue, no one will come to your rescue even if you shout your lungs out." In order to avoid being discovered, Yang Xiaoyun left from the other side of the lotus pond, and in her haste, she dropped a green leaf-shaped bracelet. Shen Linghao was sitting under a tree about 100 meters from the lotus pond. When Yang Xiaoyun left, Shen Linghao happened to see her. He thought to himself, why did she come over here too? But he didn't think much of it, perhaps someone else just came over to take a walk. Because he was wearing headphones, Shen Linghao did not hear Zhao Jiaying's cries for help. Tang Yuan followed Zhao Jiaying and heard her cries for help. He quickly ran back to the garden and found Ozichin. Tang Yuan kept barking at Ozichin. Ozichin was a little puzzled at first, but soon figured it out. Tang Yuan usually stays close to Zhao Jiaying, so when he suddenly came to find him and barked so loudly, he knew something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, "Has something happened to Yingbao?" Wang Wang Tang Yuan barked twice this time, then ran towards the lotus pond, indicating for Ozichin to follow. Ozichin quickly followed, and Ozilom also saw that something seemed to have happened and quickly followed as well. The other guests also guessed that something might have happened and followed intermittently. Ozichin ran very fast, and when he was about 200 meters away from the lotus pond, he heard Zhao Jiaying's cries for help. He had just reached the lotus pond when Zhao Jiaying began to sink. Without hesitation, Ozichin jumped into the lotus pond and quickly rescued Zhao Jiaying. Zhao Jiaying had already fainted from choking on water, so Ozichin laid her flat on the grass. Ozichin immediately gave her artificial respiration and chest compressions, telling her while compressing, "Yingbao, hang on, Daddy still wants to wait with you for Mummy to come back." Ozilom also rushed over, kneeling on the grass and shouting at Zhao Jiaying, "Yingbao, you can't be okay, your uncle still wants to play games with you. Come on, spit out the water, spit it out and you'll be fine." Seeing this, the other guests cheered Zhao Jiaying on, "Yingbao, come on, spit out the water." Most of them ran over to the lotus pond. Shen Linghao also noticed the commotion here, took off his headphones, and heard the group cheering for Zhao Jiaying. He thought, something bad has happened to Zhao Jiaying. He stood up and ran towards the lotus pond. After a few steps, he stepped on the green leaf-shaped bracelet that Yang Xiaoyun had dropped earlier. He picked it up and ran towards the lotus pond. Ozichin performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on Zhao Jiaying for a while. Zhao Jiaying suddenly coughed and spit out the water in her lungs. Yang Xiaoyun was also watching from the side. Just now, when Ozichan fished her out, she thought that Zhao Jiaying was dead and was overjoyed. But when she saw the moment Zhao Jiaying spit out the water and came to her senses, she clenched her fists in anger. She didn't expect this brat to be so lucky and to escape every time. When Shen Linghao arrived, Zhao Jiaying had just spit out the water. He leaned down and asked with concern, "Ingbao, how do you feel now?" Zhao Jiaying opened her eyes and looked at the many people gathered around her. After a long while, she spat out a sentence. "Daddy, Linghao brother, Ingbao is uncomfortable." Ozichan picked her up and walked towards the villa, saying, "Ingbao, don't be afraid, Daddy will take you back soon." Then he turned to Zilong and said, "Zilong, quickly call the family doctor and tell him to come over and take a look at Ingbao." "Okay, brother." Shen Linghao followed Ozichan and the others as they walked. As he passed Yang Xiaoyun, he glanced at her thoughtfully. But in the end, he didn't say anything. The most important thing now was that Zhao Jiaying was fine, and they could talk about everything else later. Chapter 60, The Reason Ingbao Fell into the Water. Because of Zhao Jiaying's fall into the water, today's birthday banquet ended early, and the guests left the manor one after the other. When Ozichan returned to the villa with Zhao Jiaying in his arms, Lin Jinju was worried sick. Just now, she saw everyone heading towards the lotus pond, so she guessed that something had happened. What happened? What's wrong with Ingbao? Why is she all wet? Grandma, I'll take Ingbao upstairs to change clothes first. Ozichan didn't answer Lin Jinju's question, and just carried Zhao Jiaying upstairs. Zilong, Grandma, Ingbao just fell into the lotus pond, but fortunately Tang Yuan noticed in time and informed my brother. Lin Jinju was shocked. How could she have fallen into the lotus pond all of a sudden? Is Ingbao okay now? She already coughed up the water in her lungs, so she should be fine, but just to be safe, it's better to check. I've already notified the family doctor to come over. It's good that she's fine, bless the Buddha. Lin Jinju folded her hands together to thank the Buddha. All the guests had gone home, except for Mr. and Mrs. Shin Changfeng, who were worried about Zhao Jiaying and had stayed behind. Zilong's girlfriend, Kai Er, also left, but she hadn't seen Lin Jinju today and was resentful, so she left with resentment. After Ozichan carried Zhao Jiaying to her room, he changed her into a clean set of clothes, and the family doctor arrived soon after. He took out his tools and carefully examined Zhao Jiaying. After a thorough examination, the doctor took off his stethoscope. "Mr. O, the old lady, don't worry, Miss Sun is fine, she just choked on some water, it's not serious, just rest for a few days and she'll be fine." Mr. and Mrs. Shin Changfeng were relieved to hear that Zhao Jiaying was fine. They had finally settled on a daughter-in-law today, and they couldn't let her just disappear. Ozichan sat by Zhao Jiaying's bedside and asked with concern, "Ingbao, are you still feeling unwell? If so, tell the doctor." Zhao Jiaying shook her head. She had just said she was unwell because she was a little shocked. Now that everyone was there, she had recovered. "Daddy, Ingbao is fine now, so you don't need to worry." Everyone was very puzzled by the fact that Zhao Jiaying had fallen into the lotus pond. Zhao Jiaying never went there by herself, so why had she suddenly gone there today? "Ingbao, can you tell Daddy why you went to the lotus pond? And why did you fall in?" Zhao Jiaying looked at Shen Linghao, and everyone else followed her gaze to Shen Linghao. Shen Linghao was puzzled. Why were they all looking at him like that? It wasn't him who had taken Zhao Jiaying to the lotus pond to play. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, Zhao Jiaying spoke before him. "It was Brother Linghao who told me to go to the lotus pond to find him." Shen Linghao felt like he was being shot while lying down. Lu Lanji, upon hearing Zhao Jiaying's words, began to scold Shen Linghao. "Linghao, how could you let Ingbao go to the lotus pond to find you? It's so dangerous there, do you know that? Fortunately, your Uncle O arrived in time today, otherwise, there's no need to say anything else, everyone knows what that means." Shen Linghao felt a little aggrieved. "Mom, I didn't tell Ingbao to go to the lotus pond." "If you didn't tell her, then who told Ingbao to go?" Lu Lanji was confused. He himself was very curious as to why Zhao Jiaying was at the lotus pond and why she said he had told her to go there. What had really happened? Shen Changfeng put his arm around Lu Lane's and whispered, "Don't worry, just listen to what Ingbao has to say." Ozichan also spoke up, "Sister-in-law, don't be in a hurry to blame Linghao. It's not necessarily his fault. Let's ask Ingbao what happened. Ingbao, tell Daddy, who told you to go to the lotus pond to find Brother Linghao?" Zhao Jiaying tilted her head and looked at everyone, her big, round eyes rolling around as she answered, "It was my sister Lan who told me. She said that brother Ling Hao was looking for me and told me to go to the Lotus Pond to find him. Xin Ling Hao, I didn't tell anyone to tell Ingbao that I was looking for her. If I really wanted to find Ingbao, I would go find her myself, I wouldn't need to tell anyone." This made everyone feel puzzled. Lan was their servant, so why would she trick Zhao Jiaying into going to the Lotus Pond? Zichen continued to ask, "Ingbao, then how did you fall into the water?" "I just arrived at the Lotus Pond, I didn't see Ling Hao brother, suddenly someone pushed me from behind, and I fell." "What? Someone actually pushed you?" Lin Zhenju was so surprised. At first she thought that Zhao Jiaying was playing over there and she fell accidentally, but she never expected that someone actually pushed her. This is nothing short of murder. "Zichen, you must find out who did this, who is so heartless as to try to murder our family's child." Lin Zhenju felt a chill down her spine just thinking that someone had tried to murder Zhao Jiaying. She had already been terrified by the kidnapping, and now she didn't feel safe even at home. Zichen's eyes darkened. How dare this person, actually trying to do something to his daughter in his own home? He must find this person, otherwise there would be no guarantee of Zhao Jiaying's safety in the future. Xiaolan could not have been so bold as to lay a hand on Zhao Jiaying, but she also would not have tricked Zhao Jiaying into going to the Lotus Pond for no reason, so she must have been acting under someone else's orders. "Zilong, go and get Xiaolan to come up here. I want to ask her what she has to say." "Yes." In a moment, Xiaolan was brought up. She had just heard that Zhao Jiaying had fallen into the Lotus Pond and almost drowned. She was trembling with fear, and now she knew that Zichen was looking for her, so he must be there to interrogate her. When she walked in front of them, she immediately knelt down and said in a panic, "President Madam, I really don't know why Miss Ingbao fell into the Lotus Pond." "Zichen, Xiaolan, was it you who told Ingbao that young Master Ling Hao told her to go to the Lotus Pond to find him?" It was Xiaolan who answered in a small voice. "Zichen, why did you do this? Was there someone behind you who told you to do this?" Xiaolan stammered, "Just now Yang Xiaoyun said that she must not tell anyone, and it was she who told her to do this. She had taken her money and just now had sworn to Yang Xiaoyun that she would do it, but now she didn't know whether she should turn her in." Zichen roared, "Tell me now. Do you want me to hand you over to the police so they can interrogate you?" Hearing that Zichen was going to hand her over to the police, Xiaolan immediately cried out in fear. She was in her early 20s, and if she was sent to the police station, her life would be over.